Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Away.
And welcome back to the LEC Winter Playoffs, live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin. Yesterday we kicked off the best of 3 series, and today should be explosive as we see Team Vitality coming in the studio. And of course, SK Gaming, they're going to face off against each other in the first series of the day. I'm super hyped for the games we're going to have. I'm Laure, and I will be with Treats and Broxat to open the show. How are you doing, boys?
Great.
Great,
Excited to be here.
perfect, perfect.
Yeah, I mean, really
Awesome.
fun day yesterday. Today will be another fun day. I think best of 3 always brings kind of the extra spice. I like best of 1s, but best of 3, I think that's where you see kind of the true character of the teams.
This is where the real stuff happened. And
Yeah.
you said fun for yesterday. What other word could you use to describe what happened? It was kind of fast, I guess, but yeah, Broxa. Something to sum up if your viewers missed the action.
I might regret saying this, but it reminds me a bit of Worlds, except that
Oh no!
the winning teams were the East and the losing teams were the West. You know, it was a complete and utter stomp in both games.
Awful in either way. But not for G2 and BDS, who advanced quite convincingly. We will see them on Monday tomorrow. And yeah, we're going to find out who they're going to face off against later today. We're going to open with SK versus Vitality. And later on, the match of the week, Mad Lions Koi versus Fnatic. I'm really hyped about these matchups, for sure.
Yeah, they will be really fun. I think now coming into the Vitality SK series, it will be very exciting to see what these teams have planned. So I think in general, I'm really hyped to see kind of what SK has planned to stop Vitality. There's been a lot of kind of aggression on the side of Vitality, so it will be interesting to see today.
Yeah, and SK and Vitality is our first series, and we saw this matchup just last week, actually. So Goldberg, can you talk us through what happened there, please?
Absolutely. I just want to go for a quick recap since, I mean, this matchup is so fresh. As you said, it was played last week. Now, this matchup, at least in the early game, was all about the jungle matchup. Douglas was continuously pushed out of his jungle, which allowed SK to split the map towards the top side. But they didn't really get too much out of it, but they tried to repeat the same instance where they wanted to once again invade on the red buff. This time around though, Irrelevant is back in base, which allowed Photon to have the first move and secure the first blood. So obviously not the best decision making from SK. It was fine in the beginning, but then they kind of threw it away. But all is not well for Vitality here. They're trying to dive Irrelevant again and again, as you can see in the picture, and both times it's resulting in failure. VTO comes through with the package. Once again, Vitality is investing a lot of resources on the top lane to try and shut Irrelevant down, but they are unsuccessful. Now this allows Isma to play towards his bot side, getting the Lucian Nami ahead, shutting down the Vitality bot lane. At the same time, SK takes over the entire game as a result of both top side and bot lane being ahead of their counterpart, and take fight after fight to secure the game for themselves. All in all, it was a pretty dominant game from SK, but it was one that was paved by Vitality's own mistakes. So if they can own up to their mistakes, if they learn from anything, well, that's what we're going to find out later today. But back to the desk for the rest of the pre-match.
And I think it's a super important reminder. Thank you so much, GB, for this, especially because when you look at what we just saw and Vitality's games in general, it is really messy. It is action-packed, but we know that sometimes it can be a style for a team. It can be an identity, having messy game, navigating through chaos. But it doesn't look like it's the case for them, not controlled chaos.
Yeah, I think looking at Vitality now, they are really crazy, but to the point where there's no control, there's no stop button really. And I think this is a problem they really need to tackle soon. You know, with the bot lane of Kasi and Huli, they're going to be aggressive, but the top side is meant to be more stable, and they do play pretty stable, but why are they not holding them back? Why are they not bringing control? And back when I played with Huli years ago, that was the job of some of the rest of us. We know he's going to go aggressive, put him on a leash, hold him back to find more of a middle ground, and then you can have success.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the kind of having a stop button is going to be very important for their series today, because, like you said, if you have kind of Huli and Karsi to drive the aggression, someone on the top side needs to be kind of the voice of reason and the voice of holding them back. So it will be really interesting to see against SK, who's kind of more of a very chill team. They take very methodical approaches to the game, so it will be a stark contrast.
Yeah, and we see here the DKC versus Vitality game, and for me this is textbook Vitality.
Crazy.
Up and down on the goal graph. The longest game they have, they averaged the longest game in the league actually, action-packed as we said. Broxa, you were just mentioning that when you're gonna have Healy in your team, you know what you're supposed to do. You know that you're supposed to put him on the leash. What should the identity be for Vitality? Because again, we're on week 4, playoffs, it's gonna be best of series now. What do you want them to look like?
Well, I think with the solo lanes you have in Vizio and Photon, you know, both of them are going to be stable and they're going to be performing on their own. They don't necessarily need resources. So use the strong top side to then start shifting their attention to bot, play around Kasi and Huli, but make sure that things don't get out of hand. Like, playing aggressive is great, but playing aggressive to the point where you take your brain and throw it out of the window and just take fights for literally no apparent reason, that's like silver gameplay, and we don't want that here.
That's, yeah, it's been messy all around for
well
them.
said.
Yeah, I know, it's honestly well said. Threw me off a bit here because it's brutally honest, but I think it's going to be important, especially facing off against SK, who's like the complete opposite of Vitality. Amazing start on the Winter Split here again. They did the same thing last year in very controlled game, and for me, they should have the upper hand in this because they know exactly which player is supposed to do in game.
Yeah, I think at least we can kind of know what we're getting from SK, this kind of methodical approach. I think especially it comes from Isma in the jungle. He has very clear early games and very clear objectives and what he wants to do. And then in the team fights, I think that's where they kind of shine. They have very crisp execution, I would say, as a team. If there's one engage that goes well, they all kind of follow at the same time. So it will be interesting to see if kind of the Vitality aggression can stumble SK in their plan.
My biggest question for them is, what happens if you shut down Niski? Because so far he seems like the main playmaker, the guy that pushes the game forward, and you can also see in Isma's way of approaching the game that he often just follows what Niski wants to do. So if I'm on the other side, my main objective in the game would be to camp Niski and shut him down one way or the other, because if Niski can no longer be the main voice, be the main guy to push the game forward, I think there's a high chance they're going to crumble.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I think like mid-jungle for SK, that's where a lot of their plays have come from. And I think bot lane of SK has been playing well, but they've been playing a lot of scaling stuff, like the Lucian Milio, like Nami lanes as well. So I think in general, when it comes to SK versus Vitality, I agree with you. Kind of focus the mid lane from SK and shut down the mid-jungle and then kind of make the game chaotic from there.
As we said, they had a really good start of the season, similarly to last year. Do they look similar to what they were last year, Treats? Or where do you see the differences? Because it's not the same players.
Yeah, it is very tricky to kind of say. I think the kind of mid-jungle change from SK did obviously change a lot. Mid-jungle controls the pace of the game. Obviously bot lane, top lane being same as they're the same as from last year. I think Irrelevant stepped up big time though. He's been a very consistent carry, not only on the Jax this time, but also other champs. So I think from that perspective, SK also look kind of revitalized. I wasn't too hyped on their last week's performance, but now it's playoffs and it's a new round, kind of, so to say.
And as you said, I think the rookie has been a big factor of SK's success so far, and Gennaro caught up with him earlier today, so let's check it out.
Thank you, Laure. We're joined here with Isma as well as Niski. Merci les deux pour l'interview. So, topic of conversation is going to be the relationship between the two of you on the Rift, but also outside of that, you know, we've seen some banter on Twitter, we've seen some videos. So I wanted to dig more deeper into that relationship particularly. I would like to start off with you, Isma. Joining SK, how has it been? And what was your philosophy beforehand when it comes to the approach of the game?
I mean, when I joined SK, I already knew Niski and Exa, I mean, the two French. The others a bit less, but I learned them really fast. And to be honest, now it doesn't change because I mean, Exa and Niski are French, that's why I knew them. But to be honest, it doesn't matter now. I think we are a really good group now. After some times, we joke a lot together in game or outside the game, so I feel really good. What was the other question?
What was your approach to the game before you met Niski and started playing together?
Yeah, I mean, I really like to play aggressive, fast, sometimes a bit stupid even. Try to fight a lot without thinking that much. So that was my approach of the game. And I mean, now that I joined SK, I kind of do the same. I like to fight a lot, but a bit more smart, I would say. Like trying to do 5v4, you know, instead of like 5v5 straight. Don't go 1v2 and all that stuff. So I think it's this.
Would you say your approach has, and your relationship between Isma in the game as well, has helped develop that more calculated approach to these aggressive fights?
Yeah, I mean, I think just having a relation that's really good outside of the game helps with like giving feedback, making sure that when I tell him something, he takes it well and not like that he's on the defensive side. I think since he's a rookie and I've been there as well, I kind of knew how to make it work, even though it's kind of my first time working with a rookie. But I think I've done a decent job and I think he feels very comfy, which I'm very happy about. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
When you're talking about how to make it work, what exactly are you implementing behind the scenes in terms of making sure the feedback lands well and making sure that the relationship is a two-way street?
I mean, I think one is like the way you, for example, give feedback in general. When I talk to Exa, for example, I would talk very different than if I talk to Isma. If I have points to show, I know I have to repeat myself sometimes, and then I know that next week he might forget it. Stuff like that. I think that happens a lot in rookies, and I'm just more patient, I guess, with Isma than the others. Yeah.
And for you, Isma, as well, coming into this playoffs, you have this BO3 series. Is there a certain expectations that you have from yourself and from the team as to how you will be performing?
Yeah, I think I performed really good week one, but after I think I was very inconsistent. I think I did a good job this week, so I just want to show it, kinda. I don't have much expectation. I just want to do what I usually do. Like if we lose, I will be fine. I mean, depends how we lose, right? But I don't have. I mean, I want to win really hard, but I don't have that much expectation. Like I just expect to do what I did on the week because I think I did good. So that's it.
All right. Well, thank you, both of you, for your
interview. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Laura, we're going to be heading back over to you.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Amazing to hear from both of them. Niski leading and helping the young kids. That's a timeline I like, honestly. But I think it's an extra responsibility when you have to get your jungler, your rookie jungler, ready for best of 3 series like this. But I feel like Niski has been doing an amazing job helping Isma so far.
It almost feels surreal to me to see Niski sitting there like that as the veteran, the one who, you know, shares all the experience and knowledge with the young guy. Because when I joined Fnatic Academy with Niski back in the day, we were in that position, and it just goes to show how much, you know, all these years of playing has really changed him and made him a new person within the team.
Times have changed, but I guess it's easy when you have a jungler, as he said, who's going to listen to you and take your experience into account, because as we saw a lot of times, Isma is becoming a selfless jungler, ready to sacrifice himself for the good of his team. And you don't often see this from rookies playing fearlessly like this street.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times when rookies come in, you can expect very good mechanics and kind of very good aggression, like Isma said himself, kind of going ham. But I think that's kind of what Niski has brought. He's brought this kind of calm energy and very clear direction in the game, and it's not often that we see kind of the mid-jungle not having worked with each other previously kind of click this well so fast. So it will be really fun to see now in the best of threes how they can play together.
So let's talk about this best of 3 and what we can expect, actually, because we saw a glimpse of the meta yesterday. We know that there are some champions that we can expect, knowing the both teams. We have uncontrolled, messy chaos on one side and methodical League of Legends with a clear identity on the other side. Who's going to take it and why?
I think I'll start. I think personally I kind of rate SK a bit higher. I think that the methodical approach in best of threes usually comes out on top. I can see Vitality kind of clawing the way back if they find these crazy meta reads where they have an edge from draft, but I would have to say SK personally.
I'm going to go with SK as well. I'm going to continue to be a bit harsh on Vitality until they show that they can actually play League of Legends in more of a macro sort of way. And if they play the same way they have up until now, I actually hope Vitality is going to get a reality check, because otherwise they're never going to be more than the middle of the pack team at best.
And also about this, in a few seconds on the Rift, time to kick off the second day of the Winter Playoffs with Vitality and SK. Historics and Dagda, take it away, please.
Thank you very much. And Desk, I can tell you one thing, this should be a bit of a barn burner, if not this series at least today, but we hope for the former's sake, it is going to be this series. I'm Mysterix, it's Dagda. We didn't get a fun name today, but we can work on that. I think that one I've been trying to work on for like 4 years or something.
Yeah, it's been a while that we've been casting together, but we'll nail it eventually. But I'm hoping we get some absolute bangers, as you're saying today, because yesterday, bit of a stomp. So I'm hoping that today we'll kind of rectify a lot of that and we get some really close games and get some really good games in our hands.
He's hoping, let's start with Vitality, to put it together, because again, coming in as what we see as underdogs, of course, the lower seeding, as the 7th seed to finish off, where SK, once again this winter, just like the last, finished 3rd. So SK with huge barrel of expectations considering how they finished the split.
Yeah, I think it's more like we know what to expect with SK, right? They have a very clear, hey, we want to go for pushing lanes. We want to try and play off of Isma's aggression. Like we heard it in the interview there with Ginny saying, look, this is the style that they want to go and play for Isma's aggression.
That's it.
But for Vitality's side, it kind of feels like a team that's still finding themselves. I think Douglas has a big step up in the last 2 weeks, but can they rally around the rookie on this team, or what is the game plan they're coming in with today?
I mean, it's difficult though, isn't it? You look at the changes that came through in the offseason, and you're like, well, for Vitality, everyone but Photon has left, and of course Douglas, a bit of a fill-in as well, but he wasn't the mainstay. This team has completely changed around, and for Vitality, it is only winter. You give them a bit of a passing grade for piecing it together enough to get into playoffs. But now that you're in playoffs, now you want to see how this team works together. There was a lot of emphasis on Vitality for week number 2 and what they achieved. VTO stepping up, the whole roster putting it together. Douglas, as we said, syncing up a bit more. But then week 3, those questions arrived again. This team likes to fight, but it's not always the most sensical kind.
Yeah, it hasn't been fully thought out on occasions, or at least there's a bit different thinking to the way a lot of people look at the game. But I'm kind of curious to see if SK Gaming see Vitality across the line up for them, or if they actually see Mad Lions. Because this was a Mad Lions that knocked them out coming into the season finals last split. And then you're kind of looking going, well, we still got Pad, we still got Mark, we still got the same bot lane. I'm sure there's a little bit of like, all right, lads, we're going to try and put you down into the lower bracket, kind of do what you did to us again.
I have a lot of faith. I mean, X-Kick and DOS, yes. We're still looking to see what they can bring to the table, considering there's so many highlights across the rest of the map. But it's been a lot better from what I saw of DOS last year. X-Kick too, I'll say as well. This lane is working in conjunction with each other. And there was something that Treat said on the desk that a lot of the time they are playing for more scaling lanes as well. They are like the mid-late game insurance policy that kind of puts SK in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I think we did get a lot more mobility out of DOS from that bot lane in week 1. Kind of started to fall off week 2, week 3. Like he doesn't have the highest jungle proximity anymore, although he was quite high. The main thing that we've started to see instead is just how much Isma is working around Niski in that mid lane. 2nd highest mid lane jungle proximity in the league. This is a duo that the desk highlighted, I'm sure we'll be talking about as well, just how good they've been at coordinating and getting those plays into the enemy jungle, getting in the face of their opposition.
All right, well, homework done at least. Starting off this BO3, starting off the player journey for SK Vitality. Dagda, I'll let you explain why that Twisted Fate ban is definitely merited.
Yeah, Twisted Fate has started to creep up a little bit. The AD version, where you're going for very much, I am going to whack away at you with these cards. You also get an increase in the amount of gold you're going to get into, since they added the extra passive dice that you'll roll for that gold every time you kill a minion. So Niski has been playing that quite a lot, apparently, so he's not going to be able to get his hands on this one. Something you have to keep an eye out for. Lucian is here. X-Kick and DOS do have the only win on it, but okay, I was going to say, maybe that's not where you want to go, but what are you going to go for? I was going to say, I think you can go for the Varus or something here. I think you'll have an easier time and less reliant on trying to play around this bot lane. But SK, last time they faced off against Vitality, got control in this exact matchup. It was the only win Lucian has this split, and they're hoping to replicate it.
But as you said on the other side, it makes sense to see something like the Varus in response. Yesterday, we saw the priority of Ezreal, which has been left open, but without the Karma support, the power was lacking. sorry to Giant X, just didn't feel the vibe of that Ezreal Yuumi bottom lane 2 games in a row. But today we start off with something a bit more punchy. The Varus gets locked in, Xin Zhao's still up and available. Yes, we're in 14-2, but we're still seeing some similar jungle priority here, Dagda, especially with Maokai taken off the board.
Yeah, I'm curious if it's jungler or mid lane, or maybe if you want to. Oh, actually, they're just going to go for the dash. Okay,
straight up.
So they're just going, hey, we want to go for this hyper pushing bot lane, try and dictate the pace of this lane against Exekick and DOS. This does say to me though, Douglas is probably going to want something like a Xin Zhao or something along these lines, where you can try and play aggressive towards this bot lane in the early stages, play off the fact you've got those double utility ultimates, and just try and go for these. Hyper-aggressive duels and skirmishes in the bottom. So excited to see Vitality, because if this is the game plan they've kind of identified coming into this, could work. I was wondering if we get Melio instead of the Nami because of the W utility on the opposite side, but instead we are just going to go back towards the Nami.
That was the winning duo, Dagda, of it again. Highlight the only win here in LEC as Niski hovers around for the time being. Haven't seen a jungler on both sides. But I want to see what we're highlighting. Niski has played this. I mean, Niski's looked great on both the Akali, his 3 games of Azir alongside. He's got a huge champion pool. And while we won't see it right now, we do get an engage tool, an early skirmishing tool from Isma to play the aggressive style that he was talking about there before with Ginny.
Yeah, one of the big things for when you see a Varus and an Ashe lineup is they need to get the ball rolling early. You want to get a lot of control. So the problem that you're going to see is if you start to fall behind, or if you've got a lot of things that can try and flank and find different angles, it can be kind of tough to keep this back line alive because you don't have the traditional support that can like heal and shield or like provide engage or disengage.
True.
So I think a lot of this is going to be Vitality trying to figure out how they can play heavily down towards the bot lane. You see the Jarvan, which I think is kind of a, hey, if you take the Xin Zhao, we can lock up the Xin Zhao and still have ways of disengaging ourselves, but can also then get access to Vitality in a lot of these situations to set up for maybe things like an Akali or some of these more assassin-oriented picks to get on to the double AD carry bot lane.
Right, so a good reaction there. Speaking of which as well, I can see a small smile on Pat's face. The Zac was taken away. From what we saw yesterday from Broken Blade, that also makes sense. And also, you know, the Zeus matchup into Bro in LCK the day before was all about abusing the Cassante with the max health damage. That's taken off the board. So is Vito's LeBlanc, for context.
I think it'll be the Rumble ban as well here. Like, the Rumble Jarvan combo is so insanely strong. I'm actually going to go with the Gwen. So Gwen did get some buffs, but I mean, Irrelevant hasn't had the best of times on the Rumble, but I still think that it is an incredibly strong pick. Hasn't picked up a win on it in the 2 games he's played, but I think when you've got the Jarvan, the easy setup, that could definitely be the direction that SK want to go. Just curious to see if Vitality have a response here.
Pause and hold for this one, though. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I mean, it's kind of crazy that we saw it come out of Caps.
Okay.
Jungle again here for Douglas. Has played this during the regular season, Dagda. Now, this wasn't a win, but I feel like the early game, this was the game that we saw Douglas really control the early game. Unfortunately, they couldn't just convert it like we saw of a lot of Vitality games, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm curious what the plan is for Vitality. I feel like you could go towards something like an Orianna for video here, because you're looking at a lot of poke. You want to try and keep your distance with this, which is why immediately Irrelevant is like, I'm going to make sure we can close that distance with the Ornn. You're going to have the Nami follow up with Jarvan there as well. Maybe you try and steal away the Orianna here as Niski, and chances are they'll fall back towards something like the... Oh, actually going to be the Wave.
We're back.
All right.
Trust Niski to do this.
Yeah, I think it does make sense in a lot of ways, because where Hui struggles is when you have a lot of backline threats, and there's not a huge amount here on Team Vitality. So I think you've got an opportunity to go for it. The question mark, and what video would like to round this out with, is things that aren't really good into the, well, I was going to say into the Hui, unless, again, never mind, they're just going to go for it anyway. Going to take the, I thought they'd go something like maybe a Tristana, or even if they wanted to go towards the Orianna, but they are just going to take the Yone into the mid lane.
Into mid, Dagda confirm. We're taking mid. We're not getting any, like...
Is it?
Because, I mean, I'm just so used to seeing Broken Blade. We get the swap over in the end. I'm so used to seeing Bibi take a top side. But you're right, it kind of makes sense, right? Into the Hui, I feel like we'd have a maybe more difficult solution. We get a standard style top lane. We get tank versus tank with a bit of spice mixed in. But Hui versus Yone. Now, Dagda, Hui doesn't have mobility. Yone has a hell of flicker back, but still has the ability to chase down and lock down.
It's a great lane matchup, but I just think when I'm looking at how Vitality interacts, right? It's, hey, I want to poke at range with Brand. I don't really want to be engaged on. I want to poke at range with the Varus and the Ashe and make sure that we can keep control and kind of find these pick plays, right? Very, very quickly moving around. Yone for me is more of like a dive-oriented pick. So I'm kind of curious how they want to make this work. And the only thing I really see Video being here for is like, as SK dive in onto us, I'm going to try and counter dive the backline and provide threat there to maybe deny some of the follow-up damage from SK. But it is going to be very difficult for Video, I feel like, to try and like find the correct moment in these fights to be that nuisance, so SK don't just burst someone out.
I mean, it's a big ask, isn't it? Like, we know Video can be this player, can have incredibly high highs, but also can fail to hit the mark completely. As Yone, you need to hit the mark. First of all, you need to hit champions to apply that said mark. And to start off your playoffs, you know, Vitality coming in as the 7th seed, need to step up to SK, who have had one hell of a winter split and have beat those expectations out the door.
And again, this feels very similar to the Vitality composition that they played against Mad Lions Koi, where they ended up with this early lead, and then suddenly Alvaro got a couple of hits now. Exekick definitely feeling worse for wear there, but yeah, Mad Lions Koi ended up getting a couple of picks thanks to Blitzcrank that Alvaro brought out, and they're able to play around that. This kind of feels like a very similar story where Isma is going to be able to play hyper-aggressive as long as he builds somewhat tanky and be that front line that can constantly face check into Vitality. And realistically, for Vitality, it's like, okay, we want BD on a side lane, so who face checks to get vision? Yes, you'll have a hawk shot, but if you ever get caught out, Isma's going to have a field day, with even Niski being able to burn you down from long range, Exekick being able to cull from long range. It is going to be difficult for Vitality to operate if they don't keep control over the vision.
And we know that if the option's there, SK will take it. I mean, that's a good thing about SK is that, like, Isma syncs up so well with his laners, especially Niski, as we talked about. And he's been such an aggressive jungler. Last time these guys faced in week 3, day 1, this is when Isma and Douglas had a bit of a stare-off, but this time, it does not start the same way. Starts with an invade down this bottom side. Douglas not even giving the chance for Isma to give him that mean look.
I think as well, it's a good call from Vitality because they're like, cool, we can just split map. As long as we're able to spot out where the Jarvan is, we're going to be in a perfectly fine spot. And we give control to Karzi and Hylissang to play hyper-aggressive in this bot lane, which is exactly what you need. So, good call here from Vitality after poking at Exekick to say we can go for this aggressive play. And now, Exekick and DOS don't really get to play the lane phase in the early stages. I'd be surprised if they went for a dive, but yeah, I think Douglas should just back off into his own jungle and just know he's separated the map and you can continue to play aggressive here.
It's clear we'll be done. We'll get at least an answer to that question, Dagda, in a second. Dagda casting Douglas. Is it a good sign? Maybe it's a good luck charm, but Douglas will be spotted out. I've also seen Dagda next to me. So all is well as that over that ward is going to give information to Isma to see if he can make a cross-map play.
Yeah, the thing is, am I a proud Da or am I a disappointed Da? Is going to be the question at the end of this, right?
Right, okay.
I mean, honestly, I think Douglas has been doing a fantastic job. I think he's really stepped up over the last couple of weeks.
You're not just saying that because the name's similar.
No. I mean, look, full bias maybe, but you know, seriously, he's actually stepped up. I mean, even we saw Jamada talking about it during his cast, like highlighting how good the guy's been. So it's been really nice to see because this is kind of the different take the organization of Vitality's kind of look towards in Douglas. Like traditionally, we've seen them go for superstars, megastars, and just chocker block the lineup of all these. Right? But now they're going, hey, look, let's go with Douglas. We think we've got a really good rookie on our hands. Let's try and make something from him. Now, Isma, his own rookie, going to see if he can help out Irrelevant in this top side.
Yeah, he's a different side of the story, isn't he? Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, this is a strange dive. Hilly has got his Halo Blaze back, trying to get it under turret. He's already taken one shot. He'll take another. There's the heal. Karzi takes the next one as he steps up. Exekick willing to take that trade, but hang on! Karzi with a Q. Legolas just needs one more in the quiver while Douglas appears mid. Niski, again, mobility flashes, but Video predicts it. As he gets the knock up, he is dead meat. Douglas picks up first blood and Vitality on the board.
Lovely job by Vitality. They get full control on that bot side. Douglas is actually going to roam down. Wasn't sure if he wanted to try and look for the dive. Hasn't really spotted out where anyone on SK is, although Isma has got the reset to make it down there. But just catching Niski out. Wave was in a terrible spot. Wanted to try and push it in, but didn't have the jungler there to support him, and Niski falls as a result.
Not the only win on the map. Look at the CS in the bot side. It was a little bit sketchy with the dive, but it put pressure on Exekick and DOS. Now we just have to find out how their timing is as Isma tries to make a response play, but he's on a ward. He'll start the dragon. Vitality know about this, but I mean, in the meantime, hang on, bottom lane needs to get out of there safely while Exekick and DOS try and exert pressure to give their jungler the same thing.
Yeah, still another 35 seconds until Dragon, so Isma definitely just trying to see if he can get into these lane states, but Niski gonna get visited again, but Isma's here.
I mean, again, he's walking towards his jungler. Video's low. There's the flash from the brand, but for Douglas making this a 2v2 might be okay until Video drops down, but Niski might die first. Pop back, Video flashes, gets a kill, but is traded out now, and there's 1 versus 1. Jarvan with Conqueror. I wouldn't fight him, but under turret, a different deal. Everybody dies today.
Everyone pats themselves in the back and goes down together holding hands, but still, a lot of attention from Vitality in towards this mid lane, and with the wave pushing in towards Video, he's the one that's going to pick up the experience lead. He's the one that's going to pick up the gold lead as well when it comes towards that CS. So at the end of the day, you're still fairly happy with the way things have gone as Video, the fact you're getting this much control in this early stages.
We talked about the high highs of Video. We talked about the high highs of Douglas just coming in. And again, this aggression mid is untempered.
Yeah, I think Niski just out of spell slots, essentially, trying to see if he could maybe get the damage down. Didn't have the, I think he'd used the claw in the lane, so didn't have the fear to try and set himself up. But
this is going to be a barn burner, isn't it? Ulting it back the right way. The knockup is unstoppable. Photon's getting low. He's got help. That's not fair. It's a 1v1. Leave him alone. Photon is just going to be whacked down. Isma should be taking the kill, but Irrelevant breathes him down. That's not what pros do. They respect the 1v1, but hey, you got to make sure Irrelevant stays alive.
But the thing is, you put attention topside, now Vitality want to try and put that attention bot, or even bringing Video here to join in as well.
Oh my word.
Dawson X to kick. This is not going to be a good time.
What have we walked into? We're just fighting after fighting, teleport after teleport coming through. Douglas getting a good burn. Doss going to heal up, but Douglas' damage already notable with the Magic Pen, with the Sork shoes, excuse me. Let's try again. Vitality with that pressure though, Dagda are moving towards Dragon while Photon steals the grub in the meantime. This is SK's trade, and Vitality are taking it away.
I mean, the fact you get one is super nice, because all you have to do now is deny one on the next rotation of Void Grubs, and you don't get all the Void Mites that can be a pain. You get Dragon on the opposite side, so really nice job by Photon, honestly. And I think it's just a good response from, hey, I'm going to push, well, I was going to say, like, get control on top side now that Irrelevant has to TP to bot lane to save him, and I can actually unlock myself to make some plays on the map. But we'll see here, as Irrelevant goes in, really nice job to make sure that this is going to be the opportunity. Then you get the headbutt back, but then having the W available for the K'Sante means he doesn't get knocked up. Irrelevant's basically out of mana at this stage, so barely able to survive until Photon ends up falling to Isma, who makes that a bit of an unfair trade.
Do you reckon if the throw code was on it there, that 1v1, I feel like it would have worked out. I feel like the Ornn still would have won, but again, can be questioned. Regardless, it puts a good favor here for Irrelevant, who, as we saw, that Ornn has well and truly hit level 6. Now we know what he's capable of. Well, let's be real. We just know the fact that gold going up in the top side is always going to benefit the later this game goes as well. But I think more importantly, if we're talking about where gold's going, Vitality made sure it's gone between mid-jungle. Mid-jungle's huge right now, and in a very good space where Niski, the person that's normally ahead, normally doing so well, is shot in the back a bit.
And I think a huge amount of this has been thanks to, well, Douglas, one, getting control on that split map in the early stages, and then getting the gank mid, getting control for Video, and now Video just constantly looking at it right now, leaning bot side to make sure that they can punish this. You're always outnumbered, and you've got ultimate now for Douglas as well, which makes Under the Tower a dangerous place.
I mean, Healy's damage is significant, as there's the Fate Sealed. Video jumps in, Isma's just dead, he got poked down as the Pyroclasm goes bouncity, bouncity, bouncity. Video jumps in, he's not needed because Kazi will finish off the rest. Where has this Vitality been? This is sick.
And this is a complete reversal of what we saw the last time these two teams faced off. It was Irrelevant tanking a bunch of dives in the top lane, so he survives in the Renekton, and bot lane gets the snowball. This time around, it's Vitality going, nah, son, we are having none of that in this game. Immediately putting that aggression onto the bot lane, and they're popping off. Like, this is sick. The fact you get Video consistently moving down to the spot side, because Wei can't really deal with this. And now, look at the amount of damage that's coming off of Video on one side, Douglas just consistently poking on the other side, and then the ultimate. This is what I was saying, underneath the tower is not safe when there's a brand on the opposite team.
Using flag and drag there as well from Isma. Bit of disrespect in the face of this Yone. He's an easy target. Bad cheering a bit. I mean, again, when we just only saw this matchup in week 3, it was a bit of an early stomp. And SK really stuck the foot in the face of Vitality. What a turnaround indeed, Dagda, as we see only red on the board right now for the gold difference throughout this whole map.
Yeah, I mean, you look at mid lane specifically. Look, Dark Seal is picked up here for Niski, which is basically his only AP item that's coming through. I kind of get it when you're starting to fall this far behind. It's kind of like, if I can maybe stack this a little bit, I can suddenly pop off because I've got a ton of extra AP. But it's a very risky strategy when you are behind like this. We'll have to see if it pays off. But still, I mean, nearly at the Blade of the Rune King for video, he is going to be so incredibly strong, especially if they try to stick him in the side lane.
Yeah.
Like, he can dive Niski pretty much 24/7 if it's just Niski on his own.
And if it's irrelevant, well, he doesn't care. Even better, Blade of the Rune King in full active effect. So I see what you're saying. A bit of a danger here as Vitality hold the lead of 3K right now. They picked up the first dragon. They're able to steal away one of the grubs that we saw that trade on the top side of the map. Just a side note, it is 11:33 for the next dragon. So about a minute 30. Unfortunately, timers aren't working in the client right now, but that's okay. We have to do the hard lifting for you. And to be fair, our producers are doing the hard lifting for us, because
we don't have any
I
hard
didn't
lifting.
remember that time. I got carried by looking at a screen telling me when that mountain dragon is coming up. So thank you to them, as always. But we'll wait and see what happens, because Dagda, it is going to be about this setup coming through. I'd still be worried about touching this dragon because of how strong Vitality are right now in the game. Isma's like, no, hold my beer. Kazi gets an ulti down. And does that stop that play? Hilly walked up. Hilly walked up to that play. He flashes. He's still dead. Isma might be a trade. The auto doesn't carry through, or rather, Kazi needed another. That was just disrespectful from Hilly, and I'm not about it.
That was just silly. Especially when you have Douglas who's pushing in the top side. There was no need to step forward. You'd had your trade. Douglas was going to get these grubs, deny SK getting up to, well, the 4 that they were kind of hoping to, or even 5 they were hoping to. And now you've given control of bot lane over. XKick and DOS going to get to push this one out. They get the fast reset for the dragon that's about to spawn in the next 15 seconds. And then they're going to be able to use that to go, hey, we can probably look for another aggressive play. Now, Ultimate's being down on Isma does leave them a little bit more vulnerable. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an irrelevant TP in if SK are going to try and compete for this next dragon.
I mean, Niski throwing out that spiraling despair. I guess that was his idea, wasn't it? But teleport, as you mentioned, Video's coming back in, practically full health. Hilly now appears mid with Enchant Crystal Arrow in his back pocket as well. Just like that, SK look like they might have to give this up. As ladies and gentlemen, just chill, it's all right. We just had a bit of brain lag. It's okay, that was SK thinking. They got to think about the next move. They pause the game, they bring it back, and they say, what the hell can we do in front of this dragon?
It's a Sunday. Sometimes you just got to take a chill and figure it all out.
Nothing's open here on Sunday. I'll complain about that later. Kazi going in for the 2v1. It's more like Exekick setting it up. They get the flash from this Varus, and maybe now the thinking process might actually work out.
But this is the thing, Vitality are just giving these openings to SK. Immediately, you get the pick onto Kazi. He's forced to flash. He can't come in. So now you're in a position where if you actually try to aggress here, that's the perfect culling opportunity for SK. And again, we talked about irrelevant TP, well, walks down in this case to make sure they can get the dragon. So SK, well aware of what they want to achieve here, though. TP coming in,
I
I
guess
don't
they
think
are
they can
fighting
burst
in
it
the
down.
end. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits the jungler. He's beefed down. He's destroyed. That Call the Forge God means nothing because Photon's in with the blades out. That was a quick engage, but so deadly from Vitality.
And it's the indecisiveness that gets punished by the decisiveness of Vitality, although Hilly...
Hey, all right, Niski gets a kill. The Severing Bolt's good as Kazi's back on in, this time with a kill. Doesn't even need that arrow out as with the last of the ulti. They get Niski's flash. It's Photon who pops the ghost, ready to run after the 2 delinquents in the bottom side. But Vitality have already done the damage. Kill or no kill, they are up massively in this game. And SK are all the ones who are trailing time after time and stopping that back. Will it matter? Okay. Spiraling Despair again. There's not enough damage, but with the Aqua Prison, maybe that's not true. Another Severing Bolt, Douglas, not going to be executed.
Just going to be taking a few punches as he makes his way back home. But this is such an incredibly strong game from Vitality.
It is.
Like, great control over mid lane, using that to get control over bot side. And then here, like, SK, once you see this TP, you need to all back away. But Irrelevant and Isma don't end up turning. And maybe you can fight up into this like corridor here when it initially starts, but you just don't have that opportunity because you end up in a position where Isma is so separated. You've got Vitality coming in from that bot side as well. And it just makes it so difficult for SK to really fight anything back. And look, they do get the pick, but good chains from Karzi ends up turning that one around.
And look, Niski survives here, but has to burn the flash. Kill after the fact onto Douglas didn't come through. And so Vitality hold their ground at 5,000 gold. The dragon picked up for them in the end. SK now on the Herald, but Dagda, you can see again, Vitality aren't really scared. They might find something in the aftermath, or they might just get a turret in the side lane with the Yone no one can touch.
And I actually prefer this thought process from Vitality, because at this stage it's like the only way SK get back into it is big Ornn ultimate into big DOS ultimate into we get wiped in a big team fight. So as you say, yeah, they get 2 team turrets instead. They get full control over this bot side jungle, which means that Video will be allowed to continue pressing aggression into this bot side, and also just Douglas gets to continue to farm up. So, and we still have Dragon. Next Dragon is Ocean Drake. It is an Ocean Soul at 1740. So you still have a couple of minutes where Video can continue to put pressure on this bot side, and you just continue to over-establish Vision on this bottom side and play for a 3rd Dragon here for Vitality.
It just seems so simple. Second items will be up by then as well. Look towards Kazi, that lethality building up. Also, you'll say the same by Hilly, as you kind of expect the Umbral Glaive, but we'll wait and see until it's completed. And again, we've already complimented it because I think it's just the shock of coming into this game and Vitality being so decisive when, yes, they fought a lot, but it didn't piece together as well as this in the regular season.
And I think that's it. It's like you know that there are very high highs on Vitality when they're able to get the ball rolling, and this time they have.
Oh, speaking of which, on the other side, SK, the high highs of Isma finally comes out. Big shutdown to Exakick as well. And this Lucian that desperately needed a way into the game might now have one.
This is what I love to see when you have a Lucian, though. The fact that you go, hey, we've got this hyper-aggressive jungler, let's just play off of Lucian in the mid lane. Like, he has a ton of damage, he's just hit his Storm Razors, he still has the culling as well. Let's just try and rinse and repeat this, find some picks to slow the pace of the game down. Give Niski time to get to his 2 items, like, just find moments to keep Vitality out of your jungle and keep yourselves in the game.
Zeal could chase Shard off that back as well from the shutdown. Close to getting this rapid fire cannon Dagda, so again, you feel pretty good right now if you're able to get yourself the rest of that component, move to that item when Dragon comes up in a minute 30. We'll keep an eye on Exakick. That's only one piece of the puzzle because remember, they're still so far behind. And we got that Yone in the game. We got a Brand in the game as well against an Ornn, against a Jarvan. Like any team fight that comes out, Brand can shred through any tanky members just as easily as well. A lot of things to watch out for from Vitality as SK try and claw their way back, Dagda, and just hold on to mid lane turret so they don't get overpushed.
Yeah, the problem that I see, though, is with Video being as big as he is, like 2 items already, just as we're creeping up to the 17-minute mark, he's going to be totally fine to continue pushing in on this bot side. Sure. And by the lethality Varus is just going to clear waves all day. You can kind of see it at the moment. Although 3 members of SK in mid lane means that, yes, Karz is going to take damage, but Video just gets to shove in bot side without any sort of issues. So SK really want to try and hold on to this mid lane turret, but it may cost them a lot of sideline control here.
Yeah, losing so much vision already. You can see Isma as he pokes his head in the door. There's a lot of wards that'll spot out the flank from someone like the Jarvan. You can see all the wards down the bot side, at least leading into River, just where the camera's hovering over the time being. While the side of SK is they clear out this next wave, let's just gear up. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. And when you said before, Dag, it's going to be an Ocean Soul, I thought, well, that's not bad for a Yone. It's definitely not bad for a Yone whatsoever. It's like stats that SK definitely want to deny. Finally clearing out this vision line I was just mentioning before, but look in the River who's waiting, lying in wait for a pick.
Yeah, SK need to make this team fight work because they've lost 2 waves now on side lanes in trying to keep mid control so they can set up for Dragon, but I don't even know if they're gonna, they're just maybe just gonna go for the tower. Vitality are fully committed here to the mid lane.
Problem is after the engage, at least Herald gets a charge in. There we go, the spiraling despairs out, but the arrow finally comes through. Photon zones them off, and a quick breath of fresh air, Isma's dead. A good bubble as Exakick jumps on him, but look at the pyroclasm that flies through. Niski's burning as well. Douglas from over the wall flushes instead, and Niski can do nothing. Photon cleans up the rest. And when Brand says burn, it's Douglas who makes the turn.
It's a disaster for SK in that one. Vitality just read them really well. They're like, cool, we're going to continue pushing inside lanes, force you to make tough choices. And SK tried to drop sides to keep pressure on mid, tried to use the Rift Tower to do it, but this Rift Tower play is so late. They've already got the Dragon now, and with the ultimate from Hilly, they can engage from so far away. Video's going to be able to make his way into this fight as well on a great flank, and SK tried to turn onto the members that are underneath the tower, but it means that Video, when he gets in here, has great access to the back line. Vitality just doing a really good job of setting up for these objectives, which is something, honestly, I've kind of been hitting on them for a while that they haven't been doing.
Yeah. I mean, again, you'd have to be ecstatic. This 7th seed team runs into SK first game, absolutely blows them away. 8K now, Dagda, just about. Well, 7 and a bit. Soul point. Baron's up in 35 seconds. And we almost have a 3-item Yone. There's a 2-item Kaney Rookern. Cassante up in the top side by Photon. A player who has just been consistent throughout the split. I mean, I was saying it backstage, like, Photon for me, definitely in that top 3, top 4 top laners this split. I think even for last year, people saying the same thing. This guy was the best of the barrel. And he went through the super roster. Now he's going through a rebuild of a roster with pieces from Team Heretics like Vitio, with pieces from Mad Lions like Kazi Hillisang, with Douglas, who came in for a brief period, but still counted as a rookie due to the lack of play. And somehow Vitality are making it work here, at least in playoffs, at least in game 1 before we get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I think Photon has been incredibly consistent, but I think it's kind of been the rest of the team that we look at and go, you know, what level are we going to get? Video has had a phenomenal game here today, and I think the Douglas Video combo has kind of shut down Isma and Niski, who were in discussion, I'll say, for one of the best mid junglers that we had, like with how well they were working together.
Definitely were.
But they've struggled over the last while. I mean, we saw them lose to Carmine Corp. We saw them lose their last 2 games, actually, coming in towards the end of the split. Now coming into this, it hasn't been the best of showings as well. Felt like playing towards that top side was, hey, this is all I've got from Isma because my bot lane camps are all gone, but I don't think it was the best call. And now SK are struggling as a result. Bot lane has gone completely astray. Mid lane is nowhere under control at all. And Vitality just get to play this poke comp, play it out slow. And that's exactly what this composition needed.
And you mentioned something that I guess is giving credit to Douglas, that split start, that red buff steal of the start. Isma works it out, tries to split the map, tries to play towards top side, but you look at the comparison when it's a Lucian Nami lane, one that got freedom to roam, freedom to play their game in week 3 up against Vitality. It's definitely not the same game, it's definitely not even close, as the arrow just chilling. Will stop X kicks back.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to mess up the tempo there. Next Dragon is at 23:05, so I think it's not going to be for Dragon, but at least they try and make sure that they can disrupt anyone trying to get vision in towards his top side, make it a little bit awkward to get your waves pushed out correctly, and give an opportunity for Video to say hello to Irrelevant as well.
I mean, Blade of the Ruined King, it hurts. Half health here. That's a 2-item on with Locket, and that much damage is being done. You can see already that Vitio, as we said, is in charge of these side lanes.
The problem is, though, so as we start to move in, so Video is going to be able to just get this bot lane tower eventually, because, like, look at the amount of vision that has already been set up on this bot side. Like, there is no way to get in towards Video on that bot side without getting any sort of, like, a mass amount of people from SK into that bot lane. But they're trying to see if they can play off of, hey, if you go for this play on bot side, as Vitality, we're going to try and threaten Baron, we're going to try and threaten other areas, but you just don't really have that control, because as this starts to go on, you just keep getting... Oh, actually, hang on.
Hang on, Culling's out. Hilly's just by himself. That is such a Hillisang way to die. That is just, again, everyone knows that's Hilly.
So my point was to play it slow. Parsi get control of her mid lane to lean into bot side, but yeah, this is not it. Now, Photon pulling in towards mid lane, but this is... why are you playing this? Vitality!
We do not have a support. There we go, Chain of Corruption, cleansed out immediately, Call the Forge, got Irrelevant, beautiful engage. Kazi's now dead. Vitality, no! We just complimented you. Niski won't hit the ultimate in return. Douglas flashed away from it, but SK are low, but maybe not low enough to start the Baron. What are we doing?
Video's TP to bot lane, so that's the tier 2 gone. That was the trade, but SK know that. They're going to immediately turn on towards the Baron. Vitality tried to take the 4 versus 5 and SK punish. Now Vitality have to make a hero play. Can Photon drag Isma out of the pit so Douglas can steal?
I mean, maybe the cannon, the health bar is the only concern, but Isma jumping back in Cataclysm, but look how far away he is. The arrow flies and hits Irrelevant. Isma just sacrifices his life. We are on different pages, he screams. And Dawson, Irrelevant now have to get out there because Vitality are in front of the barrier. They've got a brand, of course they can do it. No way, are they just going to turn and burn it? It's gone. I mean...
This game just got so wacky. What just happened? I was like, oh yeah, Vitality playing this slow, they're setting up well, they're getting lane control, this is great. And then we just like threw eggs and it turned into a cafeteria food fight.
True.
And by some miracle, Vitality have now got the Baron.
Okay, never any doubt. Back in control. Nothing happened. Ignore the past 3 minutes. Everything else, oh, chef's kiss.
I mean, look, we needed to add a little bit of Fiesta into there, you know,
Of course
it's
we did.
vitality. So.
True.
But look, at least now, SK going to turn over towards the Baron. They shouldn't be able to get here in time, although don't really have a huge amount of damage now that I say it, so can Vitality get here? You do ult for Hilly.
I think it's gone, but it's about getting out, isn't it? Isma, flag and drag. He does get out. Objective bounty. That's something. SK are going to get out of there unscathed.
They'll lose mid lane tower for it, though. That's why Vitality try to pressure in here, see if they can catch people out as they rotate. There's the wave. They got Baron buff, and there's just not enough members of SK. Well, maybe trying to see if they can make a big play here.
I love now you see that you're like, maybe, with what we've seen, maybe this could happen. Good damage coming through from Kazi. Not a big surprise here from the 3-item Varus with the Muramana almost fully stacked. But now just moving that pressure with the Baron buff up towards the top side. And you can see Photon bot, because he's got TP as well. Vitality stretching them thin.
Yeah, I think, oh, hang on.
Oh, flash. Hits exit kick.
Video?
All right, oh, he's actually there, isn't he? Oh no, the support flash hurts. Dots flashing maybe just killed exit kick, and he's down for 40 seconds because of it.
I think Video having that Q3 locked and loaded meant that he was able to follow up. Photon's taking bot lane tower, they're losing top tower. SK are crumbling under Vitality right now, and this first pick Lucian coming back to be bitten. Niski not being able to get control over the mid lane. Nothing for SK went the way they wanted this game.
Not at all. You got to give it towards Douglas. I mean, Douglas feels like he's done so much for the team. Everyone's fed, yes, everyone's now popping off with plays. But Douglas started this, and he sure as well be the one to finish it off as well. This very strong brand sitting topside with the rest of his team, but for now, Enchanted Arrow flies through Kazi, flashes. Niski is just destroyed. Douglas goes gold in the nick of time as Isma has to run for his life, but with those grubs, with the Baron look against the wall, they're just going to die, aren't they? Unstoppable for the time being. Photon, he's lost his tanky stats. Yeah, right. Don't believe that. His X-Kick gets flung back, and Vitality charging in as a 5-man unit through the top side. They've got another inhibitor mid as well. And they've got one more thing on the menu. It's these 2 turrets standing in their way to open up their playoff run.
Oh, Video!
It's the Giga Flash, isn't it? He jumps in.
Oh my God!
The call is over. Irrelevant sent packing. SK are done in this game. And Vitality in 26.5 minutes show up. Somehow. In some way, Dagda. Sometimes. But most of the time in that game.
But in this universe, it is Vitality who are coming out with an incredible performance. Douglas was a monster in the early stages. Full control, split map, immediately gets the kills mid, links up a Video to play around bot side. That was insane, and I'm very excited to see what they have for game 2. But we are going to toss it to a break. I would have to find if they're going to be able to keep it up for game number 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Conqueror. I wouldn't fight him, but under turret, a different deal. Everybody dies today. Significant as there's the fate sealed. Video jumps in. Isma's just dead. He got poked down as the pyroclasm goes bounce-ity, bounce-ity, bounce-ity. Video jumps in. He's not needed.
Look, Javan, the flash. German, he's dead. On after, on.
Yeah, get drag.
I'm just zoning him. Nice, well played. Nice. Just wait me. I can get TNT. No flash, enemy. I get TNT. Yeah, no shot. Wait there. Oh shit. Did I hit him? I aimed for him by the way.
And welcome back to the desk as Vitality takes game 1 here in a really convincing way against SK Gaming and Broxa. I think they heard you backstage. I think it's the cleanest we had Vitality so far.
Yeah, for sure. I was really proud of them. They made some beautiful moves in the early game. Although I do have to say SK gave them a helping hand at the mid game.
I'm just disappointed. This wasn't what I was promised. I was promised, well, I got a lot of kills, but I was promised a lot more back and forth, a lot more 40-minute bangers. I wanted Vitality KC, I wanted Vitality Team of Reddit. I didn't get that. I just got Clean League of Legends.
Crazy what 1 week can do to a team training, new patch and everything, and all it can change. And I feel like everything started from bot lane plays. Beautifully set up by Vitality, but also the reception on the SK side was not the cleanest I've seen from them.
No, but I think they set them up from the get-go to set that bot lane ahead, already from the split map situation where Douglas can just clean out the bot side and have so much pressure. It's obviously not when they hit their diving here, but they've already gotten a good lead with the pressure they have in bot side. Vito's already gotten first blood, so they have really good first move from mid lane where they're just allowed to dive them down here. And there's no one to really help them at this point. It's just great map movement from Vitality.
Yeah, I think time and time again, really, you know, this was the first of many SK plays that went south. Initially, we saw the dive from Vitality, which was greatly executed, but after that, it felt like SK just fell apart and kind of lost track of what they wanted to do within the game.
And but it's not like Vitality didn't have a few where just dropped the ball a little bit, but I think in comparison to the expectations we had coming into today, obviously today was way better than it used to be. We were shaking a little bit at some point where it was like, oh, did he just get caught here? Did V2 TP down bottom lane? Are they giving Baron over to SK? But in the end, it still worked out for Vitality.
And I feel like they drafted everything that they needed, maybe for the game plan they had, of course. And I think of VTO, of course, in the mid lane here with an amazing game. And I feel like this kid, when he's going to be set up for success, when he's going to have some champions that he likes, and when the team is going to give him enough space, he's going to pop off the way he did today. And for me, this performance on Yone, maybe you want to add the champion in the bad fence for next game.
I was a little bit worried about that draft because it's so hard to execute, so highly mechanical. But like you said, Vicio, clear main character of that game. And if he continues playing like that, then, well, I would be worried if I was Niski. That was really impressive.
But I really loved how there was a push and pull coming out from Vito as well, in terms of he wants the resources in the beginning, he gets the kills, and he makes the most of it. And he's not just sitting by himself, he's actually actively roaming on a Yone. Not only that, the CS he had in this game, the amount of gold he had compared to Niski by the end of the game, it was absolutely ridiculous. I think by 25 minutes, he was sitting at 330 CS. I mean, obviously that comes from taking enemy jungle camps as well, maybe even some on your own, but that was absolutely baffling to look at in a melee versus range matchup.
It feels to me like he's the kind of player who's gonna have an emotional response to the games that he plays, and when he's gonna have a pop-off game like this can set the tone for the rest of the series. We'll see, of course, in Game 2 what happens for him, but when I see the way they played this fight and the confidence with which he goes through the backline, that's what I want to see from a carry like this.
So when I spoke about Vitality punishing SK's mistakes, this is a clear one, because SK overextends for the mid lane turret, but Vitality is there immediately ready to punish. Isma overextends, Exekick dashes forward. The moment those mistakes happen, they're just dead on the spot. Vitality, they were so quick at pulling the trigger and taking them down.
Yeah, it just felt like SK wasn't really ready for the first game coming into the stage here. Like, bot lane didn't really get as many resources as they would have liked. Like, granted, yeah, there was some map split, so it was a bit difficult for Isma in the beginning to come down initially. But then even after that, it felt like they were just very over-eager in terms of making plays on a broader map and not really being ready to cover where it really needed to cover. So I think it's like, not necessarily lazy, but it felt like they weren't reading the map as well as they should have in terms of where Vitality was applying their pressure on the map.
I also think from a draft point of view, the way SK approached it was entirely wrong. Like, we look for the Lucian Nami again. Lucian has been a complete disaster in Europe, the entire split. And on top of that, Isma, he didn't show up in this game at the very least, and it's what we talked about in the pre-show. If Niski and Isma can take over the game and start pushing to side lanes, everything's going to be great. But if the mid-jungle synergy is not there, if they cannot push the game forward, it's a tough time for sides.
I have a question for you guys. With the bot lane that we see this, the Lucian Nami, with Exakik being the only first player in Europe making the combo work and being really proud about it. Could it be that they had the wrong read on the patch or not adapted like quick enough? Because for me, that's not the kind of champions that I want to see on this patch, GB.
I mean, I don't know Exakik personally, right? But first picking Illusion here shows a lot of confidence. Maybe some would even say overconfidence going into it, because it is not the same champion without the double blood song or double support item as well to come through. Obviously can still be picked, but it's not nearly as strong as it was before. And just straight up going for the Lucian Nami, not having an early game plan to play through except the Jarvan. As soon as that messed up, you're just looking at an on, you're looking at a way in the mid lane as well, and it just becomes super difficult to play it. So yeah, I think they need to be on a different AD carry for sure.
I think it was an interesting approach because Exakik was speedrunning for sure. He thought he was speedrunning to a victory screen, but he's actually just trying to send his team home as soon as possible.
Oh my god.
First picking Lucian, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Brutal. Roxanne that we have on the day. Please be like this more often. I love it. We're gonna have SK on the red side. So change of approach here, maybe for them. Different prior picks, different counter picks as well. What do you want to see from them here on this red side?
I want to see them drafting like actual standard champions. Why are you giving up Varus? Or not only, like, you're not even giving it up, you're giving them the freest lane of all time, picking Lucian Nami. They couldn't lane from any point versus the Varus Ashe. And I think in League, when you draft, sure, comfort is nice, but you need to keep in mind what the opponents want to play and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And Kasi has been incredible on Varus. You can't give it to him this freely.
Yeah, and I want to see Irrelevant on something different. I don't think by any means he doesn't know how to play tanks, but I also just want to see him on a champion where he can have impact. Some of the successful games that's come out of SK is because not only is he incredibly good at soaking up pressure, he's also really good in a 1-versus-1 scenario and matchup that benefits him. Going over to the red side can help him in a more counter matchup way, because I don't expect that they're going to give that to Niski. I think they're going to keep as a facilitator and then make sure that Irrelevant can be set up for success. I would love that.
But I don't want to blame the draft only here, because when you look at what they did last game, for me, it also came down to execution, because Vitality's gameplay could easily have been dismantled. We'll see what Apple J have here. Irrelevant is never going to play Jax again, that we know for sure. And I expect standard bans here. Maybe a TF on the side of Vitality again. I know that's not the kind of champion you want to be.
Yeah, I was just watching Niski stream this morning as well. He was just spamming Twisted Fate already. So, you know, he's having a good time with that champion. I think it's a good ban. It's one of Niski's best champion, and it just fits his playstyle in any team. Oh.
And it's fine. We're going to reset, of course, which gives us a bit more time maybe to talk about SK, because again, the consistent team that we had for the 3 weeks of regular season is not the one that showed up in the first game, at least. And we know that best of ones is going to be completely different, but I also want to wonder if having younger players in the roster is going to impact them. We'll see them with the way they can bounce back in the draft. Of course, we are back in.
Hell yeah.
What do we want to see here? Twisted Fate, of course, that's the one we mentioned. It is out. I don't think Niski is going to see it. What do you want to get away from the table, Broxai, here on the SK side?
Well, I think SK starting off with the Ashe ban makes a lot of sense. I was thinking if I was on their side, I would even consider removing the Varus, but it's not quite as scary now that Ashe is no longer available. I think it's also important for them to get a strong mid and jungle duo, and I imagine that's why they chose the red side, because them picking Wei, getting countered by Yone, was a big issue in the previous draft. Now, if they want to, they can just leave 5 from Niski.
They could look for Kalista here, because they made SK Gaming ban Ashe themselves, and now that they've banned Draven on third, which is usually a good matchup into the Kalista where you want to be aggressive down towards the 2v2, it looks way better than it has in the past, and we know it's something that Kasi has loved playing, and it's great pairing up with Hylissang as well. We were talking about this backstage, that sometimes Hilly is too eager to pull the trigger. Sometimes he's on a champion that can't go out when he's gone in. Well, if you play the if you play the Kalista, then it's just Pokeball return, and then like he's back at it again.
Yeah, before SK banned both Arcan and Kalista. Now both are open, so we could see Vitality potentially taking the 2 of them for a bot lane duo they are incredibly comfortable with. Now, Kalista being locked in, SK What are you going to do? Are we going to see another Lucian Nami? I think taking something like the Maokai makes a little sense to lock down Kalista and get really strong team fighting. And that's the name of the game here for SK. Easy to execute and super strong team fighting combo, really.
Yeah, so the idea by picking the Renata here on 2 is that you already banned the Blitzcrank. That's a counter to Renata that you usually, if you take it away, you don't want to play against it. And now you've also made sure that you can't play the Kalista Renata. So they've made themselves a bit stronger in that regard, but there's still loads of options that you can play with the Kalista. And honestly, I think it's fine that Hilly is not going to be playing the Renata. I'm actually way happier to seeing on something that can be an engage, and there's some multiple champions that's still available for him in that regard.
Vitality has been one of the few teams who really feel strong about Brand.
First one to win on it as well.
And first one to win on it as well. How strongly do you feel about the champion, and why does it feel that their playstyle so much?
So I've actually found it interesting that we don't see a lot of other junglers picking Brand. He's, I think, still the highest win rate jungler in solo queue at the moment in this patch. He's incredibly strong in team fights, especially against these comps that have a lot of front lines. And we saw this on the fights last game. Him even just pressing R, the ult spreading to the entire backline. Everybody's literally just burning down. It can be so powerful. But the main weakness is the lack of engage and early game control. And here Maokai can often have a bit more presence.
Well, looking at it now, like, you can ban as many as Hilly's champion as you want. You can ban the Pyke, but then there's still Nautilus, there's still Alistar as well. Alistar would be lovely against the Maokai. You can just block for your teammates and ult it immediately. So yeah, plethora of options available for Hylissang still. What I'm really curious about is when we reach that 4th pick from SK Gaming, because I really want to see if you're just straight up... I mean, you don't really have a priority in the mid lane here. I think you just set Irrelevant up on a great counter matchup. Already out of the picture. We've seen Na as well, although I don't remember if we've seen Irrelevant on it.
Well, we will see what Mr. Photon doesn't want to go up against here, assuming it's going to be another top lane ban. Zac, a champion we've seen slowly getting prioritized a little bit more, hasn't been played much outside of Broken Blade yesterday. Ooh, actually decided to go for the Akali here.
So last time that someone blinded at Vito really loved the Kai'Sa matchup into that. I don't know how well that's going to look with what they currently have. I guess it's fine if they pick an engage support as well. So it's really just up for what Vito is feeling here. They've given over a counter pick for him at least.
It's a really specific mid jungle if you want to go for Brand.
I mean, technically speaking, Akali is a flex pick, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know how good it is into...
Oh, now we're talking. See,
Explain
this is something
guys.
we like to see. Now, I'm assuming this Brand is going to go bot lane to Hylissang, because it's going to be an incredibly powerful 2v2 with Kalista. I do have to...
Okay.
That is Lee Sin
No,
mid.
no.
That is probably going to be a Lee Sin mid against Akali, just to
No way.
absolutely blow up
Even
and shroud.
spicier than what I was
Yes,
about to say.
I was going to
but
say as well.
I love it.
I mean, Vitality has come through with flexibility and adaptation that we probably did not expect from them, but I am liking what I see so far.
Considering how Vizio just played Yone, if I can sit here in half an hour from now and analyze him smurfing in that way and Lee
But
Sin,
wait,
I'm a
is
happy
this
boy.
actually going to be a Kali top and then Lucian mid into the Lee Sin
What
instead?
are we seeing
They're
today,
freaking
guys?
cooking.
Playoffs are crazy. They've been cooking.
Oh wait, it
for
could also
sure.
be Varus top and Akali mid still. Like, there's so many flex pick here. Like, they can fit in so many different places right now.
So Lucian mid, Varus bot alongside Renata, Akali going top against Cassante. What do we think of this draft? How are they going to play against each other? Because that's not what I was prepping for today at all.
Well, I don't really know, I'll be honest, because I haven't actually played or seen the Lee Sin into Lucian mid matchup before. Broxa, anything from your expertise there?
I just saw Vitio run it down, playing Lee Sin in the jungle in scrims this week.
Down the jungle, down the jungle, down the jungle.
I think the key part here is that Lucian wants to play aggressive, push and Lee Sin and make it difficult for him to see us. But obviously, in order to do that, he's going to require the support of Maokai. So I want to see the Lucian Maokai being fully on point, making it hard for Vizio to make any plays, because if he doesn't get any opportunities to all in with Lee, it's going to be a tough laning phase.
I love the preparation on the side of both teams here for this game 2. And let's see if Vitality will move on to play Team BDS tomorrow as we hit the Rift for game 2.
Michelin star restaurant here. Look at what Vitality and SK have been cooking for game number 2. I thought game 1 already brought out the Hui, but there ain't no Hui here, and I mean that in multiple senses. We got a Lee Sin versus a Lucian mid. What year is it, ladies and gentlemen, as we run into game 2 to find out where we go with this one. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to digest. I know.
Look, we got to look at this because this is the first Leona that we've had in winter 2024. for Hylissang.
That's where you started.
But also, it's a big day for Hylissang. Can you tell me, Mr. Hysterics?
I can tell you because, ladies and gentlemen, his 600th game here today. Yes! Stomp your feet. Come on. Hilly is an absolute legend. Second in the LEC. Behind Yankos, by the way. Only just the other day we were celebrating Yankos. But, I mean, Hilly has just been here for so long. You kind of forget how integrated he is into the LEC, how long he's actually just been around in, I guess, a top position.
Yeah, he's been a staple of the LEC and kind of defined a lot of the way that LEC supports have played and picked up how, like, he would disrupt tempo and that over the course of the years. Kind of had a very signature style that everyone is very familiar with. But we'll have to see now as he's going to be taking a very aggressive style into the spot lane. Because I kind of agree with the desk. This draft is wild. Like, when you look at, I know with Lucian getting changed a little while ago, where you don't need a shield or a heal or anything to proc his passive anymore. You can just get it off a CC. Lucian has been, you know, treated a little bit like a mid laner in certain opportunities, especially when you look towards, sorry, I'm just watching here on the bot side, but especially when you look towards what we got to see in the in-houses right before the split started. A lot of people were experimenting with Lucian mid, so not fully surprised to see it come out, but I wasn't expecting it to come out against the Lee Sin.
No.
That was not the one that I was expecting to go towards.
Neither was I. I mean, again, Video playing this, a bit of a Chad move. But as you were saying, I mean, Lucian mid into a range of different picks. This is not one of them we expected, so we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. And it is melee versus range. That's something I think where we can start with how difficult it can be for Vito if he doesn't land his Sonic Wave.
Yeah, because a huge amount of this used to be Lee Sin top, right? And the whole idea was Emax to push the wave a whole heap and make it very difficult for your opposition to really do anything about it. But it was difficult into melee matchups, not so difficult into the Lucian. So I am curious if Vito continues to go for the Emax in these situations, to just go, hey, I'm going to have to shove out the wave every time Niski pushes it in.
True.
Otherwise, you end up in a situation where, because of the double range on bot side, you can play off of this push in mid and push in bot as Isma to actually go and look for Douglas. And I think that's going to tip the scales in SK's favor a significant amount, to the point where you can even see Isma starting to move in now, dropping his blue. Maybe look for a dive for Video, actually.
Using that mid lane priority. However, Sonic Wave does connect in mid, but Video gets hard chunked as he escapes there with the safeguard. But
Flash
Isma,
over.
you're right, Dagda, wait for it. All it takes is a flash, a bramble smash, a twisted advance, and there it is. Even under the turret, it matters not. Niski gets the kill, takes a shot himself, flashes away from the Seer, and Douglas can't trade off. First blood over to Niski's Lucian.
Really nice job here from SK to just read how the matchup was going. Video thought he had the counter pick, but it's been a bit of a disaster, and now Hilly.
Well, in with the punch, in with a hit. The Shield of Daybreak comes through as well. This might be good for Kazi. X-Kick going to go into the bailout, but he's still rendered clean. Now it's Dos left by himself with a handshake. Saves his life, but it's Kazi who gets to stay in the wave and push it out at the same time. I'd say an overall win for this Callista.
Yeah, especially if this can't be frozen by Dos. Kazi just moving up here to make sure Dos can't do it, and it does hit the tower. Even Douglas just staying on this bottom side to make sure there's vision for him to do so.
Who's the jungler, Dagda? Who is it? Video on this Lee Sin now moving top, but a good shuriken flip out. Irrelevant jumps in with the Ignite down. Photon gets safeguarded. Is he going to die? He's ticking over. But Video saves his life, if only just as Dos. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, handshake has to be healed. Kazi won't get the kill, but he does get a summon and trade.
There's a big shield coming in from Video on the top side to keep his top laner alive. Irrelevant, though, you can see getting a good amount of access to this top lane to make sure that he's able to nerdy kill off Photon. Bot side, though, Dos being a nuisance, it costs him the heal, but does actually disrupt the tempo here from Karzi. So you're going to get the answer on the pushback to drop a wave as well. So answering a lot of the early CS and experience lead that had gone towards Karzi would now be dropped underneath this tower. So back and forth on both sides here, but SK still just barely coming out on top end of the map, where Karzi kind of answering with the gold lead.
Video landing the Sonic Wave again. That's the damage on top of Niski. It's the trade back that's big here, especially with Isma nearby. The confidence for Niski to step forward. Piercing light even from max range connecting, and Sonic Wave doesn't. So Niski once again feels confident to step up.
Video is also going for the Q max, so definitely needs to be able to trade aggressively with Niski if he wants to get this to work. Won't be able to just like shove out the waves as effectively as Niski's just tearing through him. So if you want to try and play aggro, we'll need Douglas there to try and help him. But Douglas without a flash kind of leaves himself in a difficult position as well, because he's not exactly tanky either, and Niski out of mana, but doing a nice job of landing these light slingers through the wave. Maybe Video wants to go? Who knows? Yeah, not going to follow that one.
And what a difference this early game is, as I say that, the Zen Blade connects again. Healy with a good route in, but it's immediately cleansed. X-Kick has to flash away. There goes a Claw Summoner. Isma now hightailing at the bot. You're like, man, there's trouble in the bottom lane. I need to be there. But look who's already in charge. Douglas now holding behind the enemy wave. Dots and X-Kick getting the Season 14 treatment as Vitality might get caught out on the way back. Healy's over the wall. Here's the Zenith Blade. Wait for it. Shield Daybreak's already there. He lands on top of Niski, but he's healthy enough and he's doing so much damage. But in with a penny, in with a pound, and Douglas gets a sear, sends him to the ground. Vitality with another onto the least hit as big as Kazi. Might add one more to the list. Isma's got so many spears in him, and he's rendered it at pretty much half health. And the Sonic Wave flies through. Video kicks him in the shin. Oh, it hurts. It's like running into a bed in the middle of the night. You got nowhere to go. You fall down, and it all comes crumbling down as your shin hurts so damn much.
And SK have found the monsters under the bed, and they are Vitality, playing around this bot side, setting up Hylissang and Karzi, and making sure that as this goes forward, I mean, Niski and Isma, they have no control over bot, and Vitality saw them coming down, immediately jump onto the two of them with Video being able to come in from mid, but crucially, Video hitting 6 off that mid wave before it comes across means that as they get the kill here and they go underneath the tower, he's got that burst damage to finish out X-Kick as soon as he goes under the tower.
Ren?
Yeah, I mean, so many spears, but watch this, just gets to boot him. Yeah. Make sure that he's able to finish him off. And then Karzi just chases down DOS to finish him off.
Video does die in the end. That's why DOS comes back to life, but Kazi's there to wait for it, to take the kill and move up to 3-0. I have to say, Video's Lee Sin, it's been explosive. It's 20 CS down, but it is fun to watch. Much like the early game, you're expecting Douglas to come in, but Niski holds true for the time being. And as the push comes through, I mean, Dagda, this is what the last early game was like. Between SK and Vitality, seeing them play the first 15 minutes of the game out has been extraordinarily fun.
Yeah, I mean, a huge amount of opportunities on both sides to try and get themselves a lead, but it's kind of netted themselves where, because we've had, you know, Douglas getting some really aggression with those kills on the bot side and the assists, he's got a nice lead for himself, the lead for Karzi as well, but Niski still has a lot of control over this mid lane, so he's the one that has the lead there. Irrelevant was nearly able to get the kill on top, so it's the solo laners for SK doing well, whereas for Vitality, it's still going to be a case of, can we play around this bottom side? And at the moment, the fact that they've been able to shut it down so successfully is going to work wonders for them later on. They just need to make sure they're able to power that home a little bit more to ensure that this 3-kill Kalista can carry the game.
Well, 3-kill Kalista, Lucian maybe with some more resources as well. The all-out in the meanwhile on the top side, as you said, it's all about these solo laners as Irrelevant hides out, but Photon won't find the Q. You need it again, out with the execution. Irrelevant, Shuriken's back in! Oh my god! This is why he's in the top 2 of top laners.
What a beast! I thought that was going to go sideways there where the R2, I don't know if it connected on the back of that, but I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to finish him off, but getting that Shuriken hit. Now on bot side, Hilly hasn't hit 6.
We're fighting again. Handshake, Chain of Corruption. Kazi might get beaten out. One more hit and he's down. It's a shutdown over to X-Kick. In the meantime, the Zenith Blade for the re-engage, and with the bailout they need a trade-off, but it's not in time. Hilly dies under the turret. In the meanwhile, as Douglas is running for his life. Dagda's friend now getting a stun up as the Pyroclasm's there. The kite away from the handshake. Douglas with the culling a little bit more. It needed a silver bullet to follow through, but Douglas survives. All in the meanwhile while he's out playing with his fancy feet.
He's just barely able to escape away from that, nearly falling down, but nice response from SK. The fact that you end up getting that kill onto the bottom side, getting some control back in that lane is going to be massive for them. And I get to see it on the replay here.
Watch it again.
I mean, this is just Karzi stepping way too far forward. You end up in a position where you take all the damage, you fall, and Hilly, he nearly fell as well here. Like, you can see that even when he goes in, you nearly get the bailout here as just not quite enough damage to finish him off right before he falls then. And then for SK, trying to chase down Douglas. I'm shocked that Douglas managed to get away from this, because as you say, fancy feet across the board, but top
we're
side.
Fighting again, we're fighting again, we're fighting again with a kick against the wall. Irrelevant gets booted off, but Video's unable to find the follow through as Photon, and now Douglas move up to the top side. Niski there to cover. We chill out for the time being. we take a step back, and we're going to fight it another minute, so just wait.
Yeah, I mean, SK, as this was all going on, got 2 of the Void groups, so Vitality again denying 1 of those Void groups.
Okay.
We still have Dragon on that bottom side, so with the push that Niski has in mid, that should be them able to go, hey, we will push mid and lean in towards Dragon, try and shove Karzi and Hilly off that bot wave, especially with Exakick and DOS now having access to the ultimates, and looks like that may be the call here as the pings are already going down, but you just have to be careful because you don't know where Douglas is, and if you're all lined up in the pit, suddenly a big Brand ultimate could cause issues, but Douglas is topside. And I don't think he can really dive irrelevant here. He's got that shroud.
Wave, hang on to Niski, waiting for that relentless pursuit to get him out of the way. There's a Tempest cripple. Niski does have himself a Kraken versus no item from VTO. So just note that the difference there means that Niski has a lot of punching power through the Safeguard shield. Well, in the meantime, that Dragon does go down to SK. This game has been hard to track. It's a 1k gold lead for SK, but only just 800 to be precise. Jungle is the biggest difference right now. It's Douglas, who's level 8 to level 7. And thanks to Dagda teaching me about EXP bars, I can see there's about a half a level and a bit between both these junglers. But note, again, item differential. Rylai's Crystal Scepter on the almost 100% kill participation. Brand, as Isma's coming towards mid. Video went in deep. There's a twisted advance. Bramble smash back and shoot to kill is Niski, who punishes this over-aggressive Lee Sin. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, DOS is about to be fresh meat to Kazi. There's one kill onto Exakick. The Seer not connecting with the Pillar of Flame, and Pyroclasm becomes an overkill, becomes a double kill, becomes Vitality sealing the deal.
Becomes a 5-kill Kalista, and these plates to boot as well. Vitality are popping off against SK, and you said it in game 1, Hysterics. Where's this Vitality been?
I don't know,
this is the cleanest early games that we have seen from them. And look, there's still a lot of back and forth here, but the fact they're getting this control playing around bot side has been so incredibly strong. And here, I mean, the double ult has to be flashed away from by Exakick, and then phenomenal follow-up. The fact Hilly gets a double knock-up there is actually really tough because the way that the Kalista ult works, but nice to have to skim his way around DOS so he gets onto Exakick, and then Douglas is just in the vicinity to deal that extra damage as well.
This is the respect we had as the duo lane that came from Mad, right? Like, not in the Vitality season we've just come through, but from Mad Lions last year that went to Worlds. Kazi and Hylissang had a massive reputation to uphold.
But that's the thing, when you look at Kazi, he has been the player for this squad. Highest damage per minute in the league, highest damage percentage in the league, like for AD carries. This guy has been absolutely insane, and consistently he has been the standout player when it comes to dealing the damage in team fights when he's on squads like this. We'll have to see now with already a Blade of the Rune King completed, working very quickly up towards what looks like maybe a Rune's Hurricane. He should be in such a good spot for these next couple of fights.
Now 1,000 over Exakick. Kazi, that great team fighter we all know, set up for success. Irrelevant in the meantime, we just had a flash up to topside. Small lead over Photon, excuse me, but it's the Leandri's Torment picked up first here for the Akali into the Cassante matchup. Worth noting because I believe Dragon Dagda. Well, have you been doing it? Have you been doing the math? When did we last see Dragon? What, 3 minutes ago?
Look, I'm not going to lie. This game feels like it's already been 25 minutes.
True.
There has been
15
so
kills.
much action. So I don't know. My time perception has been completely warped here. But for Vitality, they're still keeping control over this bot side. We still got about another 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, I'd say. Anyway, but I think what you want to see is Niski, where he's pushing in mid. A lot of the time, Isma is trying to hover mid to make sure that Niski can get this play and you don't have the combo of Dagda's video come in. But the biggest problem is that because he's hovering mid so often, you're not really getting that pressure to shift down towards bot side. Instead, it's the bot lane shifting up. They are looking for Rift Herald here, so not exactly the timing to play off of bot side, but I think you need to get some gold onto Exakick, because it's not like he's Poke Varus and just going to be able to like hit you from a million miles away and eventually chip you down. He's on hit. Like, he actually needs to be getting to these items.
And he's running into the Leona, running into the Lee Sin, into Brand. Like, there are so many abilities that, as a Varus right now, I would be scared of running into. Douglas is one that started off the Brand percentage health damage, always going to be great here against neutrals. As he gets that passive off, things go a little bit swifter. But SK are the ones who moved up their bot lane for this. Now Exakick goes back. Now SK pull away knowing they've lost this objective. For Vitality, it's another step in the right direction to start opening this map and really push past that 1k gold lead.
Yeah, the thing is though, Karzi already got the push on bot side, so it's not like you can kind of go for a counterpunch here. Even if you steal away the camps, it's like, well, Karzi's already taken Krugs, so you will get red. Maybe you can look to set up vision for a Dragon as well, but I mean, Exakick, you can see, shoves at the wave as quickly as possible, but you're not going to be able to actually look for anything on the bot side in response. So just nice steal from Vitality. And now a Rift Herald at toe, and Dragon just coming up right on the 35-second mark. You'll be able to go, right, let's play for mid, Rift Herald into getting control of the spot side.
TP flank. I'm wondering, this is the least
Okay.
in. Think about this as another jungler. Sonic Wave dodged away from, nicely done from Exakick. Video did commit the teleport. Dragon spawning soon for it though.
This is the thing though, if you deny SK the back, they're not going to be able to match you when it comes towards items, which means you're going to be in a good spot. So they either SK reset, lose bot terror, and then you Rift Herald mid, or SK just kind of have to suck it up and say we're not going to be able to reset in time for this dragon as well. So good spot here for Vitality is Irrelevant. Starting to get less control in this topside matchup now with Kaynor Ruckern on Photon, which is to be expected.
Classic seeing a Cassante do anything successful, of course. Niski, there we go, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, can't move. Video takes the kill. Look at the CC chain, Dagda. It doesn't just apply to Exakick. Any squishy carry from SK walks in, and the CC will fly.
And it is finding its mark as well, very, very consistently. Nice job from Hiddesank to just hide out of vision to catch out Niski. They get the dragon, and now might turn their attention bot side. Don't forget, you still have Rift Herald. I don't think they need to commit Rift Herald. I think they just take bot tower, and then they can rotate Douglas up towards mid to make sure they can secure this as well.
Remember backstage when we had our draws and I was like, why wouldn't BDS pick Vitality? Is this why? Did they know? Did they know as the teleport comes through SK? Did they know? As they jump on in, it's Photon who gets low, but he ultis out straight away. Irrelevant with the perfect execution, builds space, but Isma, Niski are both here, and that's a dead Photon. A kill over to Niski. It's not all bad news for SK just yet, while VTO trades off bot lane turret.
It's not great though, because they're going to lose bot, and now you just rotate mid with Rift Herald, and they get mid tower. So
oh no!
It's not great news. It's kind of like an addendum at the bottom that says, "Hey mom, I did good today. I did this thing." And she's like, "Yeah, but is it really that great in the grand scheme of things?"
No, my mum was always proud of me, so I never got that
What is
experience.
that supposed to mean, mate? All right.
Is the mum of SK not proud right now? Yeah, but anything that comes after but is never good. I love you, but. Oh, jeez. Teleport, that's not personal experience. Teleport coming through.
Let's get in the digs here today, man.
This turret's going to go down. Niski just needs a hit, but Photon at least getting some good damage. Hang on a minute. How far does this go? All out there, culling as well. Maybe it's good for Niski. Photon gets out. If only just flashed on as well. Auto down. That's a one item. Lucian Kraken does a lot of work when you don't have any armor as Niski jumps into Douglas melee range, but the Pyroclasm also doing work. That passive, DOS has to split the bill while X-Kick comes in and kills Douglas. A couple of mistakes coming through while SK now the bottom side have found Hilly. The Fan Strike out, the execution up to Daisy. Video gets a Sonic Wave, but will not take it. SK just won the whole map.
And Vitality, they just fall apart. The fact you get the 1v1 kill for Niski in that top side, and then you're getting the kills on the bot side, this is a massive swing for SK and major boo-boo for Vitality.
Oh, a big boo-boo, Dagda. I agree. Bigger than any. That's worse than the addendum. I feel at this point, you know, Vitality were just running away with the game. As you said, it was the trade in bot. It was the trade through mid with the Herald. All of a sudden, the gold has just swung backwards. The only thing I can say positive about Vitality after that play is the fact they didn't give away the shutdown on Kazi. That 2-item Callista, who would be a spicy meatball in the hands, or at least in the gold hands of SK.
And you can see he's rushed the Terminus, because I think he's kind of caught the same thing, is that, like, Irrelevant is still like 2-0-1, nearly 2 items complete onto this Kali. He's going to be going for the Riftmaker second item. Like, this is where you can immediately start to put pressure onto AD carries and fights, and Karzi needs to survive. So Terminus early, get that MR and that armor and magic resist stacking early is going to be absolutely fantastic for him and probably necessary in these fights.
And you get to split the branch because Niski as well, 2 items here with Navori Quick Blades. Like, there's good AD damage coming out of SK on top. There's also a Blade of the Ruin King and a Gwynsu's coming from Exakick, so SK are getting their items, and this one is once again looking closer than ever. MDK Fnatic up next. Put that in the back of your mind. We know some of you are here for that, but you need to pause because this series, I mean, could go the full distance. It has already entertained us in both early games of 1 and 2, and we have not got a decider here as Baron now spawns at the 20-minute mark.
I think with SK now kind of getting a little bit more tempo in their favor, Niski and Irrelevant can look to start to push out side lanes. I'm pretty sure Irrelevant wins the matchup, I should say, against Video on that side lane, just with the level advantage and also having the Ignite advantage, but I'm not 100%, but either way, we just saw what Nisqy can do to Photon. So I think this is where if SK can leave their side lanes to push out, they should be in a good spot. They also kind of win the 3v3 mid simply off of having a tank in that role. Yes, Hilly can kind of provide a little bit of that, but I think if you end up with Exakick and DOS getting their ultimates off onto several members, it becomes very hard for Vitality to take that fight. So having that tempo swing is going to help out SK in a lot of scenarios here.
Sets them up for wards around Baron and gives them a bit of time to play with as well, as a side note. Next Dragon's up in 21:30, so let's do some simple math. About 30 seconds from now. And the fact that it says Infernal, we just had an Infernal though. What is not fitting with the brain right now? Let's piece that apart.
We'll find out when it spawns.
We will.
The big thing here is, again, looking at size to say, hey, Irrelevant has got control. Well, he's going to start pushing at the bot lane. Nisqy's late on the reset when it is going to be in just a couple seconds, but I think this is where TP, they go back into mid lane to make sure he's on point, and they're going to try and play for this team fight. Isma and DOS's ultimates are going to be key for buying space here for SK in this fight.
Setting up from SK, it's Isma straight away with Saplings walking off the right side. It is an Ocean Dragon, or an Ocean Rift this game. You can see by the magical flowers that have spawned on Summoner's Rift. As SK start this up, they want these stats for this double 80 carry comp. But Vitality aren't just going to give it away, and with all the tools to pick apart Exakick, he's by himself, he flashes away. You can't do that. With Nature's Grasp out from Isma as well, it buys them time to get the Dragon. Leave the scuttle, I'd say, with Chains of Corruption coming through as well. You mentioned, Dagda, Irrelevance coming from the top side, but Vitality feels like they're aware of this. Photon walks up, zones them out. Dragon's taken. They're lucky to be alive, but BDO Sonic Wave not connecting's not good, but a face call from Kazi sends Hilly right into the middle. Solar Flare onto DOS is big as well, but that ulti's huge, but no one's there to capitalize. Vitality running forward, the kick away onto Isma. Sets up for Kazi to do the damage. Is Irrelevant, is in the middle of everyone. But up he goes. Nisqy now by himself. It's a flash from Hilly to try and get the Zenith's Blade. Nisqy's running on borrowed time, it feels, as Kazi has the movement speed. Thank you very much. It's Nisqy's time to die. Another kill for the Callista, as Vitality have a wish to go and take this Baron on top of that.
They have so much mobility on this squad, with Lee Sin, with the opportunity for Hilly to be thrown over the wall. They just chase them down, and SK can do nothing about it. Now they turn on towards the All-Seeing Baron, but they have to keep their eyes on Isma. He can still get in for a steal. No flash, no opportunity to use the Blast Cone either, so this is going to be a difficult one for SK if they want to steal Photon playing Bodyguard.
No vision till now. There's the control war. The Shuriken flip in. Nature's Grasp coming through from Isma, but he's nowhere near the pit. And down the Baron goes. Photon absorbed all the damage in the meanwhile, but Irrelevant wants to clean this one up. Look at the health bars. He feels confident with the perfect execution back up and available, but Vitality, as they run for the hills, they're on their side of the map. That means Baron is untouched. 5 members pick it up, and Vitality, yet again, another step closer to making this an unexpected 2-0.
I mean, this was great from Kazi, coming around, throwing Hilly in, and then even Hilly predicting, I don't know if it was predicted or just whatever worked, hit DOS, and then Nisqy's completely separated from the team in this one. The kick from Video as well disengages Isma, which means that there's very little that SK can do to try and re-engage onto this one. And then it's just a case of chasing Nisqy down. I think he kind of knew at this stage, once he saw that the Scuttle Crab was Vitality favored, that this was not going to end well from that speed up meant that Kazi was going to be able to chase him down.
Kazi just does so much damage at this point. I mean, SK were lucky to get away with as many members as they did. That fight looked sketchy. It started with Exakick's flash, just in a place where he shouldn't be when you're versing a Lee Sin, a Cassante, a Leona, a Callista. You know, I've just named 4 out of the 5 members of Vitality for good reason. They are pick machines. And so Vitality using those tools well, now up 4,000 gold here at the 24-minute mark. It's looking good. We'll just have to see how much damage they do to SK on the defense when this Baron is going on, because you can see it looks like already, how do you deal with these side lanes?
Well, they've already shoved the mid lane out, so Vitality on that top side need to make sure that they're backing off. You can see a lot of members of SK starting to move into this top side of the map. They're waiting for BDO to try and crash this wave on the bot side to create a lot of that split pressure, so at the moment Vitality just need to play it slow. Yep. Isma wants to speed it up though.
Nature's Grasp is out. Dagler's not going to be caught. It's Photon. It's a Cassante. He's unstoppable. Irrelevant jumps on in, but that's the Shuriken flip out. He gets flipped back. Seer not connecting, but the all-outs there. They commit. Pyroclasm's out for the passive, and Irrelevant gets burned to death. Vitality open up the top side. Bot pushing in. That was a crucial mistake that could have just lost them the series, but now, hang on, shut down over to Niski. We're doing it again. Vitality caught maybe overstepping. Golden is Douglas buying the nick of time, but even though he dies, even though Niski gets double shut down, mid is dead, base is broken, Video's split pushing. I think you still call that worth? Question mark, Dagda?
I mean, you got the initial kill, so it's 2 for 1 when it actually looks at Vitality versus SK, and you broke the base on bot side. I'd be kind of happy with that as Vitality, because if I can now threaten on that bot side, I'm going to have a significantly better time. Although the only downside is it's kind of hard for Video to threaten wave states against Irrelevant or Niski to really punish that, but you can 1-4, put pressure onto that bot side, especially when you're looking at like next Dragon that's going to be coming up soon. And that's where I'd put my next focus is like, okay, cool. If we end up in a situation where we push SK out into mid lane, maybe we can threaten that bottom side, or even if we win the fight, suddenly we've got a big opening to try and win out that game on the bottom half of the map. I mean, this is incredible stuff from Vitality. They look significantly better.
Oh, yeah.
But this is the fight. This is going to be the one that is for all the marbles. May not be necessary. I think SK could drop this and try and make plays on the opposite side of the map, like look for a pick on Video, but the fact they're already in the Dragon area says to me that this is going to be the fight they want to go for.
But maybe they feel confident with the fact that Niski, because of a double shutdown, was just able to pick up the Serelda's Grudge. 3-item Lucian here. We'll have to see if it's truly worth to the power of the man in charge on SK. It's been all about Niski, all split. Now as they start the Dragon, we're going to find out how true that is.
They're just pushing top and mid, though. They're just like, cool, you take it. Right, 3 Dragons, but we're probably not going to end this by the time it gets to a 4th, because a lot of minions on that top side. You're going to look cards to break up. They're just trying to delay the backs.
They are indeed. It's turning into a fight. Meanwhile, Hylissang getting poked out as well. It's Niski and Dosk. Hostile takeover flies through, doesn't connect. Douglas then re-engages with the Pyroclasm in this choke. It's going to be a disaster. As Vitality getting teleported on by Irrelevant in the base. They've done the damage. As now for Vitality, they've still got a healthy jungle. 80 carries Irrelevant, goes into his death. Sonic Wave flashing forward. Video with a double kill. Safeguards over the wall. That's my Lee Sin, baby, as Vito makes it look clinical.
And it's a DOS delivery system onto Exekick. Vitality looking to go up against BDS, a rematch from their playoffs in spring.
It's crazy that Vitality came out of the woodwork today against SK, and it's not an upset of a game 1. It's a clinical 2-game series. A date with Destiny, a date with BDS. And SK, I'm not even sure they know what happened in a series that went in for under 50 minutes.
My head's spinning. Vitality, what an incredible performance to pick up the win here. The Lee Sin mid coming out clutch. We got shenaniganery coming into our drafts. But they managed to navigate it. They managed to navigate the early game again, keeping so much control on bot side. Karzi looking fantastic, but it is going to be looking at our player of the series. Vote now at LEC on X. There'll be options of Douglas, Video, and Hylissang. I mean, I got to look at Douglas. This guy had a phenomenal series.
Yeah, I agree. We hyped him up. To correct myself quickly, under 60 minutes, not 50. Or was I right?
Doesn't matter. The only thing that's right today is Vitality.
Maybe I was right. Doesn't matter. You're right. It's Vitality's day. This bot lane performed. Jungle performed. Video looked insane. And Photon's happy. No Photon despair anymore, guys. As we've only just opened up the can of worms for today. We're going to have an interview with Hylissang before our second series of Mad Lions, Koi vs Fnatic. So don't go anywhere. We'll speak to him after the break.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
Cook Kit Kat cupcakes.
carefreely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Might add one more to the list. Isma's got so many spares in him, and he's rendered it at pretty much half health of the Sonic Wave, and it all comes crumbling down as your shin hurts so damn much. Photon, you won't find the Q. You need it again. Out with the execution, irrelevant. Shuriken's back in! Oh my god! This is why he's in the top 2 of top laners.
Can you ride it? Can you ride it, Philip?
I can ride it, yeah. I hope.
Okay.
Actually, no.
You won't.
Welcome back to the LEC. We have Hilly Sang from Vitality joining us after an absolutely dominant and convincing win in this best of 3 series. Coming into today, we had certain expectations. We thought, you know, Vitality, considering you finished 6th during the regular split, this might be all the way to 3 games in total. This might be a longer one. But you guys had the most dominant performance so far we've seen from you during this split. What's been going on behind the scenes? Because it looks like a different team from last week.
Yeah, I think honestly maybe the loss against Mad Lions took a toll on us, and we really wanted to improve because last week I think we played not best League of Legends. We still got the win, so it's better than the first week, but I think we still underperformed, and we all put a lot of effort to coming into playoffs. So I think it just results showing off from hard work.
Yeah, hard work paid off indeed, especially when we're looking at your mid laner video. He had an incredible 2 games as well. We're looking at the first one, he had the highest CS per minute for the entire split. So you must be really proud as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have European Chovy in our team, so I'm very glad. He's very high in solo queue. I think he's rank 1 or rank 2, something like that. So I think the boys like smurfing, so I'm very proud, yeah.
Yeah, with that he also gets Key Up Player of the Series, so congratulations to him. But you're talking about smurfing. I want to talk about you, 600 games in total in the LEC. How does it feel to still be here and still putting forward these performances, getting these Ws on the board?
Honestly, for me, like, if it's 500, 600, 700, it doesn't really matter. I'm just very glad I can still be on stage and play good League of Legends, so I think that's what matters. I think the number, I hope it can increases, but yeah, I'm just happy.
Happy, absolutely. Well, you have another game coming up, and that is going to be with BDS. But before we head into that, I want to talk a little bit about the drafts that we've seen today, because I want to say not really what we expected.
Yeah, I think the drafts to, I guess the Ashe maybe, it was unexpected. But
Lee Sin mid?
Yeah, Lee Sin mid.
Yeah.
I think it's VTO special for Akali, obviously. He picked it on Akali, so there's no secret there. But yeah, I think I think we had some pocket picks, and it happened that we had the opportunity to play them, and yeah.
Yeah, you come out on top. So you have one more game, and well, you have the next game, and that is going to be against BDS. Do you have any particular predictions for that game? Maybe you want to talk a little bit more about your drafts? No leaks, I know.
I mean, honestly, I don't think. I mean, we're gonna aim for like what we showed today. Like, it's no like secret. So I think they can prepare. We have all the weapons as well in our inventory,
okay.
But I'm not sure. I think even today I thought it's gonna be more close game.
Yeah.
But I feel like if we play like today, it's gonna be 2-0, and yeah, it gives us confidence. So I'm really happy.
Well, thank you so much for your time in the interview, and once again, congratulations on your win. We're going to be heading over to Goldberg this time around because he had something really interesting that he wanted to share about the last time that Mad Lions Koi went up against Fnatic.
From the creators of critically acclaimed Fnatic vs G2 and the innovators from KC vs Vitality, the LEC is here to present the newest and state-of-the-art action. It's Fnatic versus Mad Lions Koi. A rivalry that's barely a week old is back for round 2, and debts need to be settled. Mysteries need to be solved, and top lane needs a new shade of fun.
Which is great. Oh my god, look how much fun he's having. Don't we all love ranged top laners? Look at him go.
An action-adventure story where players spawn from the strongest region League of Legends has ever seen.
I have never seen a more dominant win.
Will go up against 2 Spanish boys.
I'm going to Super. Feathers fly for Super, but is it going to be enough? A nice knock-up coming from Alvaro, and they turn it back! Absolutely outplayed, my god! Where did this duo come from?
This is a tale where new rookie heroes will fight against established legacy kings to thwart their destiny in epic duels of intrigue and mastery.
As Humanoid now on the chase, wants to shut this Varus down. Not a lot that Merwin can do on this one. Some clean steps. Oh! He dodges! Happy feet!
But what's a show without drama? You'll bear witness to a European classic, one that can succeed any you've seen before. Be prepared for epic team fights.
This might be the opportunity to know a beautiful ult. Oh! Is it enough?
Epic face checks.
Oh, Oscar and taken out as well.
And epic throws.
Gets locked down, but Alvaro! Just in the nick of time!
Starring Javier Elioya Bataya, Marek Humanoid Brasta, Mikkel Goldberg Nielsen. The f is this? I'm not supposed to be part of this. Tune in this Sunday to watch a Clash of Kings, a Dance of Death, and the epitome of Everest, and a bunch of other stuff that's epic. It's Fnatic versus Mad Lions Koi.
What an epic introduction to our match of the week, honestly. But it does justice to the way these two teams faced off against each other last time. And when you look at Mad Lions, honestly, I think that is the best debut they could have had in the LEC. When you think of this roster, 1 year ago, they were playing in the Spanish League. They made EMEA Masters Finals, trusted by Elioya to build around him for their debut in the LEC. And we know that a lot of people doubted them to begin with. But they surprise everyone, not only in the Rift, but also outside with the personalities they have. And for me, opening the playoffs, facing off against a team like Fnatic is the best way for them to prove themselves.
Yeah, most of us analysts and caster ranked them at the very bottom going into the split because they were such an unknown quantity with so many rookies coming in, but they've really proven themselves. And something that I really like is the fact that they've been sticking to their style and playing similar way as they did in the ELs instead of just turning into boring, safe kind of players.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun to watch these comps that they've cooked up, right? I think a lot of it obviously comes from the top lane, but they have so much confidence going into the Rift, and whether it works or not, that's kind of a different story. But now coming into best of threes, I think that flexibility will be big for them.
But let's take a look at the compositions they played, actually, because I think it was last week, day 1 and day 2, that we saw how mad the Mad Lions Koi could be, actually, with this triple ADC composition, with which they won. And the next day, finally, we got to see a glimpse of Merwin's Fiddlestick top lane. It did not work quite as much, but I love dive compositions like this, Proxa.
Yeah, I think this guy, being part of the lineup, brings so much spice and gives them so much flexibility in draft, because generally, if we look at these two comps, they're relatively standard outside of top lane, but Mervin having this crazy champion pool and being confident and willing to bring it out here on the big stage makes such a big difference for them, especially in the best of series.
So we have spice, we have creativity, but we also have stability. When you think of the bot lane, Supa, Alvaro, I think are the pivotal points and the main characters for now of this Mad Lions Koi lineup, and I think it's going to be interesting to see them facing off against Fnatic once again, Treats.
Yeah, it will be, and I think last time, obviously, when they played against each other was kind of a stomp on the bot side. Supa and Alvaro, they performed super well, so it will be fun to see what they cooked up. I think they've looked very good on the Zyra Khan, so maybe they also have some Ezreal Karma in store for us here today.
What about on the side of Fnatic, though? Because for me, if I look at the mid jungle especially, I think for the most stable team, this is where you want to look at Proxa. And I know that people had their share of doubts when it comes to Razork and Humanoid, but they stepped in and they showed so much since the beginning of the season so far. I think they're one of the most stable mid jungle duo we have right now.
Definitely. I think these two are by far the main carriers of Fnatic at the moment, and in order for them to make a deep run in playoffs, they're going to need the side lanes to also step it up. Razork has been playing absolutely out of his mind, probably the best split he's had in the LEC so far, and Humanoid as well. Like, normally he's not the type of player to do really well in the regular season. He kind of ramps up as the pressure comes on.
He's a diesel,
so now that things are getting spicy, that the pressure is on the line, that he can aim for a trophy, maybe even he is going to level up even further.
I mean, we're talking about Humanoid kind of regular season, right? He was stepping up more than usual. Now it's playoffs, Humanoid. So what is he going to bring to us on the Rift today? It will be super exciting to see.
We have 1 minute to play with before we send it over to the casters. Prediction, guys. Who do you think is going to take it? The veteran lineup of Fnatic or maybe the young rookies of Mad Lions Koi today? What do you think?
I mean, we were super wrong last time, Brock.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you and putting you on the spot here.
I mean, I think for me, I would have to say Fnatic win. I'm going to say 2-1 because I think Mad can definitely come out with a lot of spice. So 2-1 Fnatic is my prediction.
I think it really comes down to Fnatic's bot lane. I think if Fnatic's bot lane can step it up and play much better, if Noah can be similar to what he was last year, Fnatic is going to win 2-0. But otherwise, I think Mad Lions is just going to sweep them.
I don't trust your predictions anyway, so time to head over to Dracos and Videos for our match of the week, Mad Lions Koi versus Fnatic, delivered by Uber Eats.
Thank you very much, Lore. Thank you to the desk as well. And of course, Goldberg for that fantastic introduction. He might not be a part of this matchup, but that F-bomb that we so cleverly censored out forever will be. So thank you, Goldberg, for that.
I mean, the last time we got to cast these two teams play, it was a banger.
I forgot that was us. Yeah, we were rewatching the clips, and I was like, I was there for that? Like, that game was incredible.
And we had great team fighting, we had epic throws, we had absolutely everything on
you
the
could want.
docket.
Yeah.
You know, so I was doing a bit of research. You know, Merwin has played 8 unique champions across 9 games.
Yeah, that's
Gwen
pretty impressive.
is the only champion he's played more than once. So I'm really excited to see what else he brings out today, because it was the Varus top that he showed us last time. We've got epic clash of Elgoya versus Razork. I'm excited for this best of 3.
I cannot wait to see it. Also, full Spanish versus full Korean bot lane. So many things to be amped up, so many things to be excited for. And Oscar on the opposite side, talking about Merlin's champion pool. Oscar, obviously, very Cassante focused. 4 games on that pick. I thought he looked great on it. Every game he didn't play against the Varus top. But that Varus top was Merlin. So we'll see how spicy teams want to get. Yesterday, I think, was pretty stock standard outside of some of the Hueys and Ezreals. Yumi's. Actually, it hasn't been stock standard. New patch, people have been cooking.
Yeah, they've been cooking.
And I want to see what Mad Lions specifically have been cooking.
I've heard the pros telling me that they've got a different meta depending on which scrim bubble they were in, and everyone's been practicing different things. Like, I know that coming into the patch, a lot of people were hyped on the Karma. We haven't really seen much Karma so far from the pros.
Nothing will deflate this. That's a great sign that just threw me. Nothing will deflate a bot lane matchup faster than one side picking Ezreal Yumi. So I will say that
oh yeah, I had to cast that yesterday.
It could be okay. It could be good. I'm not going to judge it based on that single game yesterday, but I just hope that we don't. You know, we can cheer when Yumi gets banned again. I think it's safe. We only needed 2 games. I think we're good now. We've gotten our fill. But Poppy going to get taken away alongside Karma, Gragas, the Aphelios as well, obviously for Supa. Already got a pentakill on it, has looked good on it. Not the only champion that he's busted out, but an impressive one nonetheless.
This music gave me the vibes of like just standing outside a club and you can hear the music inside, but you're not quite in there just yet, you know what I mean? But you can still get a vibe
We're all waiting outside the club right now.
All right,
Bouncer's got to get us through picks and bans. So we can go
Xayah, Aphelios, Poppy does suggest an early priority on the Kalista. Is this something that Mad Lions want to lock in? Of course, with Varus up and available, we already saw that matchup. But nope, they've decided that they want to get their hands on this for Supa. And the Varus response. So the AD carry pool hasn't changed.
Yeah, I was going to say, so while we talked about Spice, you're not going to get in the bot lane.
Also, the beauty of this Varus pick denies it away from Merwin.
Yes, genius.
But it should come as no surprise. No 2 games on the champion so far this season has been super high priority, considered the strongest AD carry, especially with the amount of different builds that he has that you can go for on this patch.
Yeah, I just feel it's just so incredibly flexible. And you're not going to be able to pack quite as much punch in terms of early game skirmishing as a Kalista does, but you offer a lot of reliability in other ways, now paired alongside the Brand. So some very powerful, impactful team fighting ultimates. And Brand, a champion who has been really good as an individual, I think, in almost every game we've seen him. He's always ahead of the opponent when it comes to clear speed, when it comes to damage output, kind of as you'd expect, but how teams craft a composition around the Brand is always the big question for me.
I got to credit KC. They were the ones that brought it out onto the LEC stage. Of course, we've been seeing it in solo queue for a very long time, but it really does seem that pros are very hype and enthusiastic about this Brand jungle. The Blitzcrank coming out as an answer to Varus, and the Belveth from Alyoya. No stranger to that carry jungler, something we saw a lot from him last year on the previous iteration of the Mad Lions roster, with the Nautilus response coming out from Fnatic. So the bot laners, very standard, something that we've been seeing a lot so far this split, but the jungle matchup, Brand versus Belveth, the first time that we're going to get to see that matchup on the LEC stage.
I mean, super explosive matchup. Either side getting a lead could make the opposite side's life a living hell if they're able to find those invades, but I'm ready to see specifically what Noah and Jun looks like up against Supa and Alvaro, because I think that this Blitz is always just going to be a terrifying pick, and while we've seen some kind of lackluster Blitz games, we haven't seen one of those from Alvaro yet. So need to see if they're going to be able to find, you know, a 2v2 angle here on the bottom side, as they have in so many of the games they played on stage thus far.
Orianna going to be taken away from the side of Fnatic, trying to mitigate that mid pool. Does suggest that they're looking to try and give an answer to Oscar Inin. You already mentioned it earlier, we've been seeing a lot of Cassante from him. The Talia ban is a little bit surprising. Your expectations are that we'll see some sort of AD mid laner coming out from Humanoid. Maybe a Lucian, maybe we'll see a Tristana, maybe he's even been cooking. The Twisted Fate. Have you seen the AD Twisted Fate terrorizing solo queue right now?
Yes, I have. I most certainly have.
Yeah.
What I will say is I feel like teams have the shortest memory of all time. Like, Tristana would make sense here. You need an AD mid laner, and you couldn't pick Corki in this context, but I just want to highlight, Corki is still really good on this patch.
That's true.
He was broken last week, and he didn't get touched at all. Like, he's still broken. Ox from the LCK has been complaining about it at every waking opportunity. I would be surprised if we don't see that kind of be a potential response here, but instead, Mad Lions Koi taking their time. I like that Fnatic gave an earlier pick to Humanoid to ensure a counter pick for Oscar.
Oh, wow. They're going to lock in the Akali. The question is this going top or mid? I think that into Tristana, it's really not fun. Okay, so we're gonna get the Zach top? I think.
Found our scrim bubble. Hey, I see who's scrimming G2. Well, I figured that one out. Can't imagine the two separate teams came to that conclusion on their own. But
and
now it's
Darius from Oscarinin. Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right. So we look at bot lane.
We found the scrim bubbles. We've
Vanilla ice
established.
cream. But then we've thrown every single topping on top of this vanilla ice cream and draft. This is going to be spicy. The amount of long-range engagement you have a Zach on your team is incredible, most certainly. But Darius, for a composition like this, if he gets ahead, is going to be very tough to kill.
I don't see a Darius in Oscarinin's competitive history. As far as I can tell, this is his first competitive game on the champion.
Yep.
Wow, and he's going to bring it out as an answer to Zach. I'm super excited. I guess you can apprehend him out of the leap.
You can,
Certain situations, I'm sure the apprehend can be very valuable in certain situations into that matchup. But all right, looking at these compositions, you already highlighted the bot side of the map, very standard, but also very violent. This is a bot lane where you're going to want to see a lot of action. You're going to see a lot of fighting. Don't be surprised to see Fnatic looking to set up dives on that side of the map. You've got great push in the mid lane. The problem with Akali playing into the Tristana is that you just don't have that early push. You're going to be bullied in that early laning phase. So we'll see how Mad Lions Koi can navigate that early pressure, because the fans are fully behind Mad Lions Koi in the arena today. A lot of support for them, and I'm sure the Fnatic faithful will show their support in due time.
Yeah, they're getting amped up as well. Fans from both sides in-house, but let's get into it. Game 1, Mad Lions Koi versus Fnatic. It's a best of 3. It's double elimination from this point on. Neither side looking to drop down to the lower end of the bracket. 3 of the 4 teams awaiting them have already been decided. The 4th we will find out here. And yeah, at this stage, kind of just keeping track on a lot of... We know what mid lane is going to look like. That's the one that I'm like, yes, we know, chill. Bot lane, it's going to be Psycho.
For Akali, I can tell you that.
I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more Tristana. I know the context in which you want to pick her is mostly AP junglers, and there's not a lot of good AP junglers right now. But very impressive, you know? Very easy to get tower plates, accrue a gold advantage.
But, I mean, jungle pathing is going to be super important in this game. You would imagine that bot prio is going to be really important. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions Koi do something that we see a lot from G2, which is the classic push into walk with support, invade. And as I said, they're already looking to get a bit of early vision. Frescawi going to drop his ward, find out where Razork is starting. So great information already gathered by Mad Lions Koi. Now the question is, will Aljoya just do a full clear topside, or will he potentially do blue into bot side into potential invade?
Oscar's now going to spot him out and wander in here. Just harass, just slow down the early clear. They have information on Brand, but Aljoya's clear is, of course, delayed at least slightly. Instantly going to start up the Wolves there.
Shouldn't affect his pathing too much.
Yeah.
Just a little bit annoying. Just going in and doing what he can already in the early levels. Now, yesterday we saw Aatrox into Zach, and Aatrox was actually winning out a lot on the early skirmishes, but then an early gank came through from Yike, which then swung the match very heavily.
Oh, first hook in favor of Fnatic. Follow-up hook from Alvaro, but not a favorable trade overall. Super trying to get a little bit of damage back in the meantime, but one of the big discrepancies here in terms of keystones is Hail of Blades on the Varus. Just going to be able to get a lot of damage down faster. Extended trades you expect to favor the Callista, but early on, Mad Lions Koi are going to have to be careful. They can't afford to let another Nautilus hook connect.
Level 2 will come through first for Mad Lions Koi. And yeah, mid lane. I don't know if he voluntarily I'm thinking like in the greater context of Akali, I think that it can be very good into low mobility carries like Brand and Varus, these champs that don't have these dashes later on into the game. Akali loves playing into those champs. I mean, we've even seen Akali use as an answer to Darius top before. Your ability to avoid the apprehend in the extended skirmishes, you can play around it as well. So, but in this mid lane matchup specifically, very miserable. Now, Razork has been spotted out with the early push that they have in Mad Lions Koi bot lane. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, credit to you. You called it out entirely by yourself, Eddie. You said bot push, early vision. How will they use that pressure? And here it is. They got the pressure. Ooh. They're using it to fish for a hook. That one will not work, but it does mean stealing away the blue buff from a Brand jungle feels very positive. Aljoya's blue, of course, still up and available, but Jun on the chase now.
Now, I mean, the bot lane doesn't really lose much off the back of this either. They might lose a creep or two, but at the end of the day, advantage gained for Aljoya. He's going to put a bit of pressure on that brand. So credit to him, doing exactly what he needs to do. He can path back up towards topside. He still has his blue up and available, and there's very little that Razork can do to contest that back. And this is the strength of this Bel'Veth in the early game. Your clear speed is incredibly fast, but also just against a brand jungle, you have really powerful skirmishing because those cooldowns on a brand are still very, very long. So even if you land a full combo, it in an extended fight, it's not going to do you many favors.
I mean, also, like, just Bel'Veth as a champion, you got 4 dashes.
True.
Brand is a champion who's essentially hard countered by boots too 90% of the time. So, you know, having 4 extra dashes on top of that, even if the direction's not always going to work out, very positive for the 1v1. But now Razork stepping in, red buff there. Up front burst damage, Razork certainly pulls out ahead. Top lane push for Oscar as well, but Aljoya just wants to fish for the 1v1. Stepping in, the stun does connect. A lot of damage going down. Pillar of Fire managing to connect as well. Aljoya doesn't want to follow up. Flash out from Razork, traded for the ghost of Aljoya.
I will say the coordination there from Fnatic is a bit off. I don't think Razork is wrong to set up this invade when his mid lane has so much push, and Oscar Rinnin had the same thing in top. But the support actually just came very late. Aljoya using his ghost to force that fight from Razork very early, and it's Fresskowy that actually arrived before Humanoid, using that new path on the map to be able to assist, forcing that flash out from him. Now the good news for Razork is he does lose his flash, but it's a trade for ghost, and he still ends up securing the Gromp. So it's not all bad news for him.
Nope.
And earlier, we also saw that both Scuttle Crabs were secured. Razork got the bot side one, and Oscar Rinnin actually secured the top side one. So in terms of jungle clear, they're still very even. A small camp advantage for Razork. He's not really been put behind that much, and we're still having a very even early game.
And I'm curious to see what the itemization choice is going to be here from Aljoya specifically. Serrated Dirk as an isolated purchase is just strong on the early game for any AD champion, but want to know if he's just going to sit on that or convert it to some more, you know, aggressive lethality itemization. We've gotten very used to the tankier Bel'Veth builds back in the day with like Iceborne, Blade of the Rune King, Kraken. These days we see a lot of carry builds. Stridebreaker is still a solid item for her, but lethality doesn't fit into any of those, so need to see what exactly Aljoya wants to do with it, other than more damage in the early game.
Sometimes we've also seen people invest in an early Dirk and then sit on it until later.
I mean, yeah, just Callista Classic, right?
It's just so much value in the early game, right? Especially if you're looking to fight. Now, Alvaro has made his way into mid.
For the hook. Humanoid still has ulti available, but gets a bit more space for Fresskowy in the mid lane. Humanoid already getting a plate. 300 gold ahead in the mid lane matchup just from CS and that additional plate. So this is...
And the top lane matchup as well. Look at that, 300 gold. He's pretty much got a kill advantage for the time being.
This is right now it's not a problem, but you can see already lane assignments have shifted. Supa has now been sent up to the top side of the map. Zac left alone and isolated in the bottom lane. Obviously going to be a very hard champion to dive post level 6. And now Fnatic are a little bit behind in terms of the rotation, but what do Mad Lions Koi do with being first on the rotation?
Another small advantage gained for Razork. Yeah, it looks like Mad Lions really want to commit to these grubs. Of course, the cross map is always an option, but Fnatic is saying they want to fight. They need to get that mid push, get Humanoid involved in the action. He's actually choosing to reset right now, though.
Little grub battle. One picked up by Razork, denying that at the very least.
A wave is just being lost to the top tower right now. Noah didn't pass straight towards the lane. Yeah. Instead, he came down to assist. So a lot of experience is going to be lost. And you can see a small gold swing in favor of Supa, but I mean a literal creep.
Yeah, that 22 gold. Ugh. That's the difference, life and death there. And interesting that Supa not opting to go for Boots 2 here. Between the recurve and the longsword, he may have been just short in terms of gold.
Potentially.
But usually the rush for Callista. Boots 2, maybe a serrated Dirk if you're a little bit ahead. And obviously an easy serrated Dirk for Noah. It's Fresskowy. Now kind of committing to the all-in here, but Humanoid just casually walking him down, leaping in on the edge of death, but he knows his damage perfectly.
A solo kill for Humanoids. Fresskowy was very close to finding that kill, but he wasn't quite able to find it. Advantage already gained for Fnatic. 8 minutes in.
And I respect the confidence, but Humanoid still has flash. Merwin now gonna be in trouble. And just ult, or E rather, out to
safety. He uses the E after the apprehend is used, so he knows that's not gonna get interrupted. Mad Lions Koi immediately back out onto the map though, gonna steal away this red buff. Aljoya doing what he can to find these advantages. Credit to Razork though. The man is ahead in farm, even though Aljoya is doing what he can to put him behind. But he's got a full level lead for the time being.
Avro. Ooh,
nice
from Jun.
Gets away to safety. Now look at bot lane.
Pull back, easy onto the Zac passive, now gonna get procced. But guess who's really good at doing AoE damage? It's Brand. It's beginning to bounce, maybe not on the ideal targets, but Pillar of Flame about to come down. The smite there too. Merwin still alive!
He looked like he was gonna go back in there with his E.
That's like 4 or 5 for dives that have not worked onto top laners this week,
The
by the
really
way.
awkward thing, so Razork used his Pillar of Flame early to actually get the initial kill or
so you
the
didn't
passive,
have
right?
the AoE, and then he ults into a pile of minions
and then
essentially
the
for
ult,
0 damage. Yeah.
It's just, the ult is just bouncing around, having a great time. And Oscar Rinnan's Q wasn't enough to kill the blobs either.
The one circumstance where you want Brand to ult first and save the W, which feels weird. But the W was the more important skill, the Pillar of Flame.
You're right, yeah. And then also, I don't think like Oscar Rinnan couldn't ult anything.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't ult the grubs.
blobs, I guess.
Again, Nico before Nico, really, with the Zac interactions. Even Smote, one of the little bloblets, was not enough. Definitely feels awkward. A lot of resources committed for that. Fnatic aren't going to be too upset, however, as you can see, 90 CS to 62. Massive individual lead for Oscar Rinnan at this point in the game. Really, only the bottom lane, which is now playing on the top side of the map, is even or slightly ahead for the side of Mad Lions Boy.
All right. The first dragon of the game yet to be taken. Often we see it exchanged for those early grubs, but because of that whole
But because now that they're all on the top side of the map,
which I can't really say I fully understand. But yeah, what they could do is they could push a wave, swap to bot, then they could look to contest that. Whether or not they'll actually do it, it seems unlikely. And it's very awkward as well for like Jun and Alvaro to get involved in the map, because I know like structurally they're the same, but I will say that as an AD carry in top lane, you definitely feel like you're in a lot more danger than compared to being in the bot lane.
Yeah. I mean, also, I just think right now, Mad Lions Koi put themselves where they're, because they've swapped on the harder to gank side. Is that even fair with the new map? I don't know. So what are they going to do with the fact that they've gone for the swap here?
Well, they got 2 grubs.
Topsy-turvy.
And I mean, they have a small gold lead for now. I guess they're playing for the respawn. Here we go. Let's see. Can yeah, it looks like now the cross map is going to come through from Fnatic.
Go. Q already used by Noah. Good damage going down to the Blitzcrank, but they don't really have the tools to follow up at the stage. Flash in from Alvaro, going to lock down at least one. That's Jun gone. Noah probably next. Creep wave needs to get pushed in if they want to try to force the dive. Fnatic has no resources on the top side of the map. No TP for Humanoid as well.
Yeah, they have to try and force this dive
this time
in bot lane.
No Zac passive. They got it last time. Let's Bounce can give him a bit. Percentage max health damage, obviously very strong, and he's just trying to clear the wave, trying to pick up the bloblet, still healing, still living for a little bit more, but Oscar gonna seal the deal this time around.
They make it work. Fnatic get themselves the dragon, and Mad Lions Koi will find a kill on the top side along with the grub. Nice combo there from Razork. Stuns up Frescowi, forces him back. Oh, freeze frame.
Freeze frame.
Look at that beautiful flip from Elyoya.
Oh, look at that
perfect
slow
execution.
Motion. Belveth. That was for the Belveth fans out there.
It's like doing a high dive.
Yeah. You really have to appreciate the physicality behind some of these animations.
Like we don't appreciate how hard
Shout
it
out
is.
to the animators.
Yeah, shout out. Elyoya just doing a full front flip somersault.
Yeah, sick.
You'd think just lifting the tail and lowering it, but no,
Yeah,
full
no.
impact.
Full commit.
It reminds me of like, do you remember in Bleach when Kenpachi's like, no, I'll tell you, wait. Do you remember when they were like, Kenpachi, you know you can be stronger. Instead of using one hand, you can use two
hands. Okay. Iconic moment in anime.
Beautiful.
Yeah, sometimes reminder that your brain is your most important muscle. Unless you're playing League of Legends, in which case it's your hands. Sure.
Anyway, yeah. Next objective. Usually these teams will play for these outer towers next. Herald is spawning in about a minute's time as well, so Mad Lions in an optimal position for that. Oscar Rinnan.
Ooh, well, we finally see a successful dive onto a top laner. Knock up. Merwin still standing. There's no minion for him to pull. Alvaro now committed. Freeze frame!
Wait for it!
Vote in chat! Will it work? Oscar Rinnan goes down. It did work. They're completely successful. Frescowi is styling on Razork, but he doesn't have the damage. He can't quite finish it. Ooh, skin of his teeth, but the brand is living.
It ends up being another 1-for-1. Hopefully we can get a replay of the dive in top lane. but cross maps continue to happen. Mad Lions Koi, even though they're able to find that kill in top lane, the gold discrepancy just continues to build as Fnatic are finding so many plates. Mid lane, a 1.4k gold lead now for Humanoid. A full tower secured for Fnatic in the bot lane.
And you can see the discrepancy in terms of where the gold has been allocated. 2 laners, top and mid, the focus for Fnatic. But now we can look at this. I thought it might just be forbidden to watch the successful top dive. Apparently we are allowed to see it.
So the Hex Flash over the wall, Alvaro goes in. He's going to get the knockup. Oh, and then, okay, AD carry shows up as well. So
where everyone else went wrong was 2v1ing. You have to 4v1 the top laner.
Yeah!
Thank you. Thank you.
That was
Lions
beautiful
Koi
reaction.
fan. I do not know your
that.
name, but that you represent the hearts and minds of everyone at home who witnessed that particular sequence.
Ah, fantastic.
It was successful. And I think for Mad Lions Koi, a bunch of gold was just regained by Noah, because when we went into that play, there was like a 1.1k gold lead for Supa. So a tower must have gone down. Nice hook to kick things off. Razor pulled back to the team, but they have to be careful about grouping into the brand. Noah's ult is just barely going to connect, but the follow-up damage is not there. Frescowy not quite able to hit with the E. Merwin jumping into the back line. In the meantime, Frescowy continuing to run forward. Desperate to finish off Jun. Humanoid stepping back. Now they're fighting right into the funnel. The brand is going to do so much work. The Zac already taken down. Ulti coming in. The pullback is there. Tristana gone. Shut down. And Zelio's going crazy in the back line. Supa still standing. Supa still bleeding, but Noah is untouched. And Fnatic doing so much work in the fight. The bloblets from Merwin on the backside do not matter. Oscar on the chase. Oscar and Noah hold the line.
Oscar manages to survive the onslaught of Mad Lions Koi and swings the fight in their favor. What a crazy team fight, and such an awkward spot as well. Jun lands a nice hook, but Razork forced to flash early because a very nice hook from Alvaro also comes out. Jun on the retreat, very low HP, flashes from both sides. Beautiful apprehend from Oscar Rinnan to deny the engage from Merwin. Then Jun with a good hook, chain CC into kill, 1-for-1 at this point. The knockup from Alvaro into the hook. Very well played from Mad Lions Koi, but look at the damage coming out from the brand, the passive, the pillar of flame, then the heal from Oscar Rinnan. An incredibly close fight, but Noah was safe on the back line. The sustain from Oscar was enough.
And Noah, together with Razork, was big there. Razork now needing to back up a Humanoid. Ready to
set,
full commit to the
in.
play. Frescowy just getting chunked out. Charges there. Knockback is there. Humanoid not quite going to get the reset. Supa now on the chase. One fed Kalista this time. Positioned to do well. But Oscar running in. There's no angle to respond here.
So just all 5 members of top lane. Merwin pushing in the bot side. Should be able to get a tower back. Wow. Both these teams are just ready to fight, but it's Fnatic that keep finding the advantages. 3k is the gold lead now.
They group into the funnel against Brand, and it looks bad because Elio is full AD, so when he ults and gets the reset, he does a ton of damage, he does a ton of work, but the fact that Razork's able to burst him out before the second proc comes through on that ult reset to stop any potential follow-up is huge, and credit to Noah. I thought he was going to be one of the points of weakness in this matchup because he's had a rough couple weeks, but he is not falling behind, and despite all the resources put into Supa by the side of Mad Lions Koi, he's keeping even across this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the individual that's struggling to have an impact in this game right now is Frescowy. It was always going to be a difficult laning phase for him, but dying in the 1v1 just accelerated the matchup in favor of Humanoid. And now, when we look in these fights, every single time he tries to get in, there's just no easy way for him to threaten that backline. So, there's Akali not quite working out the way that Mad Lions Koi would have hoped. Oh, big interrupt.
Nice pullback is there as well. Bouncing through. Humanoid surely dead on this one.
Really
Supa
nice
gonna get the money.
Humanoid messing up the buffer there on his W means that Merwin does get that interrupt, and they find a quick pick. Oscar will trade it on the top side of the map, but the Dragon is up. And with all 5 members on the bot side of the map, this should be an easy objective secure for Mad Lions Koi. No TP, of course, on Oscar Rinnan.
Little Fnatic Death Brush there. Setting up just to maybe catch out an over-eager Mad Lions Koi, but they've done their due diligence here.
Alvaro is sniffing. He's hunting. He's found a target.
Oh, yeah. Looking to take up Razork, flash in, knock up, follow up immediately from the Velvet, pull back from Jun is key there. Razork's gonna be able to get his combo off. Is it gonna be enough damage? Yes, he manages to take out one, goes into the bush, dropping sight, not enough against Kalista anymore. Mad Lions Koi immediately firing back, 2-for-1 trade in their favor.
Mad Lions Koi continue to find picks, knowing that Oscar Rinnan is on the top side of the map. Razork and Jun, they think they're safe in their half of the map, but Mad Lions Koi prove otherwise. 2 quick kills, they're gonna get themselves another Dragon. and the fans once again erupt.
There's just not enough creeps on that top side wave to allow Oscar to push in any further. So Dragon taken down, 1-for-1 matched up here. And an incredibly back and forth game. I mean, we're 18 minutes in, we've got 15 kills on the board, 7-8. I think the big thing for me is keeping track of Oscar in these upcoming fights is going to be huge. They've done a good job of killing Brand, of killing Humanoid when they found him out, but Merwin, while he's offered excellent setup, it's like, how much is the Zac setup worth compared to a pretty, I would say, turbo-fed Darius? Maybe that's too generous, but he does have a 1.7k individual gold lead. He's going to be a big problem.
Yep, I agree. Let's see it.
Nice knockup. Maybe not such a big problem if they're able to take him down. Nice knockup there. Infinite CC is a great way to take him out of the equation.
They get both his summoner spells out. They're also going to secure the tower top. Mad Lions Koi are just moving around the map as this little death group. Elyoya, Super, and Alvaro just constantly looking for opportunities to punish their opponents, just sitting isolated from the rest of their team, and it's working very nicely. The only downside is Fnatic are consistently cross-mapping. They're continuing to get these objectives. It's 4 towers to 2 in favor of Fnatic, and they still hold on to about a 2 to 3k gold lead.
It's really on Mad Lions Koi to convert these picks into something greater. They're not really able to get a lot done topside, but when a Baron becomes available, when they feel confident enough to try to force that objective down, which admittedly might be hard with their composition, but you know, I'm not really familiar with full lethality build.
Yeah, this is new tech to me, yeah.
As an option to obliterate the objective. Gets a lot of, you know, attack speed from her passive, additional movement speed going to feel good as well, and her ratios are decent on a lot of her abilities, but just need to see what it can do against a Baron before I'm confident in their ability to take that one down early. And in the meantime, Fnatic trading up. Yes, Mad Lions Koi are getting kills, they're buying time, they're shutting down a lot of key members, but Fnatic are taking down towers, which is a significantly more impactful, or is going to be when we play around these objectives.
It still feels like a very tense game. Jun, is he going to face check once again? He's cautious.
Out. Support now taken down. No chance for the Nautilus to push a single button. Instantly, Zac is into the back line. Alvaro trying to follow up. The knockup going on to Super, but there's no other damage to come through. TP coming in onto the ward. Not ideal. Would have preferred it on the Zac, but Fresskowy there just in time for the team. Oscar now walking forward. No sums available. Fresskowy going to need to dash out to safety. Mad Lions Koi happy with a single pick onto the enemy support. Costs them a TP, but so far they haven't lost anything else in exchange.
Credit to Jun, even in his final moments, flashing in, getting the knock-up onto Merwin in the hopes that they could trade something back. But with the arrival of Fresskowy, it forces Fnatic to disengage, and Mad Lions Koi find another pick. They brought the kills 8-8. They're doing a really good job of just finding great fights. And while they are finding objectives here and there, they haven't quite been able to solidify a gold lead for now. But it just goes to show Mad Lions Koi definitely not down and out. They're a very creative team, but will always find these unique angles to punish their opponents. And they're definitely catching Fnatic off guard multiple times throughout this game.
And if Fnatic can't punish with a greater objective, the Mad Lions Koi are essentially just buying time for their respective carries to scale up. Fresskowy, yes, he has Rocket Belt, would really love to have another full completed item before they go into a big team fight. And you can see how Zac is just going to be infuriating to play against for Humanoid and Noah as we get later and later to these fights. Razork as well. Humanoid certainly the tools to reposition, but Razork and Noah don't have that luxury outside of Flash.
Exactly. All right, so we return to a neutral state. Blue buffs are being distributed to their respective teams. Mad Lions Koi setting up around the Baron, controlling that vision and creating a point of pressure that Fnatic now have to respect. They're pushing in the mid lane from the side of Fnatic. Fresskowy pushing top, but he doesn't have TP. Could be a good window for Fnatic to try and force a fight. Look at Merwin.
This is good for Humanoid, but Razork has to be careful with the Zac coming over the wall. Knockup is there. Merwin immediately going to be forced to alt after he pushes that just to try to make it out to safety. Let's bouncing away, but Noah found the kill. Super off to the side, taken out of the equation, and now Mad Lions Koi. There's not a bullet loaded into this gun. They just don't have any kill pressure.
I'm impressed that Noah was able to find that. Fnatic looked very scattered in the middle of that fight. Mad Lions this time around couldn't convert it into a pick. They don't decide to force the Baron. They recognize Dragon is spawning soon. Instead, they're going to go for a reset, spend some of the gold.
You have branded double 80. I guess you don't want to flip it. We saw a lot of flips yesterday.
Zac can be very obnoxious in that tight space, right? So maybe they don't want to. They just want to play it safe, play for the Dragon instead.
I understand it. That said, it is Varus, Tristana, Brand. So I do believe that they would kill it quite quickly. But we'll see what the setup looks like as we get later into the game.
Hubris.
Hubris for Noah. Okay, if you missed it, this is how this item works. You get 15 AD plus 2 for every kill once you get the item, once the item is active. It's like a temporary Medjai's that never loses the stacks, but it's kill reliant. That's the trade-off. Oh,
nice
back on Merwin is
interrupt.
huge. He's got no ultimate. Can't see that if he's got the passive already. Does not. So we'll just get picked off there. And now I think Fnatic are feeling a little bit more confident about that Baron.
They still have their eyes set on the Dragon. Razork's going to make his way towards that one. Vision needs to be cleared out. There's a lot invested from Mad Lions Koi around this objective. Alvaro needs to get out. He gets away to safety, perfectly fine. Oscar Renin just scouting around. TP is available for Merwin, so I'd be surprised if Fnatic tried to force that objective now. They'll take the Dragon instead. Once again, they'll play it safe. Clear out the jungle. Okay, we've very interesting game. It's been a lot about picks, I will say. Yeah. Individuals just getting caught out here and there. We've had, I think, 2 significant team fights that have gone largely in the favor of Fnatic. Mad Lions Koi definitely not out of this game just yet. Rocket Belt plus Lichbane combination from Frescowie, a little bit more mobility, and Lichbane I definitely think is increasing in popularity.
Yeah. And I think in a lot of these fights where you're kind of going to eat some upfront burst damage but then try to live through, you get a lot of Lichbane procs off.
For sure.
Also, Akali, very passive dependent, kind of makes sense as an item generally. Hook going to go in, Elioya caught out. E already used, knock up as well. That's a jungler dead. That was not a good call. All of them now retreating. Jun, the hook not going to connect. Mad Lions Koi now put completely on the back foot. They have to be ready to risk the 50-50. They've once again hooked Jun. Nice combo, nice setup. Fnatic say, okay, let's get this party started. Oscar now stepping forward, not quite going to find the execute. Mad Lions Koi losing another member for nothing.
It was a cool combo, as you called it, Dracos, but that did not go the way that Mad Lions Koi wanted. Fnatic with 5 members strong. Hooking in the Darius is an ambitious play.
Oscar should just be dead here. Lots of healing to buy a bit more space. Derricks as well. Objective going down. Frescowie, we know the pit has to just flash out to safety. And still everyone on Fnatic is standing. But Human now going in. Supa taken down. Fnatic on the hunt. Noah on the chase. Pull back. Instantly going to get one shot. No, they need a little more damage. Frescowie! It doesn't push the button! Oh, that's going to hurt Fnatic at the Baron. 5 members standing.
The hubris is strong with Noah. He stood in the face of that Akali and walked away with his life. And Baron secured.
Hubris is absolutely the name for it. We're 20 minutes. This item is an absolute greed fest. At 15, he's got 3 stacks. That's it.
So a hook connects onto Oscar Renin. He holds onto the flash for a very long time. He knows the execute is coming, flashes away from it. And Frescowie then has to flash in response. Super flashes away to safety. The control ward is dropped, but we're back to live.
Back to live.
Nice
sidestep from Alvaro, especially with the slow coming in. It's just going to zoom his way out to safety. Flag array will connect onto Elioya as well, and Merwin just going to try to clear the wave to stop a Baron push from coming in. Fnatic right now playing on a single lane. The Mad Lions Koi have pretty terrible wave clear, so this should be an easy tier 2 for Fnatic.
Fnatic now just beginning their slow and steady siege. We're only 26 minutes in, but this feels like Fnatic's game to lose. They're stacked as 5 members into the top lane. They know that they can win this team fight.
Go in, knock up. Zach instantly interrupted on the backside. Is going to get the connection on 2, but that's an easy kill pickup.
3 deaths.
2, 3. Fnatic just slaughtering Mad Lions Koi.
Did they even lose any HP off that fight?
Nope.
That was insane. Jun with the interrupt onto the engage from Merwin. Absolutely no threat onto the backline. 5-0-9 is the scoreline for Noah. He definitely hasn't had the strongest split, but he is stepping up today.
And that's all that matters. Be there on the day, be there when it counts. And in game 1, Fnatic are here. Fnatic are stepping up. Fnatic decimating Mad Lions Koi in our first match.
A convincing victory from Fnatic. Humanoid getting a solo kill in the mid lane. Sure, he got caught off a couple times.
Sure.
But Oscar Renin doing a great job with that Darius. Impressive stuff from Fnatic.
Incredible performance from Fnatic just about across the board. We're going to step to a good break. When we return, the AD can talk more about game 1 and what's to come in game 2.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Let's do this.
Hello.
Let's do this.
Hello.
Oh, it's falling, it's falling, it's falling.
No flash, no flash.
Here, can you? I stand here. She's dead, she's dead. Velvet dead. I'm behind them, by the way, here. Nice. I'm so OP, I'm so OP.
And still everyone on Fnatic is standing, but Human now going in. Super taken down. Fnatic on the hunt. Noah on the chase. Pull back. Instantly gonna get one shot. No, they need a little more damage from Scully. It doesn't push the button.
Yeah, some strong words in Fnatic voice comes here in game one, but for a very strong statement game as well against Mad Lion Koi, guys. And I really love the spiciness and the explosivity of the way they played here today. What was the highlight of this game for you?
Oof, there's a lot of things. I mean, it was very back and forth. I think for me, kind of the solo kill set the stage for the entire game. I think Humanoid had a very good performance. Mid game was a bit rougher, but the early game especially. And then I think the Brand kind of Darius team fight, they popped off quite hard, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to pinpoint one thing, but what I thought was really cool in the beginning is also just where
both teams had decided they wanted to apply their pressure differently. It felt like there was a lot of plays on the top side, there was a lot of plays on the bot side, and they were kind of just trading blows. But then at times as well, Fnatic were kind of slow at responding to a crash mob as well once we reached that mid game. But the early game was all about these back and forth kills.
I mean, that's the thing, when you look at the composition and the way each team wants to split and impact the map, how did it impact the early game and the later stages, Streets?
I mean, I thought it was fun with this kind of grub swap that MDK initiated, and that's why we see all these plays, kind of the top laners battling it out with the dives on bot lane. I thought that was very interesting how it affected the map, because usually when you swap, there's kind of, it makes the map a bit more uncomfortable and people get caught out a bit easier, I would say. So both MDK and Fnatic kind of found different angles on the map with the swap.
Yeah, but early game just felt very turn-based, you know? It's just like, you go up here, okay, now it's my turn, I make a play down here, okay, and now it's your turn again. And that's kind of just what they traded all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, the kills were even, like, basically throughout the entire game, right? Until Fnatic came out on top. So kind of a scrappy game, but it was really fun to watch at least.
Taking turns in taking pressure until one team manages to grab the lead, sorry, but if there's one man that we can highlight here on the side of Fnatic, and we've talked about him in the pre-show as well, it has to be Humanoid. Again, statement game from him and really stable, not classic for this player at the beginning of the year, I would say.
I mean, also kind of after the early game, I think he got caught a few times, but he always had very high presence in teamfights, and it's kind of like the Tristana factor, where in teamfights it feels like if this champion gets a couple items, you will always pop off. And I was just very impressed with the solo kill, how patient he was. Kind of, he didn't use his flash, he knew that he wouldn't die from this Akali auto attack, just jumped in carefully, got the auto attack and the kill, so that was very clean.
Yeah, just prolonging the team fight as well. Like, even initially here, where it looks kind of bad from how it's initiated from the side of Fnatic at the beginning, they still manage to come out of it. And I think the brand does a huge amount of damage in these team fights if you're spreading, if you're not spreading out and you're just staying stacked up. This here specifically, where it looks like it's a good hook at first, but it actually just baits the rest of MDK into a bad team fight between the Darius and the brand, pretty much single-handedly doing all the work here.
I mean, they have like a 4th red comp on the side of Fnatic, right? So maybe you grabbed Humanoid, well, then you have the brand and the Darius to deal with, kind of. So I really liked the draft from Fnatic. It's not something that I would kind of think of to draft myself, but it was a very smart kind of adaptation to the Zac blind pick as well with the Darius.
You can also just see the mid difference here. Like,
yeah.
I think there was, like, and I think a lot of people called that out. For Scowy's performance wasn't up to par with what you would have expected, and I think that also goes to show how Marek really did a good job against him.
Marek Rashta, yeah, he popped
Absolutely.
off.
Props to the junglers, though. There is no good mid lane performance without a jungler behind them usually. And we saw a face-off against Razork and Elioya before the series. Look at them go. Really intense.
Nah, this could be
domination
like
here on the rift until one of them cracks. Elioya cracked first. But how much did the two junglers set up the pace for this game, especially in the skirmishes we saw early on?
I think both played very well, to be honest. I was surprised with the lethality build that Elioya did.
I had never seen that before,
later,
so I tried to find out, had anyone done it? So I was looking, Lolalytics, no, can't find it. Looking at the pro players, no, can't see anyone finding it. Looking at all the big builds on Game of Legends and major leagues as well, only one Belvis being played. So I just have no idea where this came from. I kind of get the idea against a squishy champion like Brand, where you want to go in and invade and just overpower him with burst. I have no idea though if it's better or not. It's really hard to say.
He knows the champion quite well, though. We know that Elioya likes to play his Velvet. We can ask him maybe after this series if we have him in PGL. We'll see about that later. But both Razork and Elioya come from the Spanish regional scene, and before the game too, let's get to know them a bit better.
El comienzo es solo eso. Un comienzo. Tienes más expectativas que ojos puestos en ti. Vienes porque dentro sientes algo. Algo por el juego. Un día apareces y en ese momento ya no importa si vienes por el ARAM. A ver una partida o a conocer a compañeros con los que más adelante lucharás por otras metas. No importa si quieres aprender o si quieres ganar, porque ese momento es solo eso, el comienzo.
Une Spain is rising to be one of the strongest region we have here in European League of Legends Street, and you know a thing or two about this.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play there myself. I think this was back in like 2017. I played both in Giants and Movistar Riders.
Wow.
I've played my fair share of games against Razrock specifically, and he was kind of a big threat in the Spanish scene back then as well. And now he's obviously popping off on Fnatic as well. So
yeah,
obviously Mad Lions Koi have many Spanish members. You could even say that Frisco is Spanish by this point. So there's a lot in this. Exactly, yeah.
No, but I love the fact that whenever we have players coming from this region, they're going to be explosive, they're going to be really hyped, fans love them a lot, and usually these are players that you want to keep an eye on coming into the LEC. Look at the Mad Lions Koi roster, for instance. Nobody believed them at the beginning of the year, and here they are looking to bounce back against Fnatic.
And here they are, one game down.
One game down, but people placed them 10. I will not mention who. I don't want to frame people here,
not
but an explosive game one actually, and neck in the early game. I actually have hopes for Mad Lions Koi here in game 2, playing on the blue side once again. We leave things at the same place here. What do we expect in the second draft?
I mean, I think in general, both teams kind of drafted to what they wanted. I think both teams got the comps they wanted. And as we said, it was very back and forth. I don't think it was like a clear, definite win by Fnatic. I think Mad Lions Koi had a lot of good angles themselves. And I was also surprised with the grub swap that I said earlier as well. So they had a lot of interesting tactics. Now there's obviously... Blitzcrank is banned already, so Alvaro is not getting his hands on that one anymore.
But the draft has just been crazy today. Like, usually it'd be like, we have a G2 game, okay, we don't know what to expect. But today has just been, I'm not really sure what we're going to see be brought out here, because you had a good idea about some of the champions being banned here. Kalista, you know, the Karma. You saw Elyoya do a good Ivern the other day as well. So yeah, sure, these make sense, but there's just so much more coming out of our team so far.
There has been, and I think the biggest surprise for me is kind of the VARs. I feel like teams are still underrating this champ. I feel like it wins almost every game and has a lot of pressure. And
is it underrated? I feel like it gets picked a lot.
Yeah.
Underrated as in the sense of like, are we going to win against this champ?
I see.
I feel like a lot of teams are very comfortable playing into it, but I think it just wins so much.
We have to keep an eye on the brand priority on the throughout the day. It's a champion that's rising. Why do you think we see it more since the change of patch?
I think a lot of the engaged junglers kind of struggle into it. I think it's kind of the way where if you engage into Brand, he kind of pops his ult and it bounces a bunch and does a bit of damage. So I think it's very hard to kind of lock him down and kill him very fast. So I think Elyoya with the Belveth, that was kind of his plan, go lethality and just one-shot him, but it didn't quite work out. So it'll be fun to see what Razrock now will pick into it, because obviously he played himself last game.
Going to be a power pick here in the LEC, alongside Varus, who you were mentioning. The players like a lot, flexing it as well. And again, Rel, we've seen this champion for the past 6 months. We know what it does, we know that it can be flexed.
Throwback.
And throwback on the side of Xayah Rakan here as well. I feel like when you have a lot of AD carry bans, or you don't know what to pick, you're always going to default to Xayah Rakan. But why is it good here, GB?
I mean, it just super comfort for Super and Alvaro. They were playing it last time, they were playing against Fnatic too, and you saw the 2 versus 3 that they did. Yeah, there was a bit of mis-execution from Razrock in it, but it's still super comfort for Super and Alvaro down in that bot side. So yeah, all in all, great bot lane secured for them.
Lane is pretty much a struggle against the Vars and the Renata. But yeah, it's kind of like what you said. It just creates a very easy draft, I think, to kind of maybe enable Merwin in this draft. He has a lot of kind of options. If I'm Fnatic, I'm kind of saving top lane until last, always against Merwin, so it doesn't cook up some crazy stuff. Interesting to see that they banned the Tristana themselves now on the side of Fnatic.
I was going to think as well that it could have been a threat, because like there's so much that Mad Lions need to be aware of right now. Like Oscar's been great on a Cassante, and yeah, maybe you want to ban a Gwen for that just to kind of sign it out, but also like you are worried about Humanoid. He is a guy that you need to pay respect to in the draft.
100%. I'm curious to see if Fnatic goes for mid or top on 4 now. I think now with the Cassante being banned, I think maybe that indicates that they want to go for a mid pick on 4 and save the top until 5. There's a lot of things still open. There's obviously something like the Azir, which I think is always kind of a easy front-to-back champ with Renata. You obviously have Corki and Akali as well still open. But I think you want to play something that has a bit more range on the side of Fnatic now to kind of win this front-to-back battle. So I think the Azir would make perfect sense personally.
I mean, I was going to say he's he's chosen the Corki most times when both options has been available. So I also just think it's a good comfort for him there. But also Corki's really good into Xayah, just poking her out with the rockets whenever she can never get an auto attack range. Same for Brand if you're not in threat of actually being locked up by his abilities. Like this champion just creates 1v9 scenarios because no one really ever comes onto him.
And it's kind of up to Mad Lions Koi now to draft some more engaged that can actually shut down this Varus and Corki playing 4 screens away. So I'm curious to see what Merwin ends up. So it's, I guess, the Ezreal mid into Corki. That's going to be very interesting. I guess you can match the poke a bit, and obviously Ezreal is a very strong early game now in this patch, so he's going for the perks approach here.
Yeah, okay. So let's see if we get something wild here, because now it is for Merwin as well. I mean, obviously he is blind picking. So are you blind picking anything safe, or do you have something that you want to bring out in playoffs now that you are 1 and...
You would expect some sort of... Yeah. Let's wait to see what Fnatic picks here, because I have questions about the Mad Lions Koi draft in terms of engage and follow-up. And sure.
What do you feel like they need right now? I think honestly it's very flexible now on the side of Oscarin. They have the engage and they have the damage. I think something tanky would actually fit kind of well here, like a Bruiser champ. Something that can soak up a bit of this poke, because I think Rel is... That's definitely not a tanky champ. That's Yone.
That is Yone.
That is Yone. I mean, I guess he's fighting fire with fire, so to say. He's going for the kind of outplayer approach there.
Interesting approach on both sides, honestly. And how are they going to play into each other? And are we going to see a lot of 5v5 here?
I mean, we've only seen one Ezreal mid so far. I wonder if Mad Lions Koi has been scrimming Team Heretics, but we didn't see too many good options out of it last time. It's going to be a lot of standoff. Like, whoever gets first on objective to really start the poke when people walk into you is going to be really important.
And I think it's also about patience, because if Razork and Oscarin goes too fast, there's a lot of disengage on the side of Mad Lions Koi, right? They have the Xayah ultimate, they have Ezreal E, and Jace is playing 2 screens away, so I think it's a lot about patience and this kind of standoff battle, and whoever lands more poke and kind of goes decisively in will come out victorious.
Is it the draft that will allow Fnatic to take the series and advance tomorrow, GB?
Well, I love a humanoid Corki, so I can see it happen.
All right, well, let's see if Fnatic can earn the shots at G2 Esports tomorrow and the rematch of El Clasico as we hit the Rift for Game 2.
Shout out to those Koi Mad Lions fans in the front. We are gearing up for Game 2. You hear the calls for Vamos. And Vamos Mad Lions Koi are certainly going to do, because this comp cannot stop. If this comp slows down at any point, they're just a bunch of squishy babies. But if they keep the tempo up, they get ahead, woo! Fnatic are going to have a hell of a hard time.
I'm really enjoying all the cooking that we've been doing this weekend.
Hell yeah, baby.
You know, like, I was...
Chopped ain't got shit on us.
Yeah, I was...
Sorry, that was a bit, maybe a bit aggressive.
I was gonna say, I thought NA being on the live patch would be really exciting to watch, and then like Europe watched that and they said, okay.
What if we just did it not on the live patch?
And then they just said, watch how it was buffed, play it.
Yeah, but again, we've got some good stuff. And we got the, the Food Wars squid with peanut butter classic. Like, there's been...
It's that one with the character cooked with a chainsaw, you know?
Yeah. Okay, here's what I'll say. I am very excited to see what Mad Lions Koi, this is diplomatic, as you can tell from my tone, Mad Lions Koi can accomplish with this draft. That said, it has many glaring weaknesses. One, every single member on that team can get one shot by any fed member of the opposing team if they miss position. Yes, they have range, but this is a very powerful but very fragile composition.
So I'll say that there's a lot of range everywhere, right? Yeah. So you've got on the left side, Ezreal, Jace primarily is your super long range poke. Hang on, Razor, what's he cooking here? Razzle.
How many times will we say cooking in a single day? Nothing.
Is he just going to get to take this?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Okay.
That was one of the...
That was the most respectful jungle interaction I've ever seen in my life. Hey, that's actually mine. Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. I'll just leave then. I'm going to go to the other buff. Is that cool? He's like, yeah.
That's like the most British interaction I've ever seen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, my mistake, sir. I didn't realize that was your red buff. Apologies, my good man. Okay.
Wow. Who would have thought? Well, anyway, red buff secured, I guess. Now, of course, there should be a split map.
Merwin clapping Oscar in that
He
trade.
got
Merwin trying to
level 2.
extend it.
When's the level?
Lethal tempo. He can just flash auto, but it'll just be a trade of flashes, so Merwin doesn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, the pots have been used. Level 2 in desperate need here for Oscar Renin.
Merwin has 4 abilities at level 2. Oscar has 1 at level 1. It's just, you're not going to win that trade.
Any handshake? Nope.
Decent amount of pressure on it. Alvaro and Supra to kind of come out on top here in the lane, but it is going to be tricky against Renata Morris. I mean, they went for comfort clearly on the side of Mad Lions Koi, but Fnatic, a lot more power in terms of early lane priority.
So, what I was trying to say earlier was that Mad Lions Koi do have a lot of range. I think this Yone late game is going to be the biggest problem that Mad Lions Koi have to find a solution for, just because I think there's no one in his side lane that can really match him. The scaling element that he's going to bring is going to be a serious problem. Anyway, dive being set up on the bot lane. Fnatic looking to emulate this style of trying to attack bot early.
Supa, nice flash out to the side, getting away from Razork here. Jun still tanking the tower. Noctum going to get dodged away from as well as Alvaro walks back to get the heal. Jun getting chunked out. Both sides blinking health bars, but now Fnatic just re-dive. Razork has a full health bar. Goes in, gets the stun, locks up 2. 1 quick kill coming through. Fnatic take their time and make it happen. Q? Okay, all right.
Does it? Yeah. The Observer's baited you a bit with that one.
I like the angle though, Observer's. Respectable.
But first blood secured for Fnatic once again. This time with a dive that at first I thought was a little bit messy, but they definitely, on the re-engage, made it look very clean. They got a bunch of summoner spells out first, and they were able to secure that. Now it's Mad Lions Koi attempt on the top side.
He's behind the tower against a brand. This should be pretty hard, but a quick soul unbound to get away from the Pillar of Flame damage. Stops that dive. And again, the lesson of the week. Don't dive top lane.
I mean, Fnatic found a successful dive onto Merwin in the previous game, but it was bot lane. It wasn't top lane.
Yes. I will say, I feel like, and if someone at home can track this with a lot of free time on their hands, I feel like we have like a 15% success rate this week on ganking top laners, whatever lane they're playing.
Oh, okay.
The odds are not in your favor.
Well, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. What I will do is tell you the grubs are going to be spawning soon, along with the dragon. And I'm curious as to whether or not we're going to see another swap from Mad. Because that was another weird thing that happened last game, where they swapped to top.
Yeah.
And then it was like this weird exchange between Fnatic and Mad Koi. Admittedly, Mad did get the grubs.
Which, if that was their objective, mission accomplished.
Yeah. But I do think that it made it very hard for them to actually like play through their bot lane. Yeah. Just because I really do think it's harder to dive top than it is to dive bot.
I mean, again, not to be too stats focused here, but the stats would certainly line up with your assessment there. Alvaro continuing to try to keep the pressure alongside Supa, pushing out this wave. Have a jungler behind them. Of course, Spotted Out gives them a little bit more free access, as Razork is going to be the one to start up the grubs this time around.
That should be Spotted Out, yeah. The ping has come down from Mad Lions Koi. The great thing about Rel clearing the grubs is that your Q can just eviscerate the shields, yeah, which makes clearing that much faster. Now, pings are coming down. With the push in mid, Friskawi could move over, but he's chosen not to for now. Alyoya making his way there, but he's going to be too late, so no exchange. And unfortunately for Alyoya, he's on the top side of the map, so no cross-map potential. Keeping my eyes on Alvaro. Has roamed towards mid.
Friskawi committing. Humanoid holding onto the Valkyrie for quite some time there. Yeah, and we have two very similar champions in mid lane in a lot of ways.
Yep.
Lots of long-range poke, relative safety for Corki with the Valkyrie, the Arcane Shift for Ezreal. Neither side really able to create a greater impact quite yet, but it's a 50 gold lead for Friskawi. Going to be mitigated somewhat by the early Cole pickup from Humanoid.
Ooh, I like this from Mad Lions Koi. Alyoya knows that he should be stronger at this point in time. Merwin baiting this out.
They're fishing for the setup, but they have all the CC they need. Nice sidestep from Merwin is big. The flash coming through there to the skies, coming in as well. Solid damage going in Oscar, and Oscar going to get cut down before the Q3 can come through. Knockup not nearly enough as Razork now forced to retreat. Mad Lions Koi outplaying in the 2v2.
Yeah, really well played from Mad Lions Koi. They took advantage of the fact that Razork thought that he was in Fog of War. I don't think he spotted that that ward actually died, so the sweeper never recognized it, so he didn't know that he was on vision. Now we see a bit of a fight in bot lane.
Alvaro now needs to dash back here. Feather pullback already used by Supa. This is going to make the rest of this trade very difficult. Noah only really able to throw out the piercing arrow here. A bit of extra movement speed coming in from Jun there from the bailout, but again, Mad Lions Koi backstepping enough to really stop any potential follow-up.
Noah and Jun should be able to push this one out and get a reset off. If they want to, they could also try and secure that plate. But yeah, once again, credit to Mad Lions Koi for securing that top 2v2. The fact that Elyoya was there for the counter, he had the level advantage over Razork as well. And just, you know, Brand plus Jace. The fact that Jace also flashed away from the Yone ultimate was big because a lot of damage was lost there. So well played overall from Mad Lions Koi. They're going to equalize the gold, which is definitely a comfortable position to be in as you enter the early game. Big gold advantage gained in the top side of the map for Mad Lions Koi, and a small gold advantage growing in the bot side in favor of Fnatic.
And the Vars has just been so stable for Noah across both these games. Even in the previous game when Mad Lions Koi were putting a lot of effort into getting super resources, Noah did a pretty good job of staying relatively close in terms of itemization and gold. Don't think we'll see a Hubris this game. If he is going to build it, he's going to build it now, but based on what we saw in the previous game.
He built it like third item last game, didn't he?
Yeah, which is why. Why would you do that? Clearly that's not... Is someone going to build Magi as 4th in pro? You know, like...
I mean, I've seen pros do it, bro.
All right, take it back. Noah's going to do what Noah wants to do. Presumably, if he builds Hubris, he will be quite far ahead.
Oh, Mad Lions Koi want to contest this.
Move off to the side. Alvaro going in, but he's not connecting onto anybody. He needs a path back out to safety. Supa standing there just in time. Jun going to get taken down, but the bailout is there. Can they find a return kill? The answer is no. Mad Lions Koi not able to grab the Dragon, but able to grab a kill.
Okay, Mad Lions Koi not going to be too upset about that. The kill going over to the Brand as well. Definitely a favorable position for Mad Lions Koi to be in. They will, well, I was going to say they finally get themselves a very small gold lead, which is something that they struggled to get in game 1. But what we consistently see from Mad Lions Koi is they're more than happy to fight you. And I think that Elyoya and Alvaro as a combo is clearly proving to be a super skirmish heavy, a very aggressive duo that just loves to find opportunities to fight. Now Merwin, I don't think he saw Razork. They don't have any information, but this time around Fnatic does know.
Oh, surprise horse, steal your blue. Run out to safety. Merwin's going to try to chase. Corky's trying to back right now. Humanoid cannot afford to have his back interrupted. It's going to mess up his lane, so Razork just going to give his life. That was an ego attempt to take that buff right there.
That was just a giant mistake from Razork. His mid laner wants to base, his top lane is getting pushed in. You don't see where Merwin is.
If anyone else is there, you die.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened.
All right.
So that should be a lesson to all of you junglers at home. When you invade the enemy blue and your mid laner is backing, it is not your mid laner's fault.
I don't... Personal accountability is never the way in solo queue. It's always someone else's fault. Don't let Betty mislead you by trying to help you grow as a person. Stay toxic.
Junglers, bad junglers. No,
please don't.
Bad
Please
junglers.
Please don't be toxic. Oscar fishing with the soul unbound, just trying to get a bit of vision here. Boots 2 for Yone feels good, but Oscar in late to the purchase. Oscar in late to the purchase, excuse me. Didn't have it on that first gank. And Merwin's flash is about to be up. So kind of a window of opportunity missed out there by Fnatic to try and punish that missing summoner spell. And now...
Oh, look at that Brand pack. That's very satisfying.
Can you get the perfect setup, though? You can get all 3 same time. Nobody gets a shield. No. All right. Bit of an oopsie there.
Still very satisfying watching that.
Yep.
So going to be 3-3 in grubs.
3-3 in grubs. Gold basically dead even. There's a dragon on one side. There's 500 gold on the other. So
I still think
even game.
Scaling the advantage goes in favor of Fnatic, is my opinion. I'm
with you because I'm not worried about Yone in the late game capacity that you are. It's just that Yone has such long range, kind of, it is committal, but it's not really committal because of the E engage options. And he can just fish onto Brand, fish onto the Jace.
Yeah,
if he ever hits anything, they die.
What I will say for Mad is that they're probably very strong at one item. Like when you think about Brand,
and it's
Xayah.
Profane Hydra Jace, respecting that he can just go hammer mode and beat the hell out of Oscar Renan. Not going for ranged option. Again, the Hydra active only in melee range, does extra damage when you're low on health. So clearly just trying to win out in the 1v1.
Yeah, I definitely think that Mads have a draft that kind of complements their style. I think this is a really powerful skirmishing comp. You kind of like look at the whole picture and you can sit there and go, okay, if they're just 5v5 facing off against each other, sure, I see what you're saying about the Fnatic scaling, that's a fair point. But when you kind of look at it more isolated, Xayah plus a Rakan plus a Brand versus Rel, Varus, Renata, you're like, I kind of give the advantage to Mad Lions Koi in that situation, right? And then you're kind of looking like Brand plus Jace in the top side of the map. I still, at this point in the game, give that advantage towards the top side, right? So in these smaller skirmishes, in these 2v2s, 3v3s, I definitely think Mad Lions Koi have ways in which they can find advantages, and I think they're going to do that right now.
Oscar would desperately love to stack Q, that's one. They're trying to get a little bit more damage down. Instantly gonna go Fate Seal back to the rest of them. Snaps back, trying to flash out to safety. Oh, ooh, so much damage coming in. Oscar gonna burn to death. They're just barely able to make that work. No punish coming through. Yes, Razork gets a kill back. Zombie Brent sent packing and back to the grave, 1 for 1 on the top side.
Razork in position to turn the dive, well, make it a 1 for 1. I was going to say slightly favorable, but I think the Mad Lions Koi still feel pretty good about how that one played out. Getting a kill down onto Oscar and just denying that potential scaling option that Fnatic have later on into the game is a really great play for them to make. Putting all this pressure down. The dive is good. Oscar Rinin, the problem is no aggro is initially drawn. Now it's swapped over to Alvaro. He's now buying a lot of time. Doesn't quite connect the knockup. But the damage there, the poke is so strong from the Brand Jace combo. But then this response from Razork keeps the Brand underneath the tower with the ultimate and the knockdown. So very well played from Razork. Ends up being a 1 for 1 overall.
And that's such a close play because if Oscar has a tiny bit more attack speed, he can get a Q2 off before he ults, and then Q3 out to safety, stop. No harm, no foul. But ultimately, not there yet, and Merwin just clearly ahead in terms of itemization. 866 individual gold lead. Transitioning that into Elioyo's back pocket as well on the back of that previous play. But Fnatic still with Drake control. And the angle I think they have right now very clearly is that they can force Mad Lions Koi to come to them if they want to. Oscar Rinin going to be forced to snap back here. And Merwin doesn't even need Elioyo, really. Humanoid here on the top side with the package.
Yeah, I mean, Merwin is just stomping in this lane matchup now. Finding a solo kill onto Oscar Rinin. The rest of Mad Lions Koi there to assist. Humanoid does have the package. He's going to be
eat the wave. Yeah, stop any potential dive.
Basically a Rumble ultimate. Just going to do exactly what he needs it to.
And I will say one thing we've learned very clearly, it feels like in this series between Oscar and Merwin, is counterpick is everything.
Yep.
We've seen two incredibly one-sided laning matchups, and I feel like you know, Oscar in game 1 had the Darius, had the angle, shut down the Zac completely, but Merwin ready to fight fire with fire.
And what I'll say as well is Razork found one successful gank bot, and he did respond well on the top side of the map, but Elioya has kind of had way more impact in the early game. He's been involved in all 5 of Mad Lion Koi's kills. So I say it was a solo kill. Top wasn't a complete solo kill. But overall, I think that Mad Lions Koi are doing what they need to do in the early game. They're finding great skirmishes. They're really putting this Yone behind. And now they're entering the mid game in a very powerful position. This is where I want to see them contesting these dragons. 2 are down. The 3rd one is going to be very crucial. And I think that at this point in the game, they can definitely try and force these fights. It ultimately comes a question of how they're going to deal with the range. Humanoid and Noah, they are obviously going to go for these incredibly long-range builds that kind of chip away at your HP bar. How are they going to deal with them? How are they going to find ways to actually get onto that backline and shut those damage threats down?
I mean, it's tough. And overall, excuse me, I misspoke earlier. Merwin actually blind picked. It's the counter pick from Oscar, but Oscar obviously in a tricky spot.
That's a good point, yeah.
Compositionally. Because what do you really pick to shut down what Mad Lions Koi are bringing to the table? So for now, Merwin feels like he's getting the better end of it. And 1.5k gold lead for Noah, I think, deserves to be highlighted, building a pretty significant CS advantage. And a big threat here. Again, but the lethality Varus always pushes mid first, and it's a huge asset. The setup is there. Supa, Feather's going to fly, but still getting pulled back, getting locked up, and Fnatic, easy kill, easy pick in the mid lane.
That looked super weird for Supa. It felt like that he ulted, but then as you're coming back down and you're targetable, he was still getting like sucked in. Yep. So he was looking in an awkward direction. He couldn't flash or cleanse. He ends up getting chain CC'd, and they end up finding another pick. Well played there by Fnatic. They get another kill on the board. Just like that, 2k gold lead for Fnatic. It was dead even for so long, and all of a sudden it's blown wide open in their favor.
All of that gold lead is Noah.
That's
what's important to highlight. So if you're a Mad Lions Koi fan, you're like, okay, how do we get out of this position? Kill Noah. Kill Noah and you're even in gold. You're ahead in gold, and it's kind of that simple. If you can kill Noah and then force an objective, you can shift the gold right back for yourself. And there is a Herald for Elioyo, so the potential for Mad Lions Koi, if they can find an advantageous situation to even out the gold, is pretty significant.
And credit to Noah again. Have my eyes on top. A lot of members are mad here.
Razork gonna find the stun. Is ready to leap right out. Alvaro getting interrupted by the back half of the dive from Razork. Just a little bit awkward timing there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Alvaro. But Fnatic walk away with their lives. Mad Lions not able to convert that into anything. Oh, okay, the damage from Humanoid slowly starting to make its way through. Yep. Alvaro, of course, only level 7 to level 12. Got to factor that in too.
Okay, stepping in. Alvaro goes in with the blast code, takes everybody else out! Oh, that could have been so much worse, and it will be so much worse as the jungler has now been locked up. Elyoya deleted. The only saving grace is we're only 17 minutes into the game. There's not a lot left for Fnatic to grab.
But this whole early game felt like it was Mad Lions Koi dictating the pace, finding great ganks up towards the top side of the map, punishing Elyoya for some of his aggression. But now, as we've entered the mid-game, Fnatic are the team grouping up. They're the ones moving through Mad Lions Koi jungle. They're the ones looking for these skirmishes, and they're coming out on top.
And again, I'm impressed by Fnatic's bottom lane. Supa and Alvaro looked like a terror the first time these teams matched up, and now they're playing the same duo that they did the first time these teams matched up. And Noah and Jun just taking it in stride, building these individual advantages, leveraging support from Razork to convert to a pretty significant goal lead at this point. And it's getting harder and harder for Mad Lions Koi to play the game, even while Merwin is doing a pretty good job holding on to the topside lead.
The gold now almost a 3K lead for Fnatic. The Dragon is going to be spawning in a few moments' time. It's a result of the patch, unfortunately, that has interfered with the Dragon timers.
Where are your Dragon timers now?
Yep, where are your Dragon timers? 1845. I was counting that earlier.
Can't mute the casters if we're your only source of information. Can you?
Got
What now? Twitch chat. Yeah, 1845. The call here. Mad Lions Koi. Decent setup. Merwin does good poke damage, even with Profane Hydra.
Mad Lions Koi, they were able to get control over the mid wave. This gave them access into the river. And now it's Fnatic that have to force their way in. So you've got kind of two semi-poke compositions fighting up against each other. They love to be first on the objective, but Fnatic are actually completely conceding it. They're saying, we're going to play for the mid-tier 2 instead.
And Elyoya saw his Herald. So what is the counterpunch? What is the angle here for Mad Lions Koi?
Maybe they drop a bot, try and threaten the tier 2 there, but they can't leave this tower completely exposed.
So far, tower for Drake, the trade. But a second tower in the eyes of Fnatic, coming out very much ahead at this point. Frescal going to do what he can to clear the wave. Supa and Alvaro stepping off to the side. So another tower down. That's, well...
Oh, there is the Herald.
There's the Herald. So Merwin should get another tower here. So much money being put into this Jace.
Oh, nice. We've seen some messy Herald control this weekend.
Now keep it simple.
Merwin going to connect that with the tower. What about that bot lane, the top lane tower in tier 2, I should say? Getting relatively low,
able to get it, yeah.
But about similar HP for both towers now. Overall, though, Fnatic secured themselves 2 towers in exchange for Mad Lions Koi securing the Drake.
And a tower.
But the gold lead continuing to mount for Fnatic. We saw this similarly in the last game where Fnatic entered the mid game with a tower advantage.
I just think that the problem is, again, execution is so easy for Fnatic with Corki. I think it is so much harder to get value out of Ezreal than it is to get value out of Corki. That's why I was caught off guard yesterday when Perks and Team Heretics prioritized it so highly, because this champion just does a ton of damage for free. Clears waves really easily, does a lot of, like, Ezreal, if you're hitting every Q.
I'll tell you right now, man, like, do you remember Worlds last year with Ezreal and EU, and like, the EU and Ezreal, like, we say the EU Lucian, but EU Ezreal is not that much better, man.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm ready for Frescal, I'm ready for a new generation of talent to change the story, but for now, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, there's still plenty of this game left to go. Razork wants that blue buff. It's already gone, though.
But he has vision. Jumping in under Merwin, lockdown, nice flash out just in time, locking up Alvaro for a brief moment. Ulti coming up for Alvaro, going to try to try it back onto Noah. Hostile takeover coming in, only going to connect onto Merwin. Decent damage going through. Oscar in the midst of the entire fight. Redemption now coming down, offering a bit more healing. The lockup onto the Yone is crucial, stopping any potential follow-up engage. Mad Lions Koi walking out, losing Merwin, holding on to most of their lives.
Question is, do they threaten the Baron here? Fnatic last game chose to play it safe, and they're going to look to do the same thing here. A single pick onto Merwin. A small advantage gained, but TP's invested, both gone from Oscar Reddin and Humanoid. This could be a great opportunity for Mad Lions Koi. Send Merwin down towards bot lane, have him create this huge amount of pressure, have someone from Fnatic come in to immediately TP over towards the Baron and then start trying to force a fight 4 versus 5. We look back at this fight now. Merwin reacts very well to that ultimate from over the wall. The chain CC comes down onto Alvaro, but they don't quite have the damage to lock him down. A good ultimate coming out from Jun. And it's at this point where you see the Mad Lions Koi is a little disconnected. Merwin's stuck in the middle of this fight. Alvaro is forced to disengage. Only now does Supa arrive. And it's an easy fight for Fnatic to pick up a pick.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look back on that with Fog of War active. I think the only reason Merwin sees that play coming is because he can spot the Varus ult coming at him, and he doesn't actually see the Rel. So it's potentially a bit of a misstep from Noah to fire the ult so early instead of letting it be the follow-up CC. Regardless, Still an exchange that favors Fnatic at least a little bit as they try to establish control. Top side jungle of Mad Lions Koi. Frescowy looking for a little bit of poke. Noah in a similar boat, but Noah's Qs are hitting.
Would really love to see Mad Lions Koi utilizing this TP advantage that they have. 2 TPs to 0 is just such a comfortable position to be in. You can do so much on the map with it. But they're just kind of stacking as 5 towards the top side of the map. It's Oscar actually pushing in bot. It's these type of windows where you really want to take advantage of the fact, hey guys, he doesn't have TP. We have a guaranteed numbers advantage, but they're very reliant on Alvaro to be there engage. And even if he does get that engage, again, you've got like 2 very long-range compositions going up against each other. It's difficult to close that gap against Fnatic.
I also just, again, I don't want to over-talk about mid-prio this week, but look, he walks up, he Qs, the wave goes away. Frescowy has to ult to try to match that pressure. Supa doesn't have the range to match that pressure. It's so easy for Fnatic to push mid, take their time, set up vision, and not have to worry about a single thing. There is no one on the side of Mad Lions Koi who can face check a brush. They will die if they risk that.
I mean, you can make the same argument, though, in favor of a Mad Lions Koi. If they're first to an objective, you don't want to face check a brand.
I mean, that is most certainly true. But you do have Razork, who will live for half a second instead of a tenth of a second. So you're probably correct there. When there's 5 champions on the enemy team
as well, just to complement the Corki.
Makes a lot of sense.
All right, so here we go. Alvaro. Again, like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like they should just send Merwin bot.
I mean, but again, Merwin's like the only individual to lead. Propane Hydra, he's good in the 1v1. I don't know, it's actually so tough to play this out if you leave. Because what does Jace TP do? Like, think about it. What does Jace TP do?
But it's not about the flank. It's about creating this numbers advantage, right?
Sure.
But again, I think the problem is that it's really hard for Mad Lions Koi to actually get the fight that they want. I think that Alvaro needs to be the one finding creative flanks. He's in a pretty good position right now, sitting on Fog. This is a good angle where you'd kind of be looking.
Frescowy, Supa, Elyoya in a decent
I think Oscarin is just soloing the dragon.
Probably is, yes.
And now his TP is going to come back up soon.
Yeah, this is tough. I feel like Mad Lions Koi have missed out on a window of opportunity here. You highlighted it. Teleport discrepancies starting to fade away.
I mean, it's a tough situation for Mad Lions Koi to be in. Kills a 5-5. About a 4k gold lead in favor of Fnatic. And it's Fnatic. They've just very slowly, very calmly taken control around the dragon. Sorry, around the Baron.
Yeah.
They've secured the dragon as well. And remember when I said that Yone was going to be a problem?
I mean, 2 items is the problem point. This is the hardest spike for Yone.
That Jace had about, I think it was like an 800 gold lead.
Yep.
And now it's 37.
And I will say, this Jace, 2.5 items, you know, he hits his full combo. He can probably one-shot off with these items. But if he whiffs it all, the sustain and the damage that can come out from this Yone can tear apart his entire team. So you really have to give respect to the potential for an ult on a flank.
I do just feel like, though, that we've watched Mad Lions Koi hover in this area of the map and just kind of watch Fnatic.
I mean, sometimes we get like big open macro games about trading and whatever, and sometimes we're just queuing up for a WoW arena. And we've definitely got a topside WoW arena right now. Like, this is just the map that they've locked in. And now Fnatic take a tier 2.
Now there is Merwin pushing down in the bot lane. Fnatic could try and use this to force a fight, but I think the better play is just start Baron. Get the TP out from Merwin.
Humanoid recalling package, I assume, is going to be available here. I don't know how much gold he has in his back pocket right now. Not a significant lead, so I can't imagine he can finish to the Eclipse at this point. Never mind, he can. Wow.
So Corki is good.
So Ezreal
Just
must
on
also be
16 now.
pretty close to 3 items, though. But he just hasn't had the opportunity to back yet. Frescowy.
Well, yeah, potentially he should be.
Should be. All right. We've reset the queues, so we're now queuing up, looking for new opponents in the WoW arena. Waiting for everyone to get in.
I swear the observers have been like this angle.
Yeah, they're like
so much of this game.
Yeah, just the slow zoom in. And again, look at that Varus poke. It's fun. It's interactive.
I mean, so just all that context to the viewers, they're like, why don't the teams do anything? So again, like, they're both very long-range comps.
And they're both very fragile.
Yes.
So if you make a single mistake.
So like, yeah, it's really important that like you land the poke first, but the difference is that Fnatic have a few ways of engaging. Varus ultimate, they also have Razork ultimate, and you could even get creative with Renata ultimate. Mad Lions Koi is very reliant on Alvaro. He is kind of like their sole initiator, and so he needs to find a very creative flank if they're going to find a good fight, and he's in a good angle right now.
Oh my,
that's
look at
great
that chase
poke.
damage. Oh, that's nice.
I like the poke. This is good for Mad Lions Koi. Keep your eyes on Alvaro.
Coming in.
Oh, he
He
missed.
just completely chokes it. That was not the engage they were looking for. Immediately, Razor goes in with the counter punch. Alvaro up to the side, getting absolutely nothing done. Oscar and looking to follow up, but there, the hostile takeover, almost finishing off the back line. But still, Mad Lions Koi holding on. It doesn't matter because Merwin and Elioya are just going Super Saiyan in the face of Fnatic to keep the fight alive. Humanoid on the chase. Should just be a quick kill. Should be an easy pickup.
The damage is crazy. He's going to TP out. Humanoid, did he see him?
No,
he doesn't see him. Merwin gets away to safety, and that's 4 members alive for Mad Lions Koi.
And that is the second time that we've seen Merwin get away from Humanoid when he absolutely should not. It was the Varus top previously. This time it's the TP out to safety. That fight should have been done.
This Baron is risky, though, because the death timers are not that long. Razork is coming back
you
out.
have to go.
Okay, they kill it fast enough that they should be completely fine. Yeah,
fine.
double AD carry with the brand, they're completely fine.
We need that fight.
So, Merwin did a lot of work in this fight.
Yes.
Keep your eyes on the Jace here. Already forcing the Corki back to base to get a TP off. He's gonna zone Jun away. The engage completely whiffs. Razork then engages completely isolated, and it's Merwin that just kind of like, well, he helps get the initial kill.
Step.
Great disengage from the rest of Mad Lions Koi, and then look at that damage combined with the brand damage. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, he almost 1v5s that fight.
But this really reinforces how squishy these comps can be as
absolutely.
well. And Fnatic, they didn't coordinate their engage well, and Mad Lions Koi are back in this game.
Mirwan was everything in that fight. He literally, his sidestep on Oscar Renan's ult is the only reason that they managed to win out there. And you can see Humanoid just was not able to be effective whatsoever. Mad Lions Koi, this composition gets a lot better when it has a Baron buff backing up. The poke from Jace, the poke from Ezreal, their ability to siege, very much real. That said, good wave clear from the side of Fnatic is going to slow things down a lot. They can at least hope to stop the Soul. 29:36 is the Dragon timer. Just about 10 seconds away until that objective is up. If Fnatic are able to steal it, they'll have the Soul for themselves.
Fnatic choosing to not push in through bot. They're keeping eyes on Alvaro's flank here. Oscar in there to match him. Level 16 on the Yone now. The chip damage this time coming through from Fnatic. Look at the HP bars from Mad Lions Koi. Oscar Renin just chasing them down here.
Ulti into the backside. A lot of cooldowns burn. That's the Recon ult gone. Objective in the sights of Fnatic. They're just going to walk in and take the Dragon Soul.
This time round, it was Fnatic who were first on the objective. Mad Lions Koi couldn't close that gap, and this is the what you see when it's two poke opposition playing up against each other, right? Whoever's poke is more effective ultimately determines the fight. In the previous fight, it was Mad Lions Koi getting good pokes. This time round, it was Fnatic.
And frustrating for Alvaro, who I feel like has... A lot of the reason that Mad Lions Koi have been able to come back in some of their games has been his incredible playmaking. But in this game, Fnatic are giving him that due respect, spotting him out on the flanks, making sure there's not an angle for him to show up on the back line and stop these plays from happening. Mad Lions Koi forced to retreat. If they don't, they lose their support for nothing. But here you can see the poke battle, and well, both sides taking a lot of health.
Yeah. Humanoid is low.
Alvaro going in. Good damage there from Elioya.
Is that the ultimate? It was from Elioya.
Excellent poke follow-up. Oh my god, Brand Conflagrate into Jay's Shock Blast is absolutely disgusting. You get the slow.
Ezreal poke as well. The Baron's still active for 20 more seconds. Mad Lions Koi have the wave.
Mirwin. Ooh. Okay, good damage. Response back on Elioya, though, decent chunk.
It's like watching a tennis match, but rather than hit the
League
ball
of
back,
Legends or World of Tanks? Like, what are we watching?
It's dodgeball, bro. That's what this is.
It's artillery battle. They're just sitting back there like, yeah, 15 degrees to the right, another 100 meters out. Yeah, that shock blast.
It's Haikyuu, but with rocket launchers. What is going on?
I will say, when you see this draft locked in, you're like, dang, this is spicy. When you watch it play out, you're like, oh, it's still spicy, but I don't know if it's what I wanted.
I just love the fact that like the mid game was so slow for us, and now the poke is really landing, and people are like, oh, I mean, now it's tense.
It feels like a tense game, but it's 31 minutes in, and there's only 15 kills. If you compare that to the pace of the previous game, it's like nothing has happened.
Definitely on the slower side. The gold is pretty much dead even now. No huge credit to Mad Lions Koi bouncing back in this one. Oscar Renin hunting.
Fishing. Can always just step out with the soul unbound and see if there's an angle to ult. Of course, Yone ult with the delay, very easy for most of these champions to respond to. Even the movement speed steroid from Jace when he swaps forms is often enough to just walk out of that range if it's going to be the first form of CC you use. So ideally, Oscar would like to follow up.
The next dragon is in about 2.5 minutes time. The Baron spawning in about 150. And honestly, those are the objectives that these teams are looking for. Do you know what I will say? Really valuable against poke.
Redemption.
Lifesteal.
Lifesteal, true. Need to be able to hit the wave, though, which is a bit tricky. Ooh. Poke battle. Oh, Mirwin. Round one goes to Mirwin. Round one goes to Mirwin. Sorry, Noah.
Yeah.
That's more damage from the Jace.
Yeah, sorry. Noah, you're going to have to base off of that one.
Yep. You are out. Someone on your team will need to catch a ball before you're able to return to the rift.
That is a level difference, I feel. Oh, that's a good point for Humanoid, though.
Yeah, Malignant's kind of...
really helps.
Ruins the game a little bit, not gonna lie. But so does Brand Conflagration, so no judgment here as Razork has been briefly locked up, but a Chemtech Soul Rel is going to be very tough to kill. He's like the one person that... You don't want to hit, yeah.
Maybe a Warmogs would be good.
Ezreal ult. Okay, hits one. Not
Razork
the best
has been
ball.
chipped down, though. Oh.
Oscar, again, whipping on the ult here. Immediate follow from Alvaro. The full engage coming in. Mirwin needs to back away. Razork now stepping forward. That's going to be big. Hostile takeover not going to connect on many more members. But Frescowie now forced to run. Flash in from Noah. Full committal. Ready to find that kill. Noah! Blood in his eye. Sees his man and shoots him down.
That's a double. No Baron on the cards, but Fnatic with 5 members strong and going to look to run down mid lane. They thought that they had caught Oscar in and out. The engage from Alvaro was really good, but he was able to flash away to safety. So Oscar Renin buys enough time for the rest of his team to re-engage. And then Merwin loses his life. Frescowie quick to follow. Now unlocking the inhibitor, they can make their way back towards the Baron, spawning in about 8 seconds. TP is available for Merwin, but I don't think he's going to be up in time.
Jace flank TP, if you find a backline and you can hammer form, one-shot somebody, it's great. Otherwise, it's just not that threatening. Objective for Fnatic. Got it in their sights. Humanoid, they're burning it down. Mad Lions Coin. No Frescowie, no Mirwin. Can they find the response?
Oh, they're going to try and fight this.
Ready to go in. 2K. Way to steal that. Engage interrupted. Oscar going to jump in Q3 and immediately pull back.
And Fnatic will secure the Baron. That gold lead that Mad Lions Koi had closed earlier has reopened. And look at Noah. That is full build for the Varus. Yep. Wait, that's Elder. They're just going to start this. This is a great play from Mad Lions Koi. Oh, but the blast gone. He's fine. Alvaro, W over the wall.
If they get this, the fight gets so much easier. Razork now in the jungle. They're burning everything. They have to lock him up. They got Elder. But now Razork's in the middle of 5 members backing up strong with Elder. Oscar and whiffs yet another Yone ultimate. Locked down onto the jungle, and Mad Lions Koi aren't out of this yet.
Great play from Mad Lions Koi. Knowing that Fnatic is resetting, they go straight for the Elder. Sneak that one away. Razork even tries to steal it, and it costs him his life. Elder with these poke compositions is terrifying, Dracos.
Who's the average Joes? Who's the purple Cobras? I'm just trying to find it out right now, Vidius. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, all right.
All I will say is, just, if you are Yone, please let anyone else hit a piece of CC first. It is a cool anime alt, but you get sidestepped like a cool anime villain instead of a cool anime protagonist every time you just raw throw it out in a team fight. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Shojin completed for Humanoids. Frozen Heart finished for Frescowie. Oscar Renin working towards the Jack Show. And Merwin working towards his final AD item. Very curious as to what he's going to go for. Will they consider? No.
What do you even get?
I was considering GA. I'm trying to remember if the Sigil builds out of Longsword, but I don't think it does.
No, the Sigil is armor plus Longsword, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Could go GA. Not a lot of people like GA these days. I feel like Edge of Night is just block one piece of poke might be as good. Because I feel like if you respawn against a poke comp, they're just going to shoot you as you respawn and you die.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very, very fair. Poor Super, though. He feels so poor in the context of this game.
Yeah, he's broke.
Yeah. He is very far behind. He is not going to be the main damage dealer.
There win. Nice. Solid start. Ezreal.
Oh!
I thought he might just flash Brandalt right there. Just see if they can get it done, but not going to happen. Instead, tier 2.
The crazy thing, like, Noah's gone full lethality, so he has, like, very little lifesteal, right? Same for Humanoid. So this poke sticks when it connects. The Redemption compensating a little bit.
I will assume because he's full build that he is just buying red pot every time he dies.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Yeah, he's got it right now. So he does at least have that amount of physical vamp. Oscar, face checking.
Scary face check. Madlands Koi definitely in control of the map right now. That Baron power play in the negatives.
All right, I'm just going to say, this is the weirdest game of League of Legends I've ever cast.
I don't know how to break this one down, I'll be honest. I haven't seen 2 poke compositions go at it in such a long time.
Yeah. Or this evenly, all things considered. Normally, one poke gom gets ahead and the game just ends.
Hey, man, the trailer before the series, very apt right now.
So it is probably time that we talk about Goldberg, even though he's not in the next
When is his appearance? We were promised.
We were promised Goldberg. Yeah, and it's kind of been, when you look at the context of game 1, obviously it feels like Mad Lions Koi drafted a lot of creative stuff that just didn't pay off, and Fnatic very willing to fight fire with fire in this game 2. And we'll see if Mad Lions Koi's more creative picks work out for them.
So really, we're waiting for these neutrals to respawn, right? Baron going to be up in about 2 minutes' time. Elder Dragon, I don't know. I'm sure it'll come to me in a dream any second.
Sure, the mysterious voices in my head will tell me the timers.
But both teams are just wave clearing right now. There's not much to break down. Hang on.
Engage. Poke championship. Great hostile takeover, locking up multiple members. Supa now stepping back, trying to lay down a few more feathers. Excellent pullback onto Razork. Shock blast follow-up. Doesn't get it done. Oscar on the chase.
Lions Koi, they definitely won the game of dodgeball that time around. They have a wave top. They're going to look to push that in. Will they threaten the towers, though? No, they're going to disengage. The Elder Dragon spawns in a minute's time.
Supa walking back. Does not have time to recall. We'll clear out that wave. 4 items now. Extra control war in the inventory. I mean, if he doesn't get one shot, he could do a lot of sustained damage. It's just going to be tricky to navigate these fights.
I apologize. My crystal ball was slightly off. 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon. Baron going to be spawning in a minute's time, though.
I'm going to trust your crystal ball.
Here comes the Baron. Mad Lions first on the objective.
The Baron, just a context to fight, you know?
Pretty much.
You don't love coffee that much. You just want a nice first date.
So let's
Baron,
do a
same
summoner's track. We've got no flash for Razork, no flash for Aljoya, no flash for Jun, no flash for Alvaro. Everyone else flashes up, though. So the engages on the side of both teams will not have that flash available. Alvaro on the flank, but he's sitting on vision. Fnatic, if they could just get a collapse onto him.
Do they see him?
Well, they must
catch
have
him on the
spotted
edge.
him.
I'm not sure if that ward catches you when you're that far out. Because they're not playing like they have information right now.
Definitely backing off the river for now. A tense moment. The side wave's not in a good spot for Fnatic right now. Mad Lions Koi can't really do much with it, though. Alvaro coming in from behind. This is good for Mad Lions Koi.
Trying to usher them in the jungle. They will spot Alvaro out. Oscar Renan immediately going to ult in just to disengage. And to be honest, it works. Redemption now coming in. Alvaro fishing for the follow-up. Razork going to try to go in. Humanoid over the wall. Keep your eyes on that Corki. Package across the back line. Jumping out to safety, but they're just descending upon him like sharks in the water. Shut down coming through onto Yoya in the meantime. 1 for 1.
Razork, the burn, will it be enough? Oh, the shield
coming in.
The Baron's going to be started from the side of Mad Lions Koi. Will it be a Baron Bell to trade once again?
Right around the corner, 41-10. I don't think they have enough time. MDK get this and they run straight to Elder. If they try to reset, it's so greedy.
No, they have to reset.
Multiple members are resetting.
There's no way they can fight that. They're going to try
Double
the TP. Double TP.
We're gearing up.
Here we go.
One final round of dodgeball.
Can he land it onto Razork?
Here went Spanish dodgeball champion going in, landing it onto Razork, but the Elder goes down for Fnatic, and now they are going to be forced to fight. Oscar Renan running forward. Not able to get a lot of damage down, but flash over the wall from Noah. Noah doing so much work on Demir when that could be big. Follow-up from Zupa is now there. Feather's going to fly. Jun now running for his life. Razork ready to go over the wall at a moment's notice. Jun going to get taken down. Fnatic holding off. on for now.
Oh, the poke doesn't connect from Noah. Fnatic are on the retreat. Alioria respawns in 5 seconds time, 10 for Humanoids. The red buff should give them a bit of healing back, but it's once again a Baron for Elder trade. The game will continue.
Take a deep breath, Berlin. We're going again. I don't know what objective, but this game's not over.
Total damage. Merwin's Jace has been crazy this game.
It's Merwin versus Noah.
Yeah.
That was not on the featured matchup checklist. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Whew. God, what a tense game. What a crazy game.
I will say, whatever happens, it is always a pleasure to cast Mad Lions Koi versus Fnatic. It always slaps.
Yep. So, for context, for those who aren't as familiar with our format, the winner of this will move on to play against G2, which will be taking place tomorrow. The loser will move into the lower bracket, where they'll still have another opportunity to fight their way through the playoffs. So, even if Mad Lions Koi do lose this game, they will still have a chance in the LEC playoffs. Right now, they're fighting to equalize the series 1-1. If they do win, we'll go to Game 3. With damage from Merwin, really looking to try and make that happen. Elder Dragon has, you can see the timer in the top right.
I mean, both buffs are going to expire in a minute.
Yep.
And then now someone egregiously overextends. We're going to the next buff.
I mean,
I don't think either side has ever been more in their life like I would really love an Ornn on my team right now. Okay, arrow from Noah. That one whiffs. Every single arrow matters at this point. Every single shock blast. Supa getting chunked out. We'll be able to walk away there. Losing the ult.
Fnatic, they're forcing their way in.
And Fnatic breaking inhibitor, that's a significant advantage. Grand Pillar Flame doing a little bit of work here. Mad Lions Koi backing off. At least one inhibitor to get taken out by Fnatic. Fnatic, remember, they do have the Chemtech Soul as well. Noah stepping up, but is it one step too far? Ulti coming out. Will not connect onto Supa. Mirwin.
Alvaro on the flank.
Shock Blast. Humanoid poking back.
But they get it. They use the last of the Elder to secure an inhibitor. An objective secured for Fnatic. Mad Lions Koi forced to play defensively. Final items are finally being completed across the board. This is full late game. I know over in the LPL, they had like a 50-plus minute game.
Well, and our longest game was Heretics versus Vitality. Shout out to production who quick fed us that stat, 49-24. So I think we're beating that.
I don't know, bro, because I was going to say the next objective will decide it, but I actually don't know if it will.
Both teams are just playing Russian roulette. Like, eventually someone is getting shot and it's all falling apart.
Problem is, if one person gets shot, but then someone on the other team also gets shot, we just end up in the same awkward 4v4.
We're running out of analogies. I don't even know. We got dodge. We've tried everything. We've tried dodgeball. We've tried everything. What is left? I mean, you're in a position now. There is no cleanse on Frescowy. There is no cleanse on Mirwin. If a hostile takeover comes through from Jun in the right spot, they kill each other instantly. If a great engage comes in from Alvaro, the game could fall apart. But both sides are playing so far back.
Yeah, man. They're probably like, you don't have a widescreen. They're getting hit by stuff that they can't even see on their screen.
Range is the name of the game. We got Hui, we got Ezreal, Jace, Varus. Sorry, if you want to play a champion that has to be on the same screen to hit somebody, that's so, you know,
the only way we could have, we could have had Vel'Koz, Xerath.
You wait. You know how pro players work. There's a degeneracy arms race. We're 1 week away from that. Brace yourself.
Okay, here we go. I mean, right now it's just a clashing of the waves. Fnatic have foregone their top side in favor of control over mids, which could be dangerous for Mad Lions Koi because there's an exposed inhibitor right there. They're going to go straight for it.
Lockdown. No one really going to be able to find an angle. That's 2 taken out. Alvaro spotted on the flank, going to stop any potential. Fnatic playing is out clean and simple thus far. Not looking to get into another skill shot battle. Instead, just focus on pushing the waves and threatening with 5. Should overall be stronger with Chemtech Soul.
So where are we at? Next Dragon, Elder Dragon, 47-15. And then the Baron spawning in 50 seconds. So again, the dance begins. Razork face checking.
Stepping in. Nice backstep. Still going to die. They have enough damage finally. No. Running. Bailout still there.
He's got a reset. Heal did come through. Ignite also dropped from Alvaro.
Ulti from Frescowy.
Won't connect.
Okay. Going to pop the Edge of Night at the very least.
This game could literally go either way. Oh. Goal difference really doesn't matter anymore at this point. Everyone's basically full build.
Yeah, full build.
It's all about execution now. Poke, poke, and more poke. Mad Lions Koi have control over whichever side of the river that they want.
So, hold on. I can't tell when the fight is going to happen. Every moment of this cast is filled with anxiety.
Man, I haven't got a clue.
No, that wasn't my point. My point is that, let me just a brief play-by-play moment here. Games where 4 out of 5 members on both teams can win the game are very hard to cast. Normally we just have like one Fed of Helios, and I only have to talk about what he's doing.
Okay, Humanoid with the package is going to be a big player to watch. He's actually just... Will he try and end? Whoa, this is the Elder for end trade? Is that what we're about to see?
Can they stop the recalls? That's what trying to recall. Can they stop Frescowy?
But I don't know if they see Frescowy. The TP as well.
Double TP. It's a full commit.
The TP response from Merwin.
They're just not going to play into the game of dodgeball. They just want to end this game, but Frescowy's here. Mirwin's here. Oscar
So now we've got a 2v2,
now it's a 3v3 in the meantime. Solo
Oscar
laners in the base. Everybody else in the pit. 2 separate battles, same time. Dragon getting burned down, 8K getting lower off to the side, Mirwin getting chunked out by the Corki. We're gonna have to fast forward because the Dragon is down. Noah has managed to get the steal. That should just be the fight, but Super's popping off. But Noah flashing out, gets the kill just in the nick of time on the edge of death. Frescowy needs a hero moment. Mirwin needs a hero moment. Oscar trying to find redemption here. Quick kill coming in, but Mirwin cannot finish the job. Fnatic have done it.
Just like that, the game is over. What an incredible... Double kill for Frescowy, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus is in the eyes of Fnatic. They're gonna make it a 2-0.
Knock up there, but the game is over. Fnatic finish with confidence. A nail biter to the very end.
Oh my goodness. Mad Lions Koi reacted so well. They managed to get 2 people back to defend the base, and it all came down to the 3v3. The Elder flip that Fnatic won out on. Noah versus Super. What a crazy end to the game.
A game of inches if I've ever seen one. Incredibly tense. Credit to Mad Lions Koi for having the discipline to respond to the double TP play from Fnatic, but Fnatic, of course, victorious on the day, moving up to base G2 tomorrow. Player of the series at LEC on X, Razork, Humanoid, or Noah. Whew, I gotta say, big day from Noah.
Yeah, really big day. He's definitely struggled so far this split, but he came up clutch in today's series. They're gonna be going up against G2 for the rematch.
Some things never change, Betty. We got new rivalries, we got old rivalries, but the old rivalries, they're not going anywhere.
What a banger series that was. Mad Lions Koi versus Fnatic. So far this split has consistently delivered.
I mean, those are the 3, I feel like 3 best games of the season. From a parity, from a back and forth perspective. Yeah, Mad Lions Koi, always a thrill to watch.
The crazy thing about the last time they fought is it was just both sides were winning crazy team fights. This one, they couldn't find the team fights. It was just about who landed the poke. Like, it was super fun to watch.
Squared up for 50 minutes. This was an episode of Dragon Ball Z. They just spent 45 minutes charging and then just killed each other in one final fight, which is great. We love Dragon Ball Z. So that's exactly what we wanted. Of course, enough from us. Let's hear from the victorious Razork, who's standing by with Ginny.
Thank you so much, Drakus and Betty. We have Razork here. Congratulations on that win. I want to take a little breath here because that was, in true Fnatic against Mad Lions Koi fashion, an ending and a half, to say the least. How are you feeling right now? Because that was crazy.
Well, I'm too excited right now. I feel like the last game was really chaotic. And yeah, I mean, the ending was crazy. Like, we were just 3v3, they were 2v2. And I don't know how Varus got the Elder, and we end up winning, yeah.
How'd you guys end up in these situations? Again, time and time again.
I don't know. I mean, like with Fnatic, I feel like we always have to suffer to go through the next phase. And yeah, this game was the clear example.
Loved it. I guess the Fanatics fan out there really had a heart attack and a half, to say the least. Before the game started, though, there was a very cute video between you and Elioya. Do you wanna react to that? What was that?
Yeah, I mean, we did it before the match, and it was like kind of...
Yeah, Fiona.
Yeah, we were recreating the meme of like 2 guys looking at each other like really angry.
I thought you were recreating the Now Kith meme, you know?
No.
Okay, my bad. But the friendship between you and Elio, I mean, even after you guys won, you gave him a really big hug. So talk us through that one. How was it to face up against one of your friends on the Rift?
Yeah, I mean, I have a close relationship with him. I feel like he's really good. And when I came to the LEC, he was like the next Spanish player that came to the LEC. So we start like talking a lot, and like I try to help him. And now he developed so much. He even has a group of like a lot of Spanish players too. And honestly, I think they're really good. They're performing fantastic, and I think they can be very dangerous for the upcoming matches or like for next split if they get time to get better.
All right. I mean, you sound very proud of them, but are you also proud of your team? You guys coming through this, Oscar particularly, maybe not the best game on that Yone pocket pick, but in general, it feels like over the last couple of weeks, he's definitely improved.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a team, we are improving a lot. I mean, Oscar had a tough game. I think it was hard to play, but overall, I think we are taking like practice so much serious, and it's showing on stage that we are actually communicating better, improving, and yeah, I mean, this game I feel like it's a bit hard for us, like draft-wise. I feel like they should have the upper hand with the draft in late game because of the brand. I think it's like really a strong champ right now. Yeah. But we managed to find our way through the victory. Yeah.
What do you think was that turning point in the game that allowed you guys to identify it as this is where we have the victory, this is where we can just go straight for the win?
Well, I mean, we didn't have that feeling in the entire game. I feel like we had like two elders. I mean, there were two elders, like 3 or 4 Baron, and it was like, okay, guys, Elder and Nas is coming up. So we know that it was going to be a big fight. And yeah, it's just a flip, honestly. I don't know.
EU Baron, EU Elder, thank you for that. You have one more game, though, and that's going to be up against G2. A rivalry as old as time, and for the last couple of games, it wasn't the best being on the Fnatic camp. With this being actually a BO3, do you feel any different? Do you think you can go in there and just like show them who's boss?
I mean, I think for sure G2 is the strongest team right now, but I'm not afraid of them. I feel like last year we were not close, but you know, we reached the finals, and I think we put a decent fight against them. And I feel like this year with the new roster that we have, or like change in June, and I mean back then we had Wunder because Oscar couldn't play. I feel like we can easily, or not easily, face them and then just see what happens. But I'm not afraid of them, and hope we can win tomorrow.
All right, I love that, absolutely. Well, we have the PG already, and Oscar is there. Is there anything you want to say to him after this crazy win, regardless of the Yone solo queue performance?
Well, not really. I think he had a tough game to play. I think the matchup, I don't know how it should go, but I split them up level 1, and yeah. Afterwards, I give Jace a kill, so he wasn't happy about that.
Understand.
And then he just had to tank a few dives.
Oh well, it does happen to the best of us. Thank you so much for the interview, and Laure, back to you.
Razor, of course, after this game. Oscar, thank you for joining us as well. Welcome to the post-game lobby, everyone. And Roxa, thank you for joining us here tonight. It's a Fnatic versus old Fnatic squad here for PGL. I love the synergy.
I guess so. I guess I'm part of the old boys club.
Yeah. Yvan was saying that you had a difficult game here on Yone. Can you talk us through the matchup? Because I know that backstage we were talking about the Yone pick in general. Wondering why you thought it made sense in the whole draft, but obviously you had a point and a plan here.
I mean, I think the matchup is completely playable. Like,
okay.
I think it's maybe slightly winning for Jace early, but then after first phase or something like that, you can start playing aggro and win. It's just, we split them up level 1, and yeah, I couldn't really trade or do anything. And then we gave 1 kill to Jace on a gank, and then the matchup was hard, and then they kept diving, and yeah, it was not really playable. But I think the Yone pick was probably not the best anyway.
All right.
Into their comp because, yeah, like I don't feel like it made sense with our comp or against theirs.
Okay.
Now thinking about it, I think of other picks that I would have played, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's difficult to bounce back on your feet, Roxanne, when you play a composition like this, I guess, and you have the nerves of being like, oh god, this is going to the late game, can I close it out? What is your thoughts on not only the series, but that last game?
Well, I think in general, Fnatic showed a lot of mental strength in this one. Oscar especially was in a pretty unplayable situation and just had to accept pain and torture for like 30 minutes in the Yone. But I think finding the opportunities to come back and being creative enough, including at the end, to actually make it work, was really impressive. But I do have to say, it was pretty funny, Oscar, when you came here right after the game. Because I just looked at you and you still looked kind of stressed, and I was like, yep, this guy had a pretty typical Fnatic experience.
Yeah, it was not a chill game for me for sure. Like, I don't know, I just felt like I couldn't play the game. So yeah, I'm not really like super happy about the last game. Obviously, I'm happy about winning and everything. But yeah, like I think if I picked something else, it would have been easier for sure.
Would you go as far as calling it a jungle gap? Like how much of it was the matchup? How much was a jungle gap?
I mean,
you can flame him a little bit. It's okay.
Like, I wouldn't say it was a jungle gap. Like, I remember the gank we did on Jace, we queued, and then I don't know what happened because I thought that he was gonna get CC chained, my ult and everything, but he flashed. I want to rewatch it to see what happened, because I think if we ult him, I think he just insta-dies. But after the first gank and then they kept diving and everything, it was mega play also. I mean, the matchup was a bit of a jungle gap, I guess, sure, but like I think we were also winning on bot, we were diving, so I wouldn't say it was a jungle gap the game. Like, on top, for sure, it was a jungle gap, but not on the game.
Yeah, good answer, good answer.
Yeah, diplomatic answer. I mean, he's going to have to play with him the entirety of the year. So, yeah, you want to maintain relations. But that's the issue with a volatile matchup, I guess. And I hope you get to keep your Yone driver's license on that afterwards. But what is the difficulty when playing against Mad Lions? Because back-to-back, you had the same games against them. Messy all across the board and with a banger finish.
I mean, I think they are a good team, for sure. So. It's harder to play against them, but also with our comps, I think it's pretty hard to like make something happen because both comps are poke, and we cannot really engage even though we have Real because they have Real, Saya, Rakan, like they have a lot of mobile champions and they have a lot of range with Jace and Estrel. So yeah, I mean, I think we were just farming and waiting for objectives, and yeah, like we couldn't create a lot of things if someone didn't, I think.
What about the week leading up to the series? Because obviously your opponent plays a lot of random, crazy top lane picks. Did you take practice any differently than before? Was there any different way that you prepared for him, or did you just mostly focus on yourself coming into the series?
No, I didn't really prepare for him. Like, I know what he can play because I know him. So, like, if he had red side, for example, he would counter pick with some of his weird picks for sure. But since he's blue side, he has to blind. He cannot really like make something special happen. So I wasn't really stressed about him counter picking. But even then, if we were blue side and he counter picks, I think I would be fine playing against one of his weird picks for sure.
What I find fascinating is that back when I was interviewing you, Broxa, when you had the black and orange jersey, something that I often asked you was, why do you make it so complicated for the fan? What is it about the heart attacks on the Fnatic side? And I feel like regardless of the players, regardless of the generations, there's a symptom of Fnatic always having, I want to say, interesting games. I'm wondering what that's due.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's just something about Fnatic and liking to keep fans on the edge of their seat, I guess. I really think at some point Fnatic is going to have to offer like free mental coaching to all fans out there, because it's been a lot of years at this point. Even before I played, the Fnatic generations before that, it was same thing. It's been crazy times.
The backdoor back then, I mean, maybe. I'm wondering if it's in the player's contract, actually. You have to make it entertaining. But focusing on who performed the best here today, it is your AD carry, Noah. And I know that we had a lot of criticism for the bot lane in general since the beginning of the year, but he got the Kia Player of the Series today. And I wanted you to talk me through his improvement, struggles as well, and the new pairing of him and June on the bot lane. That's a lot of questions, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think, like, Noah at the start of the year, he was not playing like super well for sure. So yeah, I can understand that there was criticism and everything on bot lane, but I think he had some problems since the start of the year that he was like, he had them from last year, and he's been struggling with it. And I think now he's working a lot on it, and he's showing a lot of improvement. Not on gameplay, but in his head, I would say.
Okay.
Because I think he knows how to play. I think he's super good. Like, he's super talented mechanically, and he has a good brain to play. You know, like, he has good.
Good to know.
Reasonings and everything. Like, he knows what to do in game. But yeah, like, he was struggling with some problems, and now he's improving a lot on it. And yeah, I think on scrims it wasn't happening. Like, it was mostly on stage, but at some point it translated a bit on scrims. But I think now he's playing super well, and I think Jun is also helping him a lot with the mental, and they're working together a lot, like playing 2v2, seeing matchups. They talk a lot about League of Legends, and I think that's nice and what Noah needs. So I think like Jun helped him a lot, honestly, and Jun is also a really nice guy, so it's easy to talk with him.
Perfect.
Is there something you guys have been doing as a team to, you know, focus on the mental aspect and make sure that not only Noah but everyone is in the right space? Because I think most League players can relate to, like, even in solo queue, some people get stressed when they have to go into ranked and the pressure's on. Obviously it's different when you're playing in front of hundreds of thousands of people watching online, but I know when I was on Fnatic we tried so many different things like team building and mindfulness and whatnot. Is there something you guys have been doing in specific this year to like try to make sure that everybody is fully in the zone mentally going into the weekend?
I mean, we are talking a lot between each other, I think, like about our problems and what we need. I think when we started talking about our problems and what we need, it went like it was way easier to do everything, to play, and yeah, it was like a better space to play. Because before I think we were getting way more stressed. And I think now with more understanding and knowing what we have to improve, it's easier. And I don't think we are doing like team building or anything like that. Like sometimes we are meditating, we are doing a lot of things as a team, for sure. But I don't think we are like working a lot on our mental. Like I think we just talk about it, and I think that helps in general.
I think even just getting to the point where you can openly talk to each other about problems is already, you know, a much bigger step than a lot of other teams. Like, do you think there's anything in specific that made you guys reach that point, or did it just come with time as you get to know each other better and build better relationships off the Rift?
I think we really want to win. So at some point when we didn't really get to our expectations on gameplay-wise, I think we started talking about it because maybe after like one lose, I don't remember which game it was. Maybe it was like Mad Lions one or something like that. We started talking about our mental state, our problems and everything. And yeah, after that, like we just talked really openly about it and what we each one needed, and that's it. I think we just want to win, and when we didn't really reach that expectations, we said, okay, we need to talk, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
I do think it's a really important aspect, though, that you both mentioned, because so often over the years, I hear teams at Worlds, especially at the end of the year, when they're all tired, they've been through 3 splits. Usually when you make it to World, it means that you made it to finals, playoffs, you had a really intense year, and usually issues stack up. And if you don't build this atmosphere of trust from the get-go in January, most of the time with teammates that you don't know, this is usually what can cost you the end of the year. So for me, the fact that Fnatic is working on team synergy, even not team building, but this trusting aspect, I think is going to be really important for you. But how much more comfortable do you feel with these teammates now that you had several months with them compared to when you entered the LEC, Oscar? Is it easier to talk to them and being honest in feedback?
Yeah, for sure. Now it's way easier. Like, we know each other. We talk about anything. We are like friends, so it's really easy to talk about problems or whatever league related. So because we talk about things that are not league related, so it's really easy to talk about everything in general.
I think what you don't realize from an outside point of view is that it's also pretty difficult to get to the point where you actually feel like friends and where you can be open with each other, because it's such a high-pressure environment. There's so much stress. You spend like more than 12 hours a day around each other, and especially, like you mentioned, in times where the team is not doing well and you're not winning, it can either go in the direction of with Fnatic, where you start fixing things and everything gets better, or the team just completely falls apart. But I also think it's kind of beautiful that if you can stick, around each other and help build each other up again, then this is what happens. You end up improving and you reach a whole other level.
And you know what? Let's put this in practice, shall we? And take a look at the bracket that we have tomorrow, because you're going to be facing off against G2 once again. Didn't go so well last time. What was the feedback after the last game, and how are you going to make sure that tomorrow it ends up well for you?
I think we just didn't play well that day. Like, kinda everyone, we were just not focused enough or something. Like, we were just not in the zone that day. But we talked about it after that game and about the draft too, like about a bit of everything. And I think at least today, first game we showed a pretty good game. I think second one was a bit more messy for sure. But yeah, I feel really confident against G2. Like, I feel like we can be the best for sure. So yeah, we just have to show it.
I don't want to put you on the spot asking you draft questions and everything, because I know that you want to keep some picks secret. But Broxa, rather, what did you think of G2 approach? Opening in playoffs with the picks that they have planned. I know that they steamrolled so much on GX yesterday that it's hard to actually understand how well they were prepped, but we know that there's high expectations for G2 as always. So how do you think they're going to match against Fnatic with what we saw from them today?
I think it's going to be an interesting series for many reasons. Obviously, Fnatic G2 is always hype, but G2 had so many flex picks and, brought so much craziness to draft yesterday, meaning they're going to be a much harder opponent to prepare for. But at the same time, you have Fnatic, who kind of threw for content today and spiced it up and didn't want to give too much away. And Oscar obviously was saving the Yone for tomorrow so that when he gets it, he can go 10-0 and get a pentakill. So I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to go down.
I'm pretty excited for the top lane, especially because you mentioned we saw some... Yeah, that's a nice pep talk. I love it. Keeping the mystery here. But we saw Zach. We know that it's going to be a power pick on the top lane. We saw Broken Blades Yasuo as well. What do you think of top lane right now, and how bendable the meta can be, and how many picks can you play compared to usual? It feels like you can have some freedom playing top lane right now if you want to have fun.
I think right now, like every top laner, it feels like they are playing way more champions than before. I think like people is starting to think about other champions, other counter picks. Like Zac came in like for kind of no reason, because no one was playing it, and then they played in LCK and we played here too. So yeah, it's just about prepping and about thinking which champions can be OP. I think I also cooked some champions.
Yes.
Today I played the Darius, which I didn't really play before. So yeah, I have a lot of more champions, so let's see tomorrow.
Banger of the century. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Well, Oscar, thank you so much for being with us today. It was amazing talking to you, and good luck against G2 tomorrow, of course. Broxa, smashing it, like always. Great having you for PGL, and thank you all of us for watching the LEC as well. That was all of us from here in Berlin, but we'll be back tomorrow for another day of epic LEC. But if you want to catch more league action tonight, the LCS is happening right now, so let's see what they have planned for us.
Hi there, it is me, Weekend Raz. On the weekdays, I am but one guy. Those were shot on Thursday. Now that the LCS is back on weekends, I like to let my hair down and have a nice glass of Cabernet Sauvignon and watch some live patch League of Legends. Come and join me, won't you? Alors, s'il vous plaît, garçon, can I have more wine, please? Oh, relax.
Jarvan with Conqueror. I wouldn't fight him, but under turret, a different deal. Every Everybody dies as the pyroclasm goes bouncity, bouncity, bouncity. Video jumps in, he's not needing.
Look, Jarvan.
Yeah.
Jarvan, the flash.
Yeah, look, Jarvan, look, Jarvan. He's dead, he's dead.
Orn after, Orn on.
Yeah, gonna get dragged, gonna drag.
Just wait me. I can get here too. No flash, enemy. I just don't flash. I get here too. I get here too. Yeah, don't shot. We hear you. Oh shit! Did I hit him? Yeah. I aimed for him, by the way.
Might add one more to the list. Isma's got so many spams in him, and he's rendered it at pretty much half health of the Sonic Wave, and it all comes crumbling down as your shin hurts so damn much.
Can you ride it? Can you ride
I
it,
think
Philip?
I can ride it. Yeah. I hope.
Okay.
Akali, no.
You won't.
She's dead. I'm f***ing them by the way here. Nice. I'm so OP.
And still everyone on Fnatic is standing, but Human now going in. Super taken down. Fnatic on the hunt. Noah on the chase. Pull back. Instantly gonna get one shot. No, they did all the more damage from Scully. It doesn't push the button. Run out to safety. Merwan's gonna try to chase. Corky's trying to back right now. Humanoid cannot afford to have his back interrupted. It's gonna mess up his lane. So Razork just gonna give his life.
I'm coming, buddy. Maybe you can outplay it. Look at me.
Nice. Lakan no W. Ezreal is coming too.
I get Bram. He's dead, by the way.
Nice. No flash spread. Ezreal coming too. It's okay. No flash.
Oh, I can. Okay.
I'm coming.
Look at Jace.
No flash. Jace, no flash. Nice.
Look at Bram.
Faster.
We got it. Nice. Kill them all.
Kill.
Shaya. I can see Shaya.
Let's go.
Nice. Gosh, how did you get it? With Q? I'm better than Supa. I'm better than Supa.
Yeah, because you had not.
How many times did we say cookies in a single day?
Is he just going to get to take this? Yeah, he is. That's like the most British interaction I've ever seen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, my mistake, sir. I didn't realize that was your red bump. Apologies, my good man.